Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda. Amaterasu. Oro kanaru ototo yo.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
Minna! Uzumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
Hiraishin no jutsu.
Ore tte wa Touchan o kosu hokage ni naru.
Oro kanaru ototo. 子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan.
Minna! Uzumaki Naruto ga 帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
No sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner, winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena.
satu hati, satu jiwa. Bangkit bersama kita wira arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused.
Cultured by Todak. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success. Powering the future with industry-driven STEM and TVET.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
A brand new day welcomes a new opportunity to once again witness the conflagration of competitive spirit here at MPL Malaysia. It is a Friday afternoon here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, where we will once again open the door upon the MPL arena for the beginning of week 4 of Season 17, the very end of the first leg of the regular season, and the last time these teams will meet one another for the first time. You're watching the English broadcast once again. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Stafa, joined on the desk today by none other than Husky.
It's going to be a very fun week. We get to, again, conclude the first leg of the regular season. First time ever, double round robins for MPL Malaysia. But good thing is transfer windows are still open. Teams still have one more week to get things together before the window expires next week. So expect changes to keep on happening for teams in dire need of help.
But you know what doesn't change? It's stuff that we give to you. Joining us on the broadcast today, we've got a code at the bottom of the screen as per usual. So make sure you guys scan that QR code so that you guys can get a free Ice Talon carry skin. If you guys haven't gotten that yet, very cool skin. And I'm looking forward to the matches that we're going to be having today.
Yeah, and we are also coming in at the dawn of a new minor patch, but with some pretty significant changes.
But on top of that, we have to remind you guys that some things never change. Just like how you can power up now with Cellcom DG Prepaid 5G Power Pass. Go limitless with unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyper speed made for Gen Now.
The future is now. If you want to play at the optimal speed without any latency issues, Cellcom DG is the way to go, and I can be the living testimony of that. I've been using Cellcom DG for the longest of time, and it works perfect.
That sounds pretty good. You know what else sounds pretty good, Husky? We got a brand new 4v4 arcade mode available in-game right now, Frozen Sea Showdown. This is, of course, the ultimate playground for all of you hook lovers out there. You don't need to do any sort of complicated farming, and the more takedowns you get, the stronger you become. It's only 5 minutes a match, so it's very easy to jump in, and it's packed with non-stop action from start to finish. It's only available for a limited time as well, starting from the 23rd of April to the 6th of May. So, Hook Masters, are you guys ready to show us what you've got?
Time to pursue your destiny of being the greatest hooker of all time. This is the time for me to also try and get some practice in. You know, I feel like there's a lot of enthusiasts out there, whether you're in solo queue or in a 5-stack. Get some of those training shots in.
Yeah, I think you guys have probably been seeing the ads for this game mode already in the waiting room for MPL. Very fun little music video that MLBB has prepared for you guys. So if you guys have been excited for the mode, it'll be available. Make sure you guys hop on, play a round of 4v4 Franco action, because I know there's a lot of you Franco spammers out there. This is your perfect chance.
Yeah, I played a game before I came to the venue today, and I met a pretty good Franco. Pretty insane Franco player. He kept landing his iron hook on Kadita.
Wow.
On, I want to say Frederick. My friend is quite static. But Kadita, Bruno, I forgot your IGN, but I was the Zusin who got that savage, baby. So if you're watching this broadcast, you're the man.
Someone out there right now thinking, hey, that's me. Well, hopefully that your message has reached your teammate out there. But I think it's time for us to talk about what is happening next. Our first match of the day is, of course, BTR versus Vamos. And before that gets started, we have a video to show all of you.
Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan pertama untuk minggu keempat, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan kita punya coach daripada Vamos dan juga mid laner mereka, iaitu Coach Valdo dan juga Klokun. Hello? Hello? Guys, Klokun dari tadi nampak macam robot tau. Harap-harap interview ni tak jadi macam robot je, tak jadi nonchalant sangat. So, mungkin kita boleh start dengan Coach Valdo dulu. Sebab kalau kita tahu, kita akan bermain dengan patch baru untuk hari ini. So, apa pendapat Coach Valdo tentang patch ni?
Kalau pendapatku tentang patch ini tak banyak beda sih. Karena yang diubah hanya di segi Godland terutama. Selebihnya sama aja sih, tak ada beda menurutku.
Is there anything pasal makro yang pasukan-pasukan kena fokus on ataupun nggak ada?
Tak ada, sama aja. Turtle 1 masih semua fokus in Trio Mid and XP.
Trio Mid dan XP, yang perubahan dia dekat gold lane sahaja?
Ya, hanya di gold lane.
And not that much also?
Ya.
Okay, that's very interesting. Now, of course, Rose pun nak borak dengan Klokun. Now, Klokun, kita tahu Klokun bersama dengan Vamos daripada musim 15. Sekarang ni dah musim 17. So apa perasaan Klokun untuk nampak macam Vamos kembali bangkit kembali untuk musim ni?
Perasaan aku senang banget Vamos bisa menang-menang terus di match-match terakhir ini kan. Jadi ya kita masih banyak juga mistake-mistake gitu, cuman kita bakal lebih bagus lagi buat kedepannya. Kita belum puas sama kemenangan kemarin, kita bakal terus nyari kemenangan lainnya.
Wow, very mature. Very mature. I rasa Vamos perlu maturity ini sebab ada bocil dekat belakang tengah buat muka. Rose nampak daripada window. Now of course, Klokun, Rose pun nak tanya. Kita tahu you guys masukkan bocil dan juga Zikif dalam line-up trio mid kan untuk
betul.
musim ini. Apa perubahan yang jadi di trio mid?
Perubahannya sih nggak terlalu banyak ya. Mungkin yang trio mid yang sekarang nih sama Zkif sama Error lebih connect aja sih trio midnya. Kita mau buat gerakan kesana kemari itu lebih enak aja. Ya lebih bagus lah sekarang.
Mereka suka dengar Klokun tak?
Dengar yang gimana?
Dengar bila you cakap behave, bila you cakap respect.
Ya, dengar.
Dengar.
Yeah.
Rose dengar mic check last week. Guys, recall V gak sih? Respect. So, memang kelam kabut sikit nak layan dua bocil. Tapi Klokun looks very good on his one. So, of course, Coach Valdo, sekarang ni Vamos tengah win streak. And win streak tu 2-0 pula. Untuk match up against BTRM ni rasa macam mana? Easy ke? Akan jadi susah ke? Tetap respect?
Kalau dari aku pribadi sih, aku tetap respect sebab kalau kami tak respect, kami bisa kalah juga pasti.
I think respect memang penting lah kan untuk perlawanan?
Iya betul, sebab konsisten number one.
Consistent is number one and of course discipline has to play a part as well. Klokun, my last question.
Yeah.
Ada pesan-pesan ke untuk Smooth, your ex-teammate di dalam BTRM?
Ada.
Okey.
Oke, buat Alip, siap-siap aja. Karena gue juga siap-siap. Siap-siap ya, Alip ya?
Macam ni lah guys, kalau nonchalant ya, berborak. Terima kasih Klokun, terima kasih Coach Valdo. Good luck for the match. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
Definitely good to get some insights there from the members of Team Vamos. Thank you to Coach Valdo and to Klokun. And as we know, Team Vamos has been on a bit of a hot streak. This team started the season a little bit 50-50, but is on a win streak, and all of those have been clean sweeps as well.
Incredibly impressive, I think, to see this rise of Vamos. I feel like it feels like we're watching them shed their skin. It's like an identity. Probably not the villains anymore, but actually someone that can contend to be one of the top 3 teams in the league. And I feel like even the series that they lost, the opening one against SRG, it was due to very minor margins, right? Very fine, thin edges of errors that caused SRG to win that series. But by no means was Vamos really out of the competition. And by beating RRQ Tora, by going on that win streak, they are really showing us that this polished version of Vamos can go far.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how far they can continue, whether this will stay consistent as well, especially since we are coming off the cusp of a brand new patch. Of course, we had a pretty notable patch just yesterday, which included the addition of Olus's revamp. As per usual, he's not going to be available for the next 2 or so weeks, but I'm interested to see what will happen when he is.
Yeah. But also something that is very important to note is the core system changes to marksman, especially the durability rebalance, right? Based on early game strength and late game power overall. The emblem changes for marksman was also adjusted. You get 5% more adaptive penetration. But I think the elephant in the room is the Starlim sight. We are back to how it was before in terms of cooldown. They reduce every number after that. But the fact that you can proc it every 1.5 seconds is pretty mad.
It's pretty necessary because when they increased the cooldown of Starlium Scythe before, the item just basically died. A lot of the heroes that depended on it were no longer as good as before, even if we did see them from time to time. Things like Harif, things like Joy, for example. But now they've reversed that, and I think that is way better compared to the stats that they reduced on the item. And Harif himself actually got buffed. One of the biggest winners of the patch, in my opinion. It seems like Moontan wants Harif to be played in the jungle, but I think he'll be heavily prioritized in the gold lane now.
Yeah. And of course, we talked about some of these heroes, the marksman getting some love. Aside from Harif getting a pretty major buff, Marcel also got some quality of life improvement. Now, if you have your passive shield on your teammate, they will not be affected by Golden Hour.
Ooh.
So no more accidental stasis moments where you trap your own teammates and cause them to just blow out after it resolves. They can now join you to set things up for a follow-up.
While it does certainly make Marcel a little easier to play, I also feel like it takes away a little bit of the complexity that made him a balanced hero, in my opinion. There was always the risk of ruining your team's game plan if you didn't do it correctly, and now there just isn't any of that anymore. It is always good to pop that ultimate, which means that Marcel, who already was a popular pick for some teams, might now become a lot more meta in general.
Yeah. The very, very minor trade-off is that his Platinum Snap duration was reduced by 0.1 second. So pretty minor.
Pretty minor.
But quite noticeable.
I guess he'll be noticeable when it builds up over a longer fight. But I don't think it's actually that big of a deal. I think Marcel's going to be very strong. Harif is going to be very strong. Something that wasn't listed in the patch notes for some reason was the update to War Axe as well.
Yep, War Axe used to give Spell Vamp. Now it gives Hybrid Lifesteal. And I know terminology-wise, Hybrid Lifesteal should just mean that physical and magical attack heals you, but no, in MLBB terms, it means that skills also heal you, so you combine Spell Vamp and Lifesteal, and boom, you get Hybrid Lifesteal, baby.
It's gonna be a pretty big deal considering how popular War Axe as an item is already, especially at the turning point of MPL Malaysia Season 17. This is week 4. This is the halfway zone. In case anyone is still unaware, our season is now 8 weeks long. It's no longer 6 weeks. That means this is the official halfway point. It is going to be the final time that these teams meet each other for the first time, and after this, every single match will be that second repeat.
Yeah, will be a rematch from week 5 onwards. So it also means that for a lot of teams out there, for a lot of the fans out there, if you usually lose hope by week 4 prior to this season, fret not, even the team at the very bottom still has a chance to make it to playoffs. Out of 8 teams, we are looking for the top 6, so it's pretty easy to get into playoffs in a certain way, in a sense. But of course, the competition is getting tighter and tighter, and that's why the transfer window is so important.
Gives you a little bit more leeway at least, because in the past, when regular season was 6 weeks long, if you were still at the bottom of the table by week 4, your season was basically over.
And we had 10 teams instead of 8.
Yeah, and now there is another half in order for you to work on issues, right? Teams like BTR, like Flash, who are still having difficulty, still have that chance, but they need to lock in ASAP. But let's report on the coaches of Vamos, because after a slow start, this team really started picking up momentum.
Yeah, and they started showing... I think week 2 was still a bit of rough around the edges, right? We still saw a bit of that very hyper-aggressive Vamos, a Vamos that really wants to run at their opponents. And then I think the tipping point, the turning point of Vamos was when they went up against RRQ Tora. Very polished, composed, systematic gameplay. It felt like Vamos wasn't Vamos, right? It felt like it was another team that was playing in their place instead. All the plays were very calculated. The draft was very well thought out, and it's a very surprising scene to see, but this is the Vamos that I like because they are starting to establish a clearer playstyle identity with solid early execution.
It was a very peculiar situation there, because before that, RRQ Tora was on an undefeated streak, and a lot of us were expecting them to continue that by taking down Vamos, and maybe the streak would end when they finally met SRG. But no, it was Vamos who ended that dominating play from RRQ and have taken it over for themselves. I think a lot of us were kind of wondering, okay, really good gameplay from Vamos here, but is this going to be a one-time wonder? Have they only prepared for RRQ? And they have proved us wrong.
Yeah, they faced off against AC Esports afterwards and completely just trampled over AC. And I think a big part of it is also because they have very solid draft and the decision-making are also on point, right? ZKiv coming in as the new shot caller of the squad, one of the candidates for Rookie of the Season on his very first debut, now really starting to pick up the pace.
I really like what ZKiv and Error404 have been doing thus far. The mid trio looks very solid. Clocken himself said that, okay, these players do listen to me. The coordination is there. There's an undoubted hunger from the younger players as well. They want to win, they want to improve, they want to learn. And let's not talk out the veterans either, right? Clockun has been doing great. Natko has been really popping off. This team has eyes on them.
Yeah, the players that have been questioned or were doubted in week 1 and 2, they really stepped up. Like Natko towards the end of week 2 was killing it. He was absolutely destroying everyone, carrying Vamos. Zeno as well. You give him a good solid XP lane, he's gonna dominate.
I think we've been talking about them enough. It's clear that Vamos are the favorites going into this. So let's introduce our challengers. Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality, consisting of Chiku guys, Rasi, Z, Annabelle, and Smooth. Definitely a team in the danger zone right now.
Yeah, this is a team that there was a lot of moments where it felt like Bigatron has it. But then you just watch it slowly slip away, you know? It's like this impending feeling of doom. Annabelle, he has 1 or 2 good games, but a lot of times when the game starts going south, Bigatron struggles to recover.
Yeah, they have a lot of difficulty coming back from unexpected situations, and I wouldn't really say their snowball potential is quite as good either. So it's going to be an uphill battle when they're facing off against Team Vamos. Natko, Zkiv, Clockun, Air 404, and Zeno seem to all have reached a new level of gameplay.
Yeah, this is a Vamos that I think a lot of Vamos fans have been dying to see the resurgence of. You know, they took a beating in the past 2 seasons, but if there is a season that Vamos is back, season 17 could be it. This is their chance to keep that win streak going and go into the second leg of the regular season as one of the top contenders.
I want to see them maintain this consistency. I want to see if they can adapt to the brand new patch that has just been dropped. And that goes for both teams. A lot of weird things can happen on the very first game day of a new patch, especially since it only dropped yesterday as well. So there hasn't been a lot of time for the teams to really prepare for it.
Yeah, I would say one of the things that BTRM did make changes to was mid lane, right? They brought in Z to replace Fakes, and then Barbosa left the team and Kenji was the head coach. There were improvements in draft, but I want to see the decision making as well.
Well, time will tell, because it's time for both these teams to walk up on the stage. A new patch has been deployed. The systems have been recalibrated after a core overhaul. But the heat is rising for the mid trio. Annabelle, Rasi, Z, 3 roles, 1 network. Will they sink or split under pressure? All protocols lead to 1 execution. Can the red robots win their next match? This is Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality.
The mid trio has to keep it together against the perfect execution of Vamos. On a triple win streak, the villains are no longer lurking. They're hunting in plain sight. With the mid-trio of Era 404, Zkiv and Clockun setting the rhythm, they smell weakness early and strike before their foes are ready. Say it out loud with me. V-A-M-O-S, Hala Team Vamos!
We gotta talk about the composure of Zkiv stepping up in the last 2 weeks as the shot caller of Vamos. But of course we can't forget the brains behind the operation. It's time to welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For the side of Bigatron, we got head coach Kenji and assistant coach Amzik. For the side of Vamos, head coach Baldo and assistant coach Pakbet.
And let's keep the festivities going with fist bumps between both teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. It is my time. It's my era. It's time to get this series going.
It is the moment for both these teams to see what mark they will etch upon the finale of our leg 1 here in season 17. Vamos eager to keep their win streak going. Currently 3 games in a row, 0 games lost. BTR 3 games in a row, every game lost. The odds are stacked.
Yeah, heavily stacked against them. And even in the last series that they won, I think there was a very compelling discussion from the community saying that the game that they won was more of due to luck more than skill, right? And a lot of them were referring to the series between them and Team Flash, where we had that glorious backdoor happen by the minions. And I think a part of me sort of agrees with that, right? So there were some moments of highlights from individual players like Chico guys, like Smooth, but I think in the grand scheme of things, I need to see more finesse.
Yeah, there's a lot more needed from this team right now. But we got a quote from one of our old classics, Moonji himself, who we asked who is the second best mid laner in the league. Of course, quoting after Stormy. And he said, I believe Claw-kun is currently ranked 2nd, but Kim and Spencer are still strong contenders for the 2nd spot, as the ranking is not yet definitive. As for Izanami, I feel that both his individual performance and AC's overall performance have declined.
Yeah, I personally agree. I think that just based off of mid laners alone, I think Claw-kun definitely is in that 2nd ranking for me. I know Kim was there for quite a while. We had that discussion on broadcast, but it's the inconsistency that makes me, you know, kind of doubt his standings a little bit. Spencer is an up and coming, and maybe my top 3 right now would be Stormy, Claw-kun, and then Spencer.
Oh, Kim not in the top 3, huh? I suppose the recent performance of RQ has left a little bit more to be desired. But I do think that Claw-kun is one of those mid laners that has been quietly clawing his way up there. We also reached out to Coach Valdo to ask, how do you instill discipline in Vamos, especially with Error 404, who tends to get overhyped?
Yeah, and then for him, he has a penalty system. If someone wakes up late for scrims, they get coffee. And apparently Valdo gets mad too, even though he looks pretty chill.
Well, I guess you have to be right. As a coach, you do still have to be that voice of authority. And you need to have a pretty big voice to calm a team like Vamos down.
Yeah, and with the help of Claw-kun as well, who is sort of like the elder figure, I think, in the squad, it definitely does lessen the burden of Coach Valdo. And it's working out. I think, you know, Vamos being disciplined was something that it took a while, I think, for a lot of us to get used to, because this team is such a hyperactive squad. But right now, finesse is the only term that I can associate with them. It looks so polished, it looks so perfect, it looked unreal.
For a very long time, Vamos was a team we knew had the potential. They just needed that discipline. And it seems like they may have finally found it with this new roster, which means BTR is going to need to step up in a big way. They still haven't found their foundation. Their synergy is still very lacking. The draft has been a bit up in the air. They've got a new player in Z as well, making his debut. First game not too bad, but ever since then hasn't quite been able to get used to that stage.
Yeah, I mean, they also lost to Team Ray, right? And I think that game really exposed that Z's inexperience on the big stage. There were a lot of moments that he just got kind of sort of jump scare, he freaks out, and then you can kind of see the cracks start happening. And I think the big theme of this series is just how much can the mid trio of either teams do, and unfortunately the odds again are stacked against BTRM.
Now, we have to give Z a bit of slack here because he started playing right after being picked up by the team. So basically, no time to train, no time to scrim, dropped in right away. Now he's had a week to prepare. It's not a long time, but it's more than what he had before. So I'm hoping we get to see something different from Bigatron, because the same old stuff they had before is not going to work for them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the draft for game number 1.
Start with the good old roulette. I've been getting a lot of expanding rivers nowadays. And I think, you know, for a team like Vamos, expanding rivers or flying clouds are both pretty nice, considering how they have really been focusing on that macro gameplay. But right in the opening bans, I can sort of see what Valdo is thinking. You want to weaken Annabelle with the boxed-out ban, but you also want to take away what Smooth has been given a lot of times, which are these sandbagging XP laners.
And they give a lot of respect to the Uranus as well. We've already seen what some players are able to do with this. It's not just Zeno on the Vamos side, it's also Annabelle on the BTR side. This is one of his better performances. So they just want to take it off the board right from the get-go. Now, a little bit of information for everyone watching. Glue is going to be banned for this week. There are apparently some issues with the hero, so we are not going to be seeing him in any drafts.
Yeah, no Glue, not just for MPL MY, but across all regions. It's a bit of a bummer considering how integral Glue is, you know, in majority of the drafts out there. But this is definitely going to throw a bit of a curveball to how these teams approach these games, right? I think with the absence of this particular pick, the draft does open up a bit more because he is quite a major counter and an important flex pick.
And besides that, the Guinevere also gets banned out, so Zusin is going to be a very obvious first pickup from Team Vamos, straight into the hands of Klokun, still on a 100% win rate with 19 games under her belt. It is a wonder why teams are not respecting her more.
Is such a strong hero, right? Gives you crowd control. Again, 13% maximum HP damage on every Lantern Flare drop. That's kind of nuts, but overall gives you decent lane priority. Jusin isn't immortal. We've seen Jusin go lose games before, but just the value that she provides throughout the entire game, which felt like she doesn't really have much fall off, I'm okay with it. Khalid and Leomord does give BTRM the initiative to go fast, to go aggressive, power farm into the late game, but I do hope that if BTRM learned anything, is that with a Leomord, you don't really need to sit on the objective and take it.
It's not a bad start from BTR, but I feel like it also reveals a lot of what they're trying to do. They are clearly attempting to win the early game before Vamos can do so. But revealing these heroes now means that Vamos can quite easily lock in the Suyo. It's a very good hero to answer the Leomord and also the Marcel, who got buffed in a pretty big way.
Yeah. And remember, Golden Hour now doesn't affect teammates that have the Platinum Snap buff a shield on them. It's pretty easy to apply it. All you need is to catch a couple of members in the Golden Hour, and then you just walk on top of them, trigger your passive, and your teammates can just start interacting with that ult, which means Vamos now have a big tempo stopper and a great way to set up fights.
You would ideally want to pick your mid laner here to keep the draft as open as possible. And it looks like they will lock in the Eve for Z. So far, Z has been playing mainly backline mages like Zusin and Eve. Looks like they're sticking to that to make sure that he's as comfortable as possible. Now, a bit of a fun fact about VTR as well. They apparently have the most unique hero picks at 35 across 12 games.
Wow, 35? No, I didn't think of 35 heroes. I know they picked Loyi as well.
That's quite a lot.
Only them and AC have picked Loyi. They've gotten the chance to play Fanny too early on in the league. But maybe it's also partially the Chico effect, right? It feels like any team that Chico guys is in, you sort of open up the draft a bit more with the players to accommodate it. Banning on the Alice right now to really kind of tighten up that XP lane pool.
Because I saved my nation.
Looks like they're most worried about the backline being dived here. Guinevere and Alice are both heroes that would threaten Eve. So they're mainly making sure that Z can do his artillery fire. And it's probably to make sure that Chiku is able to play safely as well. Until now, Claude has been basically the most contested gold lane in the pool, but I think Harif has become a hero that you need to respect after his recent buffs and the reversion on the Starlium side.
Something that Nako will be very, very delighted to play if he has the chance. And again, this YSS ban also, funnily enough, Chico guys actually played the most YSS in the gold lane as compared to any other gold lane heroes. And now he'll be forced to pick something else. We might just fall back to the Claude, which is again one of the best comfort picks for most players out there. But I do wonder if the Claude does come to a BTRM, will Vamos just give Nako the Harif?
Before this, Claude actually won lane against Harif. He traded better, he scaled better, especially since he could play Fighter Emblem. But Claude got nerfed in the recent patch. His mana costs are back, which means that you might need to play his old Common Emblem build again to make sure he's still able to lane. And that means that Harif would ideally win the lane trade.
And on top of that, ranged minions health pool also got reduced. So lane clear now becomes slightly faster if you could just blow up the ranged minions. You get priority easier as well. And I believe Harif does extra damage to minions, to creep. So Gold Crab contest also will favor that Harif.
It's interesting to see, but now with the Arlet and the Yuzong being banned out, both teams are focusing a bit more on the EXP lane. Now, I'm a bit surprised that the Arlet would be banned by BTR themselves. Since they already have the Eve combo, it would work quite well together. It either indicates that they are not too comfortable with picking it up, or they intend to go for the gold lane first to make sure Smooth has the better lane matchup.
Ideally, you want to have someone that can keep this Marcel in check, that doesn't care too much about getting staggered every now and then by the Platinum Snap. Someone that can keep the Marcel at bay and not allowing to run amok. Because we've seen situations where you can have a jungler that's level 5, that's like 4 or 5 levels ahead, only to be stopped by a Marcel standing in front of you. And that did happen to AC. So they will take up the Phoveus for Smooth.
I'm actually a bit more confused now. Phoveus is the Arlet counter. If you were intending to pick this up, why not leave it open for Vamos?
Or more dashes too.
And not to mention, Phoveus is a little bit vulnerable to Marcel. He can be frozen in the middle of that Infernal Pursuit. And we've already been seeing this hero get countered quite heavily in the EXP lane before this. I'm not sure I agree with this pick.
Do they pick it as a deterrent to a Sora? Sora is still open.
Or the Harif maybe?
It could
in advance?
They could be thinking ahead.
Or the carry. But carry actually still does perfectly fine.
Yep. In fact, she just destroys you. So we do see the Moskov and the Terizla come out. If I remember correctly, Terizla... This is the first Terizla pick, right? Or
no, I think it's the second.
The first one was by Cram?
Yes.
Yeah, second Terizla pick here. Man, Nako, last game that he won, he was on the Moskov and he had the freest game of his life against Team Flash. So I'm okay with it, right? If you are not too worried about the RWM, in fact, you can join the fight whenever you want. And sometimes it calls for disaster for Yi players when the Moskov just shows up in the backline.
Yeah, but Moskov does take a while to scale. I am surprised they didn't go for carry. It's definitely more comfort for Natko. But now the Harif will make an appearance in the hand of Chiku, guys. One of the biggest winners of the patch, in my opinion. We will see how strong he ends up being, as both teams have now been locked in.
Yeah. And just to quickly follow up on the Phoveus pick as well, it's not only does can Marcel freeze him, but you're also looking at Julsin that can really lift him up. You are looking at the Moskov who can constantly displace him. This is another day in the office for Smooth. He has a lot of work to do.
Feels like Smooth gets put in this position a lot. He is clearly going to be target number 1, probably first person to die unless Rasi opens up the map first. But looking at the team compositions, pretty balanced overall. The team fight potential from Vamos' side is pretty scary. But will they be able to pull off the same winning streak that they've had thus far as we jump into the land of Dawn?
Vamos against Bigatron by Malaysia by Vitality. We got Vamos on the blue side, BTRM on red side. Of course, ease of execution is my favorite kind of draft. And looking at both teams, I feel like Vamos, the conditions to pull off this draft, pretty straightforward. And they have good side lane controls too.
Pretty standard emblem setups. 1 Purify on Chiku, guys. Does make sense since there's a good amount of catch on the opposite side. Rasi will see that Error 404 is starting on the purple. So that'll give them some information.
Oh, missing the blade search, so missed opportunity on that trade. That should give Annabelle... Oh, actually it didn't. Actually, Vamos still got the Little Wanderer. A bit unfortunate.
Now, I'm gonna be a bit curious about Zeke's performance on the Marcel. This is not the usual type of hero that he would play, since he is more of the active engager, and Marcel's more of a hit-and-run style support. I don't think we've seen him on the hero yet, so this will be his first proof of performance. Once again, looking at the emblem setup, Smooth is going concussive, so he knows that he probably wants to kill their lane faster and ideally get priority early to join those first few turtles.
Eventually, you are going to lose that wave clear to a Terizla who is just built different with his hammer. But Rasi did quickly get the rapid boost just to speed up that rotation process, and Zeke being in a very good spot to spot out Annabelle should deny any sort of early movement by BTRM. Now, both teams pivot to where the turtle is and to prep for the next 15 seconds.
First turtle coming up. This is an important one for Vamos. Errors in the area, but I think Rasi was able to take that EXP crab, so that should help him hit level 4 sooner.
Ezekiel has to be careful because you have Rasi and Annabelle that can close the gap very quickly, and your half a second stun isn't really too much and they can burst you down. if you walk up too far. And the priority of the turtle does go over to Annabelle.
I think Vamos might give this up unless Zekif is able to delay it long enough. Really good poke from Rasi.
Oh, they go. The flicker instantly jump onto Annabelle, who's sitting on the objective. Annabelle still gets the turtle away, and now they counter with the RWM. First blood goes over to Z. Very good response by BTRM.
I'm kind of surprised that went as well as it did. It seemed like Annabelle had no backup at all outside of Z, and I thought that would be a mistake. But either it was a bit of a mess from BTR that worked out, or they actually had enough faith that they would be able to win those individual fights.
You do have to keep in mind that once the Leomord jumps onto Barbiao, he does get extra resistance, and that was more than enough to keep him alive. Not to mention, he speeds up his passive stacks by double the rate. So more heals coming through. The fact that Zeno was the one who went down to Z means that Smooth gets a bit more leeway in the XP lane.
That's very important for this Phobia. Smooth, we already highlighted how he would probably be taking a lot of heat this game, so the more of a lead he has, the easier it'll be for him to frontline for BTR. Rasi might be targeted.
Yeah, they're trying to keep the camp away. The Barbiao gets called in just in case. Annabelle not willing to miss a single beat. And BTRM, I mean, keeping Vamos early game in check.
So far, so good. Doing a good job of it. Annabelle actually 2 levels up on Error 404 thanks to Rasi's poking out till now. So BTR, their goal with this draft was to slow down the early game. They've done it.
Yeah, and Smooth now half a level ahead of Zeno and is winning out these individual trades and freezing the wave underneath his turret on top of already giving Zeno quite a difficult time, which means that Vamos essentially lost all lane priorities, and that opens up room for Rasi to keep on exploring the map.
Yeah, basically every core on BTR's side has outscaled Vamos this early on. Even if the net worth difference is not that high, the impact of it is going to be felt quite notably. Vamos cannot really afford to commit to all-out team fights until they even things out a bit.
The biggest difference maker right now is that both roamers have access to their ultimates. Second turtle fight at the bottom lane. Chiku guys has already begun making his move. Might go to just take the purple ball away from Aero 404, and Vamos has no idea that this is happening. And they won't until this turtle fight is over, and BTRM are willing to stall.
And they're actually even going to stall long enough for Chiku to return the lane before they get started. Really nice zoning from Rasi and Smooth. Vamos having a lot of difficulty walking up here.
Flicker forward again, they jump with the Annabelle with everything, and a good response with the RW, and Raging Sandstorm from Rasi and Annabelle. 2 for 2 right now on the turtle take. And they take 2 more bodies of Vamos with them. Claw couldn't force the flicker away, but Rasi fools on commits, and they walk away with 3 at the cost of none.
This is basically the early game BTR was hoping for. And the gold swing from that single fight is massive, instantly building them a 2k advantage. Mid-tier 1 goes down, Chiku steals the buff. It felt a little bit desperate, honestly. The flicker forward from the Marcel is not going to be enough to set things up there, because Vamos just does not have enough damage, especially with Annabelle running their jungler down. I think they should have just given up on that.
Yep, I agree. Second time they attempted the same thing. This time they threw in an extra bonus with the penalty zone. But once Annabelle hops onto Barbiao, the extra resistance, again, enough to keep him alive, and there was no one there to stop Z, who also got access to the glowing one right before the team fight happened. So 2 times in a row that Vamos went for the same playbook and it didn't work out. And Bigatron MY in a very commanding lead.
Vamos should be well aware with this draft, they are heavily dependent on Error having a lead and Zeno having lane priority. They were not able to achieve either of these things, so it's clear that they cannot fight against BTR, especially with the Leomord and Khalid on their side. They should not be sticking to old habits. It's time to go for macro play.
And that now slowly spills over to Natko's lane, and he's starting to feel it. They needed a couple of bodies to keep that lane. Meanwhile, for Chiku, he gets the double wave. I mean, the silver lining is that Nako will eventually get some side lane push going, but off-screen, the junglers are going at it. And when I say going at it, it's actually one-sided because Annabelle is clobbering Arrow 404 and forcing him out of his own jungle, whereas Annabelle continues to gain an XP lead.
It's a 3-level lead on basically the worst hero to have a lead against. That Leomord snowballs so hard. And Error 404 is feeling it with every fiber of his body. They cannot contest this. And this time they don't even have a choice.
Yep. And remember, Hybrid lifesteal on the War Axe, so Annabelle, he hits hard. And guess what? Now every attack has an 8% lifesteal. Talk about a buff that wasn't really necessary, but hey, that's the nature of things right now. And unfortunately, the spillage has resulted in the last tier 1 turret of Vamos going down.
Yeah, Leomord would definitely be one of the big winners of the War Axe buff.
And look at Rossi, man. He's smiling. He's so happy.
I mean, this is his style of gameplay. As long as he can control the map, rotate around, then he is in the driver's seat. And we can see Zeke's position here. He's not used to this type of hero. He wants to aggressively set up, but his team is lacking damage as well, which means that he can't really do anything right now. Vamos have to try and delay this for Natco.
Yeah. And Marcel, not really the best hero that wants to play from behind. He wants to be able to run in and out, but if every drive-by costs you an arm and a leg, then Marcel is not going to be able to do much of that. And he has a Thunder Belt, so he ideally wants to trade, but it's going to get harder and harder. 4.2k goal lead for BTRM. No side lane push being executed by Vamos, and they don't have the capacity to do it either. Smooth is going to stick with Chico, guys, to make sure that Natco is under control, and that is causing Zeno to abandon his own position.
BTR definitely looking a little better. They had a strong lead. They've got a pretty simple team lineup to play around, and they know that they won't be outscaled for a little while considering the lead that they've built up to this point. So they can continue keeping Vamos on their side of the map. And now one thing about BTR is they have a tendency to not take risks. Even with this lead, you can see that they're not really trying to force out fights to try and expand it. And if Vamos can take advantage of that... Oh,
they found error. He might go down because Smooth is on the case. Flicker is available. Rossi. Oh, Ring Sandstorm does get dodged by arrow 4-4, but I think he's still dead, right? Chico guy's in and blows him up. And that is what you can afford to do as BTRM when you're that far ahead.
I'm kind of surprised Zeke didn't come over there. The golden hour would have probably allowed Error to get out of there. He made a good effort, but now you can really start seeing the buffed Harif damage coming online. The amount of damage he did with that skill 1 on the buff. How many items does he have at this
like
point? Not even Holy Crystal yet.
Yep.
And he hits this hard.
News the O-Star inside. Oh, definitely missed that item. And Aegis Lord good body block from Z. And 5.4k gold lead now, and that's going to keep on ballooning. And Vamos, they're running on borrowed time. If this Lord... I don't think it will take any inhibitor, but I think one more lost team fight would be it for Vamos.
Yeah, I think it's precisely because of that, but BTR needs to push it. They have a tendency to play safe. They're probably gonna be quite disciplined and only go for like the external towers with this one. But they have a strong dive composition, and Vamos clearly has no damage yet. They should try to end this game ASAP, especially with the Holy Crystal timing just completed. It is the perfect chance for BTR to steamroll.
Rossi just needs to ask the question, how hard do I want to win this game? How passionate am I to sate the hunger of this game 1? There's only 5 kills across the board. I mean 5-0 in favor of BTRM. Funnily enough, the last game that Vamos won, it was perfect against Team Flash with 0 deaths. It seems like it's being returned to them in a most uncanny of manner. Natco needs to return home.
He did manage to get a good push there. RWM already used. They're looking for the inhib.
Oh, here comes Zeke, holding on to the golden hour still. Does zone out Chico, guys, as Rossi very deep in, heals up just a little bit, but they do trade Marcel for Khalees, so both teams lose their roamer, but BTRM cracks an inhibitor while that was happening.
I mean, any trade for a team that's behind is good, but losing the bottom inhibitor does not feel very good. Especially since the golden hour landed perfectly on the Harif as well. There was no Chiku guys in that entire fight. BTR dived behind the tower, and they still only lost their roamer. You could see just how far behind Vamos is, because there was just no ability to punish.
Yep. And the kill went over to Arrow 404, who claims his first Sky Piercer stack. And yes, he does have the Sky Piercer, and he is still trying to work towards the War Axe, as he is 2,000 gold behind Annabelle with the War Axe, the Brute Force, and the Endless Battle. So talk about one-shotting squishies as the game progresses.
Yeah, Chiku also 2k gold ahead of Natco, so the Moskov is not coming online anytime soon. They need notable shutdowns on BTR into this Moskov if they want to be able to scale back up.
Yep, and Wisdom of Nature isn't even an answer for Moskov right now, because you have Yeep and a Harif They're just blasting you with magic. So it's the goal advantage now just tapers at 7,000 plus. Next Lord coming up in less than half a minute, and BTR, they already have priority. The fact that they broke the bottom inhibitor means that long lane will always go over to them.
We've seen strong snowballing and discipline from Vamos thus far. Now it's time to see whether they're able to do so when they are behind. I am liking what they're doing with the macro so far, allowing Natko and Error to just split push the waves to try and relieve pressure on their base. If they can delay this for another 6 minutes or so, they can definitely reach the point where they're finally able to fight back again. So that is going to be the timeline for BTR. They have 1 or 2 Lords maximum to end the game on their terms. Otherwise, it becomes 50-50.
Yep, and Chico guys got another item. This time, the Blood Wings for extra survivability as they take care of the Lord and get the second one of this game, which still doesn't guarantee them a second inhibitor since the Lord will be spawning bottom, and the defense from Vamos was proven to be effective in the previous attempt. Although, it might fall down not just to Zkid, but also Zeno. How they utilize these two big ultimates to try and turn the tides.
With the Lord pushing down bottom, the ideal for BTR is to end the game with this one. The next best thing is to take every single inhibitor. For Vamos, if they can keep their towers alive, that will be a highly successful defense. Both teams aiming for something right now. We already know BTR on a loss streak. If they can topple Vamos in game 1, it would be a huge morale swing.
Instant RWM, and Zeno goes in, penalty zone into Golden Hour, catches onto 4. The setup, enough for them to work on the Lord just a little bit and clear the midway, but Razi responds, the rating stands down, only good onto 1, and now Vamos looks to turn around. NFL executed by Arrow 404. And things falling into place for Vamos as they hold the base a second time.
And that is what I was the most worried about for BTR. It's not the first time this has happened, and I knew it would not be the last. They made the mistake. They tried to push, and I said they needed to push. They needed to take advantage of this Lord to do as much damage as possible because they know they have a timer. And Vamos held excellently. The Golden Hour was a major player, freezing the fight on 4 people.
And now they might lose move. He flickers away. Chico guy goes in, solos and 4-4. Is this the Chico highlight reel? Zeno will swing away, but the Zaman Force and a lot of Void Crystal is going to allow Chico to come back into the fight. And the RWM as a good follow-up. Zeno will go down, and Bigatron MY fights back.
So if anyone doubted me about Harif being a big winner of the patch, I stand correct right here. The damage output from this hero is insane. Now, Vamos definitely made a mistake. They got a little overconfident after that last fight win and tried to push out, but they only... whoa, Natko!
Oh, Natko actually, he's gonna try and proxy the wave. And that is just enough for Vamos to survive, but can Natko get out of this? I highly doubt so.
He just needs to buy time. The longer he survives, the better it is.
Yep, for his team to come back as Natko. Oh, even commit the flicker. Can Natko really outplay this? Starting to look good. Zkid comes in and saves it, but Natko, he doesn't have the passive, so he gets frozen as well. And that's gonna cause his death as Annabelle tramples him. That almost looked perfect.
Oh, that would have... Oh, why did Natko walk back into the Golden Hour? He was saved. He could have ran away at that point.
Again, Zkid didn't get to proc the passive too. That would have allowed Natko to 100% get out, or maybe stack up enough spears to get a kill. I mean, 2 minutes ago we were saying what Vamos needed to do. The 2 big AoE ults, they pull it off, and now we're back in a state where all Vamos needs is one more repeat of that.
They lost Natko, but that was actually still the correct play. I gotta give kudos to Natko for proxying that wave, because it's a lot easier to do that and maybe sacrifice your marksman than potentially lose the game right there. They will have to surrender the Lord as a result, but they've already defended once. The question is, will BTR adjust their approach this time?
If I remember correctly, Error 404 did go down, so unfortunately the 30 Sky Piercer stacks cut down to 15, which is not ideal. Would love to have it. And this third Lord will be so much harder to defend. But the good news is it will still spawn in the bottom lane. We'll see if BTRM will adjust their approach, as Vamos has already shown some of the tricks that they have up their sleeves when it comes to a base defense.
I did mention before, this would be the last Lord that BTR can easily end the game with. If they're not able to close things out here and Vamos holds, the game's not over for them, but becomes a lot more difficult since Vamos will be able to officially hit final items and can fight on even terms. The only thing they're lacking is structures. Lord gonna be pushing in now. Let's see how they hold.
Yep, the Suyo has already cleared out the top wave, so the waves become staggered. Golden Hour used very early on by ZK, so he won't have that tool as Nako is busy trying to really wither down the Lord. Annabelle calls in the Phantom Steed. Rasti, Reggie Sandstorm gets dodged. RWM instantly responds. Zeno just instantly vaporized. They're gonna go for the lift out with the help of Clockwood, and now Nako tries to pierce through them. The Lord very low. They just need a bit more firepower to get through the Lord. Rasti working on the base, and it's just enough. BTRM will shatter the crystal and take game 1.
Expect the unexpected this season of MPL Malaysia. The clear favorites, the win streak of Team Vamos has been halted by the most unlikely of challenges. BTR taking victory in game number 1. It wasn't easy at the end, but they knew the timing. They knew this was the Lord they needed to end it on, and they made sure of that.
Still came pretty close. Vamos almost pulled off another base defense that would have put them in a spot where they can turn this game around. And I gotta say, Rasti, fantastic job in just keeping Natko in check with his life. We saw the investment of the Golden Hour slightly too early. That might have been what costed Vamos game 1, but nonetheless, a very well-fought one.
A well-fought game indeed. BTR making sure to secure early game, making sure to stop Vamos from achieving the win condition that they have been steamrolling games with. But also a good performance from Vamos to try and keep themselves in it. If they didn't make the mistake of fighting in the open after that initial base defense, they would be in a much better position. And I agree with you, while I see the concept of the Golden Hour being used to freeze the minion wave before colliding with the tower, I think it would have been better served to freeze all the minions once they were in the base.
Yeah.
It would have had a higher impact.
Yeah, I think it would have been so much easier to control the variables since you have lesser room to cover as well. I think the wave clip from Vamos was actually not bad, right? The first time they defended the base was because Golden Hour and Penalty Zone were used in conjunction, but we saw that disconnect a little bit. So unfortunate for Vamos, but I don't think it's a heavy loss. They definitely had a moment where Bigatron almost fumbled the ball.
It was close, but Chiku, guys, was able to close it out. Our MVP for game number 1. And it is time to respect Harif, I think, right? The damage output was there. You can tell that he's able to trade so easily. He was outscaling Natko heavily because you just cannot fight a hero for the Crab who has 60% bonus damage.
Someone from the dev team definitely misses the Harif meta. Because this is ridiculous. I personally don't miss that meta. I think Harif was way too busted, and I'm actually okay with the position that this hero was in prior to this week, because I think at least he's viable, but it's not too strong. But if we are going back to season 14-15, oh boy, it's gonna be a long season.
I feel like he would have been perfectly fine if you left Harif alone and just reverted the Starlium side.
Right.
That would have been more than enough. For some reason, someone really wanted to play Harif in the jungle and convinced the entire dev team to change him so he could.
That was season 1, man. That was 7 years ago. Come on. Wake up, Samurai. We're in Marcel era now.
Well, you would think so, but unfortunately, I think ZK wasn't quite able to adapt to what he needed to do on the hero early on, especially against a Khalid. I was a bit worried about the lock-in on Marcel after Rassi's hero got selected, because this is one of the heroes that can handle a Marcel due to his damage output and durability early game. And once Suyo gets put behind, you're against a snowball jungler, it's very difficult to make that difference.
Yeah, and even in objective fights, right? I think Vamos, to a certain degree, at least the first turtle attempt, they had the right idea. If they can kill Annabelle there in the first turtle, then this game would have been completely different. Arrow 4-4 would snowball, get his Sky Piercer, and maybe just run everyone down. Not to mention, Arrow 4-4 actually went for the Marksman emblem.
Oh!
So the only change to Marksman emblem was the extra 5% adept penetration.
That has to be it.
I gotta confirm this. Wait a minute.
No, you are correct. it went from 5% to 10% adaptive penetration.
Did he actually take that? Wait a minute.
There's no way.
I gotta check this.
No, that's just a mistake. I'm sorry. I know that MLBB wants people to use the marksman emblem. I'm going to tell you right now, it's still not good. Assassin emblem gives you more penetration than that and better stats. Because marksman just gives you like what, attack and attack speed, which doesn't benefit Suyo at all. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that was wrong.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a bad decision.
Don't worry, he hits faster in immortal form.
Oh yes. Yeah, that makes a difference.
It would have made a difference if he wasn't put like 0-3 behind. But hey, who knows? I think the if there's one thing that I feel like is a positive takeaway for Team Vamos is that even though it took them a while to do damage control when BTRM was snowballing, they still managed to figure out a way, right? And I think sticking to that game plan is the next step for Vamos, because they had the formula. We saw it happen once, but perhaps there was some miscommunication, or maybe they decided otherwise in the second base defense against the third Lord. But I think they had the blueprint down.
Yeah, I think they just needed to change one hero. My opinion would have been the Terizla, because you have Marcel and Zusin, so your mid duo is heavily lacking damage. You need a hero that's not just able to win EXP lane, but also deal DPS, because otherwise, it is 100% reliant on Ever 404 to carry the early game. If he gets disrupted, you have 0 damage, and I think we saw that.
Yeah, I think if the Phovis wasn't picked up, the Sora would have been a great addition to the squad, right? It would have been a fantastic follow-up to the Golden Hour. But it's just game 1. We've seen Vamos bounce back before. I'm more concerned for BTRM. They've also played plenty of full series, and a lot of times they win the first game and then they drop the ball immediately. So even though BTRM fans can rejoice that they won game 1, I'm still, giving them a benefit of doubt. I want to see them close out the series.
And well, they are dominating the notable player screen right here. Annabelle Rich Guy, Z Carry, Rassi Sandbag. Rassi really excels on these types of roamers. We need to give him more of these roamers so that he can have that impact. This very first fight in the highlights, when they weren't able to kill Annabelle fast enough to take the turtle and then gave up first blood, the game was already half done.
Yep, and then they attempted it again. Both times, Arrow 44 was not able to get in the pit, and worse yet, he got killed the second time, and that really made things bad. And it started spilling into Natco's lane. You start to see BTRM really run away with the game. If not for Vamos' base defense during the second Lord, this game would have been so over.
Yeah, I don't think it was flawless from BTR. Some of their base pushes would have punished them heavily if they just weren't that far ahead in gold.
Yep.
And the game would have definitely swung if it was half of the net worth advantage they actually had. But I like that they did use that, right? They knew that it was going to be very hard to push into the base anyway, but if they're not going to use the gold lead now, it's not going to matter for much longer. So may as well attempt to make it happen.
And this was the mistake of Team Vamos that felt like them letting it slip away. You can sort of see the intention, right? They want to at least get the mid-tier 1, but they definitely forgot that BTR was far ahead enough to just turn around and fight them.
This one feels bad.
This one was really...
Nako 100% could have escaped here with that golden hour, but he decided to walk back in for some reason. I don't really know.
Maybe there was a bit of misunderstanding on how Golden Hour now interacts.
Oh, he
right?
thought that he could move?
Yeah, without like the shield, but you need that shield to keep you safe. It's like you enter space and then you need a space suit, and then he didn't have it and he just dies out there. Whoopsie, but you learn something every day.
You do. And now we have learned that BTR has at least done some preparation here, right? That's what we were hoping for. I wasn't expecting to see it. And yeah, I guess we will have a quick look exactly at what happened here with BTR.
Guys, if we set up first on turtle, we pull, we go hero. But if they set up first and they're blocking us, we go hero. We win team fight. Okay. In turtle, we need to win team fight. That's it.
Okay.
The positioning, Lip, you already know what to do, huh?
Yeah.
Don't get poked.
Okay.
Okay, interesting. So basically, the idea is either we control turtle or if we don't have turtle control, we go for kills instead, with the goal of Smooth being the front line, but not so far in front that he gets poked down before the fight starts. Is basically when Smooth initiates, they need to all in to make sure that he doesn't start the fight on half HP.
Yep, and they got both. They got the best of both worlds. They got all the objective. They got all the kills that they want. And Smooth was virtually unkillable until the end.
Alright, I mean, we expressed some doubt about the Phobius pick, whether it was the right choice. But the Terizla pick probably wasn't the correct answer to that, and that allowed Smooth to still play a solid game, be the front line. And again, once Error 404 lost his early game, it's very difficult for Vamos.
Honestly, I think that, we did say that unfortunately because we can't have Clue for this week, so a lot of picks get opened up. I foresee Phobius now coming back to be one of the big powerhouses, at least for this weekend.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I thought that Marcel would prove to be a problem for Phobius, but I guess when you have a Khalid handling that for you and not much damage to worry about, there was clearly a plan here.
Yep, there clearly is. And if you guys have no plans this weekend, do make sure to tune into MSL Super League in Thailand. It actually started last Saturday on 18th of April, and they have 5 weeks of great MLBB action all across the board, 4 series per day, all of them best of 3, and you might recognize some familiar faces from other regions who have been imported into MSL Thailand to play for some of the big names there, just to name a few: Buriram United Esports, E Arena, Full Sense, my favorite of all, Bacon Time. And they have some pretty good metas as well. I saw Valir and Hanabi get picked up, Kadita too.
Yeah, there were some interesting picks for sure, because week 1 has already concluded. We're going to be jumping into week 2 of MSL. So make sure you guys tune in, right? I think that'll be a very fun thing for you guys to check out. But before we start with game 2, we've got a VMix call. Rose is already set up. Who is she going to be talking to? We'll find out soon. Let's throw it over to them.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. And guys, Rose tak nak call pun orang-orang di atas caster desk, tapi actually Rose nak call seseorang daripada Indonesia, and it's none other than Coach Tionel, head coach of BTRID. Hello, Coach.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, Coach. Tadi dah nampak game 1 and nampaknya BTRM ada sedikit improvement berbanding dengan performance mereka minggu selepas. How do you feel after watching that game?
Almost clean game lah. Bagus lah, mereka menunjukkan mereka bisa main rapi. Dan Ciku guys, Harith so good.
Ya, dah Harith. Wish, gila-gila. It was on fire. Now, Coach, apa pendapat Coach tentang prestasi BTRM sepanjang MPL MY ini tengah berlaku sekarang ni?
Saya juga sempat lihat masa latihannya, mungkin belum maksimal performanya di stage. Tapi saya tahu mereka bisa kasih lebih lah daripada yang sekarang ini.
Ada lagi room for improvement lah kan, Coach?
Akan ada.
Now, Coach, kita tahu walaupun mereka dapat menang 1 poin lawan Vamos, yang pasukan yang tengah win streak di Malaysia sekarang ni, BTRM masih lagi di zon merah. Coach, in your opinion, apa yang BTRM perlu diperbaiki untuk mendapatkan kemenangan-kemenangan yang akan datang?
Yang pasti main sebagai tim ya, bukan individual mekanisme aja, tapi main as a team. Sama bagi saya, selama oke lah, number 7 now, number 6, number 8, no problem. Karena masih panjang perjalanan. Dan selama belum berhenti, masih bisa lanjut lagi.
Ya, and kita pun di MPL MY, ini adalah season pertama di mana kita akan main double round robin kan. So, adakah Coach yakin dengan lineup ini di second leg format double round robin kita, BTRM boleh bangkit?
Sangat yakin. Mereka akan bangkit.
Yes, I like that. Now, Coach, is there anything yang Coach nak cakap dekat the BTRM boys? Dorang tengah ready dah nak main ni.
Semangat aja dan berikan yang terbaik. Jangan pikirin menang, win or lose-nya, tapi pikirin proses setiap di gamenya aja.
Trust the process, trust your teammates. And of course, Coach, any words kepada fans BTR, bigger troopers di MPL Malaysia, and of course MPL Indonesia?
Selalu percaya aja kepada kami pasti melakukan yang terbaik di setiap gamenya.
All right, thank you very much, Coach Tio. Nice to chat with you. Bye. Terima
Bye-bye.
kasih. Alright, guys, BTRM buat kejutan di game pertama. Tapi, will it continue? With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, and thank you very much to Coach Tionil for chiming in on what happened there, because I think a lot of us did not expect BTR to take game 1.
Yeah. So you were showing me the assassin emblem. I think the core difference right now is the numbers, right? Assassin emblem gives flat adaptive pen.
No, isn't it a hold on, wait. Did I see that wrong?
Marksman gives percentage. Was Arrow 4 going for the percentage? I mean, in the long run, it feels like having a Malefic Roar.
I guess.
But in the early game, you do sacrifice a bit of that punch.
Yeah. Assassin Emblem gives plus 14 flat penetration. And then Marksman Emblem gives 10% penetration. I'm gonna need to check the numbers on that to see exactly what is more worth it. But first, let's have a look at our top 5 Turtle Mania rankers right now. Because in the first slot, we have a Gary, currently on 27 turtles. After that is just Gar at 23, Annabelle at 22, Error 404 at 20, and Hades at 13. So it does look like Annabelle has a slight lead here in regards to this particular objective.
Funnily enough, the my man Just Gar, Just Goat, is the best import jungler right now in MPL MY. No one can argue against that, because man has been been going on an absolute win streak. Of course, if people out there are asking, why is there no SRT jungler? Because they are rotating between 2 junglers, so the stats are pretty spread out. But rest assured, they're still pretty solid.
I feel like I need to just test this out now. I really want to just go into a quick practice round and see whether it's better to go marksman or assassin. Because yeah, I imagine that as the game goes on, the marksman emblem will probably be better because it's percentage, so it'll keep scaling. But
need that, right?
Yeah.
That you're gonna go into Malefic Roar anyways. I don't know. I feel
it's
like
a weird one.
I mean, if you want to play early game, I feel like flat gives you so much more value, because if the enemy only has, like, let's say 20 magic and physical defense, you bring it down to 6. But if it's only 10%, you bring it down to 18. So the flat one makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it does.
I hope it was a mistake.
I think it was greed. It may have been greed, because basically you're giving up on the early game penetration that you have in exchange for a much higher late game. Well, anyways, it's gonna be time to jump into the draft once again. Game number 2, BTR 1 game up, 1 game away from ending the win streak of Team Vamos. And it's a bit of a funny situation, because this is exactly the place that Vamos put RRQ not too long ago. They were the ones who stopped their win streak.
Yeah, they were. And the way that they did it, again, looked unreal. But I want to see if BTRM can close this out. I think if there's a chance for them to turn the narrative around, this is it, right? This is the series. And funnily enough, if BTRM wins, there's actually someone on duty today that would feel vindicated.
Ooh.
Risk predicted that BTR is going to win 2-0. I think a lot of us didn't believe her. We thought she was trolling, but she might actually be true, be correct.
I guess so. You never really can tell when it comes to our teams here, right? There's a reason why MPL MY continues to be one of the more entertaining regions, because you never really know what these squads are going to do. But now that the Liam Ward was banned out by Vamos, BTR goes straight for the Baxia opening.
And I would assume that the Marcel value, the Marcel stock will drop for Vamos. They probably won't consider that often. That much anymore. No Quinn as well. I wonder if they want to go for an E+1, or maybe like just a flex pick +1. The flex pick would be the YSS for Arrow 404. But then again, he's a lot more comfortable with that Suyo, which has been one of his most picked heroes.
Yeah, BTR knows that Vamos prefers the Assassins. That's why they go for the Baxia so early on. It gives a lot of issues to both Suyo and Liam Ward. Now the Zusin is still open. Pairs pretty okay with the Khalid if Vamos wants to keep things open, and looks like they will.
Yeah, it would be a mistake to not go for the Zusin. You give it over to BTRM, Baxia, Zusin, that is a combo made to destroy. But they still have the Yif in their arsenal. Although for Vamos this time, at least the Khalid could be a bit of a band-aid solution to threaten that Yif whenever she wants to use the RWM.
If BTR wants to play it safe, Eve is a pretty obvious choice. I wonder if they would repick Phoveus though. No, they go for the Yisan Shin.
Is it Chico Yisan Shin?
Should be. I don't think they're gonna flex this with Abaxia.
I think it's his 5th Yisan Shin game in the regular season. I could be wrong. I think it's like 4th or 5th. He's been really liking this hero. It does open up the Harif one naturally.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how well Harif matches against YSS. I hope to see it, and we will see it. But Nako has not played Harif yet this season, so he's got a little less experience there. Hopefully he has practiced enough since the patch dropped.
Yep, and Chico's YSS is the only YSS so far in the gold lane that gets Sky Piercer. Want to see if he goes for that again. I feel like it could make the difference between if he has the man fight the Harif. Now the Harif is so much stronger. We're going to the second phase. Both teams still lacking the XP laner. I think Phoveus has to be banned out.
I'd be surprised if Team Vamos didn't ban Phoveus, since they've got the Harif now. I wonder what else they would need to be worried about. Maybe things like the Arlet, that could cause some issues. But now we've got a fun fact about Smooth, actually. He's currently 0-3 on his signature Benedetta. And Benedetta in general currently sits at only 2 wins out of 9 games.
And out of the 9 games, 3 is Smooth. So the other 6 is, I believe, is split between Diablo and Siska. I know Diablo won 1 game against a Team Ray. Did Siska win with Benedetta? I think he won as well. Not looking good.
It's a bit of a tough meta for her.
I wonder if we ever see Freya get let through, but then get played into XP, so that Mr. Raging Sanford. Did you saw that clip?
I did.
Sanford,
well,
XP
I heard
Freya.
about it.
And yes, and that's the Raging Sanford. Shout out to Brigida.
I think it's a little more effective now, especially since Freya would benefit heavily from the War Axe change.
Yeah, true.
But I think it's still better to play her in gold. Looks like BTR will indeed ban out the Arlet still on the opposite side, along with the Terizla, trying to focus down Xeno, since he hasn't had a very big hero pool yet.
Isn't this a Yuzong pick here? I mean, it's Yuzong or Sora, right? The
Or
only
Vamos?
two good ones left on the table if you want to dive the Eve.
Lapu, I guess?
Lapu as well. Someone to threaten YSS and Eve, Lapu or Yuzong would be what I'm looking for. And then the Sora would probably go onto the other end for better setup. Who would you rather go for? I feel like the Yuzong sort of makes a bit more sense. If Vamos wants to play fast, that is, right? You want to threaten Chiku and Z. The Yuzong is sort of like your one-stop shop to shut them down.
It's a Xeno classic as well. He used to spam Yuzong a little while ago, but yeah, looks like he will go ahead and lock in the Black Dragon himself. BTR now needs to finish off their composition. This is most likely Baxia jungle, YSS gold. So they're looking for a Roamer and a gold. Oh, sorry, Roamer and XP.
Is this a Sora pick? It could be a Lapu Lapu. But I feel like if you want to set up the Sora, it's perfect for that. Sora, YSS, Div. You know, you kind of see that combo. Even in the roam roll. Whatever's Rasi Cho? Is this the time?
Ooh, not a bad idea actually to Cho this game. They already have Baxia, so they don't need as much front line. I know that a lot of people in pubs have been playing Mincetar.
I mean, you can go Marcel too.
Oh, that sounds like a Benedetta.
The Lord Smooth Benedetta again. And wow, this is such a classic draft. I feel like I'm seeing some remnants of what was it? Team SNG / Todak.
I think that BTR and IG are the 2 teams in the league that play very, very standard compositions. It's very front to back, very expected, but works well because it's not difficult to execute outside of that Benedetta, which, as we just talked about is still 0% in the hands of Smooth. We'll see if he can change that. But the RWM Glorious Pathway combo is proven, and the Lancelot
wait a
makes
minute.
an appearance.
Not even considering the Suyo. So we go straight to Lance. Does give them good dive though. Against YSS, against the Eve. Huh. I don't know about this. This feels slightly weird. I mean, I'm rooting for Smooth to get his first Benedetta win in the season. That would put his Benedetta win rate at 25%.
It would be a very big momentum shift for BTR, because it would not just be Smooth's first Benedetta win, it would be BTR's second victory against a team that is on a win streak. As we jump into game number 2, looking at the emblem setups overall, the Petrifies on the EXP laners, the typical revitalizers, nothing too out of the ordinary. But what is strange about this one is the situation Team Vamos finds themselves in. Can they bring us to a full series?
Maybe it's a curse. Maybe it's a curse that the teams that are in second place in the leaderboard will get booted down the week after that.
Maybe.
Right. Sounds pretty unlikely, but hey, there's also been this ongoing something we were discussing in the back room, and then the Bahasa caster did say every time there's a VMAX call with someone for BTR starts winning.
That's true. It's only the second time it happened, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah, like if I have a nickel every time it happened, I would have 2, but it happened twice, so not really sure if it's a coincidence anymore.
You can definitely see Team Vamos a little bit more nervous than usual. Heart rate's pretty high across the board over there, while BTR is fairly chill outside of Smooth, who clearly knows that he needs to prove himself on his signature.
I mean, it's a dangerous grass. And wait a minute, Annabelle, where's the Oswald looking at? Oh, gotta fix that in just a little bit. The trade continues here. This is gonna take the beating a little bit, unfortunately. Bottom gank early on. That's what we want to see from a Baxia. First blood for Smooth. Well, no, for Annabelle.
Good rotations from Annabelle, knowing that the mid duo are in the mid lane. So this is going to be a free one, especially on Abaxia, taking advantage of the level 2 timing as well. EXP laners typically aren't prepared for it to be that soon.
Yep, and it frees up some pressure because Zkif would be forced to hold that wave. Smooth is going to try to shove it in, but won't be able to do it in time, sadly. Z escapes arrow 404, so no Qs there. He didn't want to commit the Phantom Execution in case Z gets out, which he still has the flicker to do so. Does force the recall, but Z should be able to get that level 4 alongside Claw Kun as the turtle spawns.
I feel like we're already in a place where BTR is almost guaranteed the first turtle unless Error makes some kind of big play, because they have the better team fight setup by far, and Xeno is already behind on EXP, so it's hard for Vamos to fight.
And Chico always does this, right? He proxies the wave so he can join the fight, and he has such a valuable ult. But the RWM and the boat thrown up very early on. That's important resources, but Annabelle given just enough space to get the objective and get a kill. Zeno joins the fight, comes in, Petrify on the tree. The damage not there. Rasi keeping everyone alive with the Revitalize. And that's a double kill for Z.
Well, I said it was quite likely to happen, and I'm kind of sad that it did. Because you always hope for the players to defy expectations, but Z with the double kill is going to be huge. Eve scales well, already doing very good damage. I saw the attempt from Error, but you could tell that he could not move in. And I don't know why Xeno decided to fly in and fight there.
Yep. Even expended his Petrify.
It was way too late.
Smooth didn't have to use his, and I mean also the early Dreadnought armor for Annabelle played a big part in that as well.
Yep.
Not to mention Rasi just body blocking with the help of the Revitalize to make sure that Shirezi doesn't bleed anyone out. Nako almost getting solo kill by Chiku, guys.
Harif was buff, but YSS probably still outtrades in lane itself. We will probably see Natko do a little bit more once we get to the later stages, since now Harif has a pretty strong endgame power spike. But until then, BTR are in the driver's seat. There's a reason why Baxia is consistently banned by most teams. He just creates too much early game pressure. And then you pair it with the Mountain Shocker as well. It means that BTR has so much map vision to play with.
Yeah. And you also have to remember the fact that they used it very early in the first turtle fight. So even without the full value, BTRM still won the fight and the objective. Imagine when the game goes late and they have items.
And compared to before, Vamos can't even split push as easily since they're up against a Benedetta. I think this is a really solid draft from BTR, and Vamos need to do something to make sure this doesn't become their first loss in a while.
And this timing for Chiku, guys, is excellent. Just got his Sky Piercer, so boots into Fury Hammer, straight into Sky Piercer without upgrading the boots. And if he can just cash in on 1 or 2 stacks in this turtle fight, this is going to really make Vamos' life hard. Mountain Shocker already used, so get a glimpse of where Vamos is at. ZK being held back. Nako dashes in with the help of Zeno, comes in with the Black Dragon, the boat connects again, and Annabelle just rolls in for the drive-by, and Zeno once again trapped and taken out. Chiku, guys, cashes in on the Sky Piercer.
Zeno feeling what Smooth has been going through for the first 3 weeks of the season. Just trying to start fights, but not having any backup because the team composition is not able to do so. Ever actually had control of the turtle. I think he may have retreated a second too early. We can look at it real close here. Error, yep. Just a bit too early. And Annabelle was able to steal it away. They have to back it off, and then the double ultimates lock down the Yuzong.
And this is the worst case scenario because this Yuzong is 0-3. So if his stocks aren't plummeting just yet, it almost hit the ground. And it probably will in the next 5 minutes. An immediate lane swap initiated, and that means lane priority now is completely taken away by Vamos in the side lane.
BTR has clearly adjusted better to what we're seeing so far. And that is not a sentence I thought I would be saying, but hey, you always expect the unexpected. Annabelle contesting the bump. Oh, he took it too.
So patient.
Oh wait, did he? No, Error has it.
So Annabelle flinched.
Okay.
I honestly thought that it was Error who flinched. Well, good for Error. No, if not, he would have been put even further behind. But they did lose the bottom tier 1. And well, this YSS is free farming.
This is a tough one. Vamos doesn't have the better scaling lineup here. Once again, BTR is YSS, Eve, Benedetta. Their late game macro is going to be so strong. Vamos only really have Natko because Zeno is already kind of out of the game unless he gets some kind of big gold bounty, and Error, well, Lancelot is not played for a reason, let's just say.
Yeah, not sure if the War Axe change would make too much of a difference as he usually relies on abilities anyway, so the lifesteal part of it probably doesn't matter too much. But the third turtle on the board, and this time Vamos still wants to put up resistance with the Black Dragon form. Zeno keeping 2 members in the control with the Petrify. This time, Error 4-4 will get the objective. The RWM as a response, but Smooth has his own Petrify. So Zeno goes down for the 4th time, and Vamos now strikes back.
Okay.
Crimson Beacon lifting up Chiku, guys, and slams him down. Claw Kun claims that kill.
You know, for a second I thought that would be a mistake from Vamos to just try and blitz the turtle, considering they've been losing fights, but looks like sticking to the basics still does work, especially when you got Claw Kun on the Zeusin in the back line. Picking up those kills is going to be huge, especially on Chiku to slow down his momentum and create a little bit more space. Error finally secures his first turtle as well, and that is a much needed foothold for Vamos.
Yep. They still need to figure out how to deal with side waves as the game progresses, but at least they get a bit of leeway. Now, Marasi held off the defense long enough. Annabelle does show up, but there's no way to actually fight this. He gets lifted up and thrown back into Z Cave, and Z will have to bail him out.
Okay, looks like Vamos is playing a little smarter now. We can see that they have finally been able to regain a little bit of that composure, and the net worth difference is narrowing as a result. BTR still has the better scaling lineup, but now it's going to take a little bit longer before that spike happens, especially with the focus now on the gold lane.
Oh, 1v1 Smooth against Error 404, and this time Error will best him and forcing the retreat. And at least the wave was cleared out as Vamos takes the top tier 1 for themselves. That does give Natko, again, even more breathing room to start farming up, and Vamos understands that Natko is the win condition.
Yeah, not just that, Claw Kun as well. And I'm pretty sure that BTR is also aware of this. Z going to need to have a very important role in these team fights to make sure that the Zeusin doesn't get to keep using that lantern for free. And Smooth until now hasn't really been able to make the big plays in the team fights either. He is being largely left to his own devices on the opposite end of the map.
Okay, the Raging Sandstorm actually misses. Maybe attempting to catch Rasi isolated, but without the Raging Sandstorm and the Lord on the table, Vamos will have to hold back on any thoughts. As Smooth continues to play on the sideways, 1v1 on the top, this time YSS against Lancelot. Chico guys holding on to the boat, very patient, and now connects it. Rasi does show up, and Arrow 4-4 will out away.
Yeah, Error just needs to make sure he stays alive there. The less Sky Piercer stacks he gives over to Chico guys, the better it will be. Oh, mid lane.
Going straight on to Z as no flicker, and Nako just blows him up. Perfect timing for Vamos. Move does eventually show up, but unfortunately doesn't find a good angle. And that's enough for Vamos to hop onto the Lord and start working on it.
You know, before this, Harris Power Spike was the Holy Crystal third item. I'm starting to think now it's the Feather of Heaven second item, because that was so much damage.
Yeah, it's unreal stuff. I hope they revert this buff next week. They gotta get rid of it. I do not miss the meta where Harris just two-shots everyone. That was the worst meta to play.
I was shocked when I was reading it, and now I'm even more shocked seeing it.
Man, I mean, mid lane, we had a good run. I wish it was longer.
Alright, he is close to the Holy Crystal. Chiku has been slowed down quite a bit because of those repeated kills. Move. Oh, they see Chiku. Nice play from Error.
And it's pretty unfortunate. I feel like Chico was looking for an ambush and Error willing to take on this fight right now. There's still a lot to be taken care of, and Vamos in the driver's seat.
You know, I really am wondering whether we might see a resurgence of Lancelot. War Axe would actually benefit him now with the changes a little more than before. But Vamos finally back in the driver's seat. 1k gold lead into the 11-minute mark. Lord pushing up top. Only the tier 2 towers left standing. But BTR does still have good wave clear.
The BTR's draft doesn't allow them to aggressively start fights, but they can be very responsive and hold their ground. That's something that I think Vamos can look to take advantage of. They really want that Holy Shield to pop, but unfortunately, that will not happen, and Smooth should be able to deal with this Lord. Unfortunately, the minion wave not in front of the turret, so Smooth gets to hide in the bush. And see if Vamos overstabs. There might be an angle, and now Smooth is going to show up. Unfortunately, doesn't find an opportunity, so all the holy defenses are maintained.
This is the Vamos that we were expecting to see in game number 1. You get a small lead and then you really start pushing it forward. I'm still surprised that they were able to win that turtle fight to make this happen, but I think BTR is even more shocked about the situation.
Oh, and thank goodness Annabelle was able to run away, because if Clockwork got that lift, it's most certainly going to go down, and Clockwork does have a Sky Piercer in his possession. All outer tier turrets for BTRM have now been demolished. Vamos 3.1k gold lead.
I wonder if it's time to start prioritizing Harif in the draft. He does still have counters, of course, but as long as you deal with it properly, you can see just how much of an impact he has. Looking at the damage dealt, Z is still on top, as expected of an Eve, but not far behind is Natko on that Harif. And a lot of this happened to be for the Holy Crystal timing, so we knew it was a big buff, but wow.
Yeah, I mean, pretty hard to counter someone that two-shots you, you know? It's, you blink and you
Why did they buff him?
Come on,
still so.
Come on,
Okay, let's see. I'm looking at the items right now. Magic defense is only on Annabelle for the BTR side with the Radiant. Otherwise, there's really nothing. That's probably why we're seeing so much damage out of Natco thus far. Lord is now spawned. Bigatron does still have some space on the map, but it's going to be very hard to contest this.
The long lane needs to be dealt with, and they do see Chiku guys on the map. Smooth cannot afford to show himself bottom either. He does make it into the bush behind the pit, and Vamos aren't in the position to check it. But perhaps BTRM have an angle to make a play, but this could make or break the game. And it's very imperative for Smooth to stay hidden, but now they spotted Smooth actually used the Petrify, but unfortunately he doesn't really get much value out of it. And that means that BTRM are technically down one man, and Smooth is now not in a healthy state. Annabelle just hops into the pit. His team is not there. Annabelle needs to turn around and help out his teammate, but Clockwork is already in the back line. Z is dead, but Chico, guys, is the true jungler. He gets the Lord, now he needs to get out. Clockwork on top of him. Chico, guys, tries to fight back, but Clockwork has the Sky Piercer, and Chico, guys, goes down. Annabelle to follow. But BTRM have at least found a lifeline with that objective take.
They took the Lord, but it's gonna cost them pretty heavily there. They lost 3 members, including their goal laner. Chico is actually close the killing Clockun too if he didn't get picked up at the last minute with the lantern. We can see in that instant replay, this was a bit desperate from BTR. They're not usually the type of team that will try and make these sort of things happen, but they were still able to fight it pretty well. With Chiku literally dashing in at the last second to seal that Lord away. If more of his team was still alive, there's a very good chance they could have turned around the fight after that.
If he didn't have to use the Traceless for that steal, he would have 100% made it out. But still, lifeline for BTRM, and that's what's important.
Chiku guys continuing to be that guy here
yep.
in MPL Malaysia.
Man, the fact that Annabelle rolled in alone and they somehow still got the Lord, kind of insane, not gonna lie.
I thought for sure that Bigatron was throwing there when Annabelle rolled in.
Yeah, I thought it was over.
The Glorious Pathway was just a little bit too slow to follow up, and then after that they got fully funneled with Zkif and Clockun. I thought like, yeah, no way BTR is getting anything out of this one. And they wouldn't have if not for Chiku's hero play.
Man, 2 Retributions plus Phantom Execution and Thorn Rolls, and we still lost to a YSS without Retri? What?
Hey, he's a legend for a reason.
He is. The Lord listens to Chiku. Chiku says, you come with me, and Lord was like, yes.
Fortunately, I think Smooth did whiff a little bit there. Yep. And I don't know how, considering Natko was... Oh, hold on.
He might be dead. Yep.
How does that even happen?
Ice Cream's 1, baby. Ice Cream's 1 slow.
Maybe we shouldn't have praised Chiku so much, Husky.
Yeah, well, you know.
We may have done that to him.
I mean, the Lord isn't up yet, so... game's not gonna end here, which is a good thing. At least now you sort of know that the Ice Cream One's value is pretty dope.
It is. I think it was also because Chiku was so much further ahead than the rest of his team.
Yep, didn't want to use his flicker either.
I guess it's fine. It's not like he's that far ahead anyway, so dying there isn't too big of a deal, since he will be back for the next Lord anyway. But that does stop Bigatron from being able to walk up onto the map more.
Man, I just want Smooth to get his first banner win at this point. He's been doing a pretty good job in really managing the sideways to pull Vamos' attention over, and that's what he did with the long lane.
Yeah, he's been doing good at managing minions, but the team fights have been really lacking. Again, before I was interrupted by Chiku's death there, he missed the Petrify on Natko, who dashed into the bush himself.
Yep, and Natko didn't even use the... I thought he used the Purify. I thought he had some ungodly reaction, but no, it was just...
Like, I checked it right away because I was like, whoa, did he Purify that? No. Smooth missed because they both dashed past each other.
Yep. Chiku showed in the top lane and Smooth showed bottom. Can they still make it in time? Because I think Vamos are gonna blitz this, and Annabelle, he's gonna run out the shooting very soon, gets body block instantly. Smooth now has an angle in, but this time Arrow 4-4, good for it. The RWM though does trap Vamos in the pit, and here got Chiku guys in with the flicker screen, but his team is already dead. Chiku guys, desperate attempt to make any sort of play happen, but they all fall short, and now Vamos has truly found the winning angle. Z getting jumped on by both Clockun and Zkid. The Sky Piercer stack is gonna cash in right here and now, and Vamos surely guaranteed to force the game tree.
That is a team wipe on Bigatron Malaysia right there from Team Vamos. 15 seconds until Annabelle shows up. Guaranteed crystal for Vamos. And we will go ahead into a full series to kick off week 4.
Alright, this series has already subverted expectations. I was ready to take an early break, you know. Get some ice cream. But I guess I won't have time to do so with how this series has developed. Slightly odd on BTRM's side. I honestly thought they would be able to push the envelope with how much they punished Zeno, but this Yuzong still managed to find value.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked about that part. Yuzong is supposed to completely lose all value if he's that far behind early on. But luckily for him, Smooth is still 0% win rate. Unfortunately, this signature is not working out. I don't know if they can rely on it anymore because it is not doing them any favors. I thought for sure as well that they had a chance to win that last team fight. Like, Z was doing so much damage with the RWM since he was largely ignored, and then Chiku decided to dash into 4 people.
Yeah, that pretty Chico. I mean, in his defense, it's quite indefensible. But you know, if
Just 2 damage from afar, dude.
if he already had some Sky Piercer stacks, that would have been a hero play.
Definitely.
That would have won the game. But he had no Sky Piercer stacks, and because I saw the angle, and I was like, man, Chico can free hit this. He can do this. And then he went one step further.
Like, I get it, you have to alternate range and melee for Yi Sun-shin, but if he had just stood on the outside and did range damage for a while before dashing in, they 100% could have won that fight. There were so many micro decisions being made here. But this time, our MVP is going to be Claw-kun, evidently becoming the hidden backbone of Team Vamos.
Hey, second best mid laner in MPL MY, and an honorable mention for the MVP candidate to whoever buff Harif. All right, you're causing some problem.
Yes.
I want Harif to get banned in Game 3. I hope he gets banned in Game 3. I think no one is having fun if Harif is this strong. There's my Claude, man. Because of Harif, I don't see Claude anymore.
Yeah, well, it's also because he was nerfed. I imagine that contributes to it too. But Chico was winning early against the Harif, and he's still not able to outscale him.
Yeah, getting the early Sky Piercer investment is such a dice roll. It's so risky, right? Like you have to find immediate value, and unfortunately, not able to get that this game.
Well, you say that, but Claw-kun also had a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a true sin, you know, like.
True. Alright, let's look at the items here. Anything out of the ordinary. The typical Harif build here. He was already hitting very hard with the Feather of Heaven, so we might be seeing a new power spike on this hero. At least until it gets nerfed, because I feel like that's going to happen. Anything else? Radiant Armor was eventually purchased by Rasi, but clearly it was not sufficient. Error 404 actually did a better job than I thought. I thought for sure that Lancelot would have some difficulty this game, but that War Axe buff is actually making a difference.
Wow, Z even went for the Winter Crown too. Yeah, I think Chico guys having a BOD would have made a lot of difference, because that last fight everyone was actually incredibly low. Though I want to look at the emblem, because I feel like Arrow 44 went for the marksman emblem again, and now I really, it's either I'm understanding it wrongly or it's just an Arrow 44 thing.
Well, again, I think it does end up benefiting you more late game. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He went for marksman emblem, so he's actually giving up on early game penetration to get better late game scaling.
I guess if the game goes this late, I can see the value. 10% is... Wait a minute, now that I think about it. 10%.
10%'s a good amount.
It's a good amount. To really overtake the 14 flat that Assassin Emblem gets,
you need over 100,
the
actually.
enemy needs to have at least 140. Because 10% of 140 is 14.
Do you actually get that much? Can you get that much?
On tanks, yeah.
Huh.
But, not even then.
Because, like, Malefic Roar gives you 30 pen.
I guess, I mean, if it stacks Malefic Roar, so I guess it's okay. Yeah, then you get a lot of value late game.
I feel like we need to ask for an expert opinion on this one, because this seems very technical. And so far, Error 404 is the only one doing it. Not even the marksmen are going for it. So, we will see. I still don't really see the calculation being more than what the Assassin Emblem provides. But if we look at the stats here, he was actually doing quite respectable damage. 40k on the Lancelot, but obviously not quite beating the Eve and the Harif. Eve is expected, that is her job, but man, Harif hits hard.
Yeah, 57.2k damage dealt, just like that. Two-shotting Eve, very fun, hard to catch. Not to mention, get spell vamp, the more people are around him, which is something that people tend to overlook because of his passive. It looks so unassuming, but that's sort of what keeps Harif alive too. And now the Skeleton Scythe is back in the game, and he gets to proc it every 1.5 second. Oh, the value is so much.
I think something else to highlight as well. It's not just that his skills do more damage now. His ultimate also got changed, right? Zaman Force. It used to be an instant 50% slow, and then it reduced to a 15% slow over time. Now it is a consistent 40% slow, which is a lot.
Telling you, whoever buff Harif, nerf Claude at the same time, this is not good, not good. And, nightmares. Good luck playing Mythic rank tonight.
Oh, I'm so concerned, but at the same time, I do like playing Harif, so I'm gonna be spamming him. I'm sorry, everyone. Let's see, Error 404 as the rich guy, 761 GPM, fairly respectable. Z still doing his job on the Eve. Annabelle had a good start, but that is the issue with Baxia. He will drop off, and Natko as the best wingman somehow, with a Zeus in on his team.
Yeah, actually didn't have to do too much, right? It's just as long as he plays alongside Clarkun, they're pretty unstoppable. Heavy magic damage, high mobility, and just a constant stream of crowd control. I mean, Vamos, this game was not perfect in any way. I think BTRM still had the upper hand when it came to the early game, and they've proven it 2 games in a row. But it was one of the concerns that we had, whether BTRM can close out the series, and now they get one more chance to do it.
And we can look at the highlights again to just talk about exactly what happened. Because early on, I really loved the focus that BTR put on Xeno's lane. They know that if they stop the Yuzong early, he doesn't have as much of an impact here in that fight. I don't know why he decided to jump back into the fight, because that is clearly a death sentence. But one thing I gotta give Xeno props for is he somehow finds a way to remain relevant even on these heroes that should no longer have value when they fall behind. It's not the first time this has happened.
Yep, and this was the fight I believe that Vamos won. BTRM were very out of position, and Chiku guys was late to the fight as well. So Vamos just got a head start, and because of this fight alone, they swung whatever goal advantage BTRM had and completely nullified it.
And even after that, BTR still had a chance to make things happen, but they could no longer fight the same way they could before, and I feel like they lack the ability to properly adjust that. Smooth clearly doesn't seem as comfortable on the Benedetta as he used to be, and then Chiku has to make things like these hero plays to actually keep them in the game.
Yep. And I think even with that, right, Chiku here as well getting caught off, and when Vamos finally secured the Lord, I honestly look like Chiku.
This fight's such a waste. The damage that Z was doing, and then Chiku just dashes to his death.
Actually just grieved his entire team. Oh man. Well, can't wait for Facebook. 100%, someone 100% screenshotted that.
Oh man, Chiku.
Some things don't change.
The coin flip man at this point.
Good to see you back, Chiku.
Not in the way we'd hope.
I mean, he went from MVP to that. That happens, high pressure moment. I don't blame him. They still have a chance. Remember, the head coach of BTRID was watching you guys, and probably is still watching. Oh, you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to streamer compilations. Re-streamer compilations.
Oh, that's true.
There's 100% a compilation of that moment. You can't. Yeah.
I'm so confused. Why would you dash in there?
Hey, maybe if they win, we can request. Hopefully we vote Chico as the MVP first, right? And then he will have to be interviewed, and then Rose can ask the question. Yo, Chico guys, why you do that?
I don't know. I guess he thought he did more damage. Who knows? I guess we'll answer that another day. For now, we officially have a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Vamos back on track to potentially keep their streak going. BTR still has a chance to finally get their second victory of the regular season, but they're gonna need to properly lock in this time. I think they gotta play it safe, play it standard. The Benedetta is sadly not working for Smooth.
I honestly thought they would go for someone to set up like a Lapu or a Sora. It really felt so good.
That would have made such a big difference. But you can't really change what has happened. Now, we gotta tell you guys about something special that's happening here, because we have our Caillou X MLBB cards available only at the MPL booth here live at the venue. We got the MLBB collectible cards Hand of Destiny and Origin of Legend.
Woo.
And it's limited stock, by the way. You got something? Yo, what you got? Whoa, that's cool.
I don't even can see this. This one's cool.
Hold on. I gotta open mine.
Whoa.
It's limited stock. You guys get freebies if you buy a full box, and it's only available here at the venue. So you guys need to come to the venue. and get the cards on site. Yeah, on site. What did I
Wow.
get? Did I get anything cool?
I got a. Oh wow! Yeah! Whoa! Whoa!
Ooh, look at these. Yo,
Whoa!
that's cool.
Novaria? Can I
Yeah,
trade
that's
my Arlet?
Novaria. Look at that. Cool. You guys can't see it too well, but take my word for it. They're cool.
Oh, I can't wait to get
that's
some
nice.
packs. You come here, right? You can only get it here
Yo.
at the MPL Arena, and it's limited stock.
Look at that.
Look at it. Oh, can I would trade this.
Nah,
You
I'm
want-
keeping that.
You're keeping this? Oh, it's okay. You can have it. I'll try and crack another pack later
Oh,
on.
good.
We both
can-
got something good.
We'll do
Sick.
some trading later.
It is so
You guys
sick.
can do it too, but only here, yeah, limited stock on site. If you guys haven't visited MPL, now is the time to do so. Let's go ahead and jump back into game number 3. What needs to happen, you think?
Funny enough, I don't think there is a big problem with the draft. I mean, there were in game 1 and 2, there were like 1 or 2 picks that we, mentioned that could use a bit of change, but it's not something that is super significant. I feel like it's just minor decisions, right? This series, surprisingly enough, has delivered in a way that most of the errors just came from split-second micros. It was the same in game 1, and the game 2 was exactly that case.
Yeah.
So I guess ban Harif. I forgot about that. Ban
I
Harif,
agree.
please.
But I agree with you. I'm actually kind of surprised that these games are not really coming down to major misplays, but rather just one team outperforming the other. And I know a lot of us went into this series expecting Vamos to steamroll the competition, but looks like BTR has actually done their homework. As long as they keep it standard, they play it safe, and prevent too much early game of falling out of hands, they genuinely have a chance here to stop Vamos' win streak and put some much needed points on the board.
All right, let's hop into the Game 3 draft, starting with the map selection. We've got Flying Clouds, we've got Dangerous Grass. What do you want? Give me Expanding Rivers, right? I feel like these two teams have been focusing on a lot of the objective fights. Expanding Rivers would fit right in that, but yeah, we're going back to Flying Clouds. Not a problem. Zusin and Guinevere ban, and I think the Zusin ban is also pretty needed. Even though Vamos did lose with Zusin in game 1, but you cannot take away the value that Zusin has. He's one of the heroes that doesn't really fall off.
A lot of people just don't realize how much of an impact Zusin can have. I've played her in pubs. I'm not even a mid lane player, and I can dominate with her. That's how you know this hero can be a problem. I don't know yet if teams will really respect Harif enough to ban him, especially in the first phase. He may be more of a second phase ban.
Yeah, I mean, knowing MPL MY, respect is not... No respect.
We don't have a lot of that here.
Yeah, we don't really need him. I mean, the Freya is still up.
Oh yeah.
But that's most likely a Vamos ban to consider. No, BTRM bans it.
Huh.
Wow, okay.
Interesting.
Blue side Freya ban, huh?
An indication that Chiku is not the most comfortable on it, maybe. But also Oh, someone got some cards over there.
Actually, I would trade this. Who's that guy? I want to trade. That's Zusin. I want Zusin. I don't play Arlet. I want Zusin. Come on, give it to me.
I guess you'll have to go find him later.
I'll go find it. Come here, little kid. I would trade Arlet. You like Sky Piercer Arlet? Assassin Emblem? I have just the perfect card for you. Give me Zusin.
These are pretty good cards.
These are pretty good.
Not bad at all.
Ah, there it is. Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Is respect.
Thank you, Vamos.
And from Vamos, man, they really have changed.
I hate that hero so much. Well, I don't really hate the hero. I just hate how busted he can be.
Yeah.
It's one of the few heroes that just like he feels like Harif's positions in the meta sometimes feels like they're filling with Microsoft words, you know. You move the photo like 1 pixel and it's broken.
I was wondering what you were referring to there. Yes.
No, the software.
Yeah, I can see it. Though I feel like in this case they didn't move it a little, they moved it a lot, and now the entire document is messed up. And someone's gonna need to fix that, and it's not going to be me. First pick for BTR is Valentina right off the bat.
Wow, okay. We haven't seen Valentina first pick in so long, and for a very good reason.
Huh. That's very curious. Now, you usually pick this early to deny the Sora.
Deny Sora.
But the hero has been left alone up until now.
Yeah, wasn't even banned nor picked. And it doesn't help that if there's a Phobius on the other end, he actually, it's not, what? Wait, I'm so confused. You could pick like a jungler here.
And they left Uranus open.
We don't even need a jungler, so they take Uranus the lead.
This is already a very strong start from Vamos.
What? This is not a smooth Valentina, no way.
No, you wouldn't do that. I guess they can pick Sora now since they've seen the Uranus.
Yeah, sure, I guess. Yeah, they can actually.
Sora.
But what if Era 4 plays Uranus jungle? And then they pick a Phobius.
Oh, that's not impossible.
It's not impossible. It's
You have
highly
to bet
unlikely.
it because we know Error doesn't really play tanks.
Yep.
He's very assassin focused. Ooh, Alice pick from BTR.
Okay. Smooth just contemplating. I guess that's me again. Another YSS. This time it's a bit more convoluted. We don't really know where YSS is going. I feel like, man, do I want Chiku YSS? I feel like you should give Chiku guys a traditional marksman. But you can't give him Claude. There's no more Harif.
I also don't think Annabelle has been playing very good YSS. So you kind of have to give it to Chiku.
And that means you either pick Baxia or Fredrin next, but then there's a ban phase coming up. Oh boy.
Ooh. I already like Vamos' draft more.
Yep.
They have a Farsa too.
Oh god. What? This is so weird.
Why did they go Valentina first? They could have.
You banned junglers here, right? Just ban out like Annabelle's comfort pick. You already took the Uranus away.
Yeah.
You banned Baxia?
You ban Baxia here. And if you really want to play it safe, then the Fredrin as well.
Yep.
That'll force him on an assassin that the Khalid can invade. And Farsa will be able to play a little safer.
Yep. I'll be surprised if the Baxia ban doesn't come out. They ban the healed up first.
That's fair. I can accept that. What does BTR worry about? Previously, they banned quite heavily against Xeno.
Yep. I think banning junglers doesn't help them either. Gold lane bans?
Maybe.
Because they already have the YSS. They could target the gold lane and just focus Fire Nako's hero pool like Moskov.
And carry, I guess.
Yeah, Moskov and carry, actually. Yeah, you're correct.
Force Natko onto the Claude, who was recently nerfed. So he's not nearly as oppressive as before.
Oh, worst case scenario, the Granger, but wow, okay. There's still plenty of choices though. So you ban Lancelot, there's still Suyo. Unless they ban the Suyo here. Can't leave it hanging.
They would rather play against a Leomord since Valentina can steal that ult.
Yeah, but Leomord's already banned.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So there's no Leomord. What? This is getting slightly uncomfortable.
You know what? I think Era can play Joy this game. We did talk about her.
Oh yeah, right.
The Starlium Scythe back to what it used to be, so Joy is suddenly viable again, and Ever 404 likes the hero a lot.
You are correct. Also, it doesn't matter if they ban the Lancelot, I guess. Is this a Baxia ban? Whoa, whoa, wait a minute.
They ban it?
What?
Oh, what are they planning? So they are playing Suyo. Either they intend to play Suyo, or they're forcing BTR to ban Suyo, because that's what it looks like.
Yep. And then they take Baxia away?
Not impossible.
Not impossible, right?
I feel like they'd be lacking damage, though.
They take Baxia. If they take Baxia, they have a carry, unless BTRM like puts this YSS in the jungle.
They ban Moskov.
Seems more and more likely. That could be the case. Even if they take carry and the Baxia goes over, it doesn't really matter because the carry does destroy Baxia anyways. That's a high prior hero here for Vamos.
If you're gonna go this far, I think you leave Error's hero last.
Yeah, I think you just take carry here.
Carry makes sense. Natko's comfort lane's okay against YSS, scales well against basically anything else that BTR might pick at this point.
Yeah, and then one of the highest success rate, I think.
If they do go jungler, Suyo is still open. But why would you ban Joy? I guess it is for the Suyo or Nolan, I guess?
I think you take carry here, right? You should.
I do think carry is the best bet.
Yeah.
I would say.
Oh
man, there's curveballs on top of
It is
curveballs.
Nolan.
Okay.
Leaving Natco's hero for last.
Maybe they really want to see the box out first. They really want to confirm where the YSS is going before they pick.
I think so. That could be it. They want to make sure Natco scales.
Gets like the best possible game for him.
All right, so what does BTR want at this point?
I have a feeling Chiku will get YSS again.
I think so too.
Then they'll put a tank on Annabelle. Oh, but both of them aren't good options. That's the thing. Assuming a carry gets picked up, there's no good options for tanks.
I'll be honest, tank jungle doesn't look good for BTR right now.
I think you have to
They
go
have
like...
Alice and Valentina. They need damage.
I think you pick another marksman here for Chiku. Just give YSS to Annabelle and you pray that he gets a good game.
You could still go Claude.
You could still go Claude. They take the Kalea and... Yeah, they did. Okay, so they do take Ranger. Alright,
that solves the damage problem.
Woo. So no Moskov, no Granger, no YSS. Claude got nerfed, no Harif. Carry left.
Little tricky for carry to lane against Granger.
What if you take Bruno here?
No. Bruno just doesn't feel very good right now.
Oh, what does Natco play else? Oh man.
I would... Other marksman options. Beatrix got buffed recently.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I actually kind of want to see someone play Beatrix again.
Like, do you want Beatrix?
Because shotgun Beatrix genuinely might be good again.
Pretty risky, so...
Oh wait, Adamir just came back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but he's EXP now.
He's EXP, yeah.
Ah man, I missed the days.
We need the old Sasa. Sasa would have done it.
Okay, there's the Claude. Keeping it safe, keeping it standard. Did get nerfed, so probably has to play common emblem again.
Yep.
No more fighter emblem Claude.
Yep, they realized that not giving someone that likes to spam abilities mana is too much. Okay, I'm not... I mean, BTRM definitely did salvage the draft a bit in the second phase, but I personally still like Vamos' draft a bit more.
I agree with you. Vamos has better early game timings with the Khalid, Nolan, Farsa, and their side lanes are pretty secure with a Uranus. This is one of Xeno's best performing heroes too. And they've got 3 Purifies, which we know ruin heroes like Kalea historically. So I agree with you. I think Vamos has the advantage, but BTR has already proven us wrong once before. Let's see if they can do it again in game number 3.
This is generally one of the few games that the teams keep throwing curveballs. Couldn't get the draft guess the draft until the very end. But let's see if BTRM can break their lose streak and at the same time break Vamos' win streak. BTRM on the blue side, Vamos on red side as we go back onto Flying Clouds.
It's gonna be easier to trade this time around since Kalea will be able to heal up any poke damage that Khalid does.
It is so fun. Look at Look, just the Uranus into Alice matchup.
The sandbag battle.
Oh, there goes the buff.
Ooh, they're trying to steal.
And you can't go parallel jungling because the Nolan started on the opposite side of the map.
Ever was able to steal it. Z tried to secure it at the last moment, wasn't able to do so. So Annabelle guaranteed to be behind on EXP.
Yeah, and that is not good news dealing with a Nolan who already accelerates his farm speed, and more so when he's ahead. So it is still the fighter emblem for Natco. And the marksman, okay, this marksman.
Okay, this makes a bit more sense. Marksman emblem on Yisun Shin, right? I still feel like Assassin's better, but I guess they know they're not really winning early anyway, so may as well play for late scaling. Ouch.
Yeah, you can hear the groan from the crowd as well. That stings. No turtle up in 20 seconds, and man, I feel like there's a chance for BTRM to contest, but the focus might be to get punished in terms of kills instead of trying to hard focus on stealing the objective.
I think BTRM has to just not contest objectives at all early on. They can try to be cheeky with it, but if Vamos shows any sign of diving, they should just avoid fighting at all. They don't have enough damage early. Their Kalea gets countered by the Purifies. And I think that's what they're going to do.
And they force Annabelle completely out of his own jungle. And this is bad news because that orange buff might get stolen. And Z doesn't have an ultimate that he can work with just yet. Still the Raging Sandstorm, trying to get the punish onto Z. Kip, orange buff was stolen. The bolt misses. And Smooth also doesn't get Zkif, has to expand the flicker. Zkif still runs away!
No!
Not like this!
Dude, he just sidestepped everything! Like he was taking a walk at the park. That is not a good feeling for Bigatron. They should have at least been able to kill him. Especially since he doesn't have Purify.
And that disastrous Rasi still at level 3.5, so you can't even get any punish to protect your own jungle.
Ooh, things are looking a little rough. Now we know that Vamos has better early game timing, so it is expected that this would happen. But Bigatron needs to try and set a foothold at least, because we see that Annabelle already can't farm. He's 3 levels behind in 3 minutes.
And his game is practically over, so they need to immediately go into damage control mode. And they're getting a taste of their own medicine. This is what they did to Vamos in game 1 with Kali just roaming around freely.
Rasi only hitting level 4 now, which is definitely later than usual, and even after hitting it, he's not going to be able to do much with these 3 Purifies. The only targets he can grab are Zkif or Ever, and I'm pretty sure Ever is just not going to show himself until he knows that it's safe.
Oh man, he's still level 4. He's going to hit 5, but at the cost of another orange buff that will spawn and be stolen immediately by Arrow 404. They're going to be very late to the party, and I don't think they can get enough of a punish. Yeah, no point committing the Tsunami Slam.
I think you have to just try and force out Purifies. But even if you do, you're not getting much with that. Smooth, why are you here, sir?
Wrong way, Smooth, wrong way.
First blood to Error. Very easily done.
Oh, they're gonna force the objective. Can they at least kill Nako though? Purify is out. The flicker forward into Tsunami Slam, but there's no damage. Rusty will try and finally gets a kill on the Nako. But Chico guys goes down. D is gonna get jumped on, and Error more forward with the finisher. It's a painful sight to behold. Vamos 2.1k ahead in this game. Might unfortunately have already been over.
I think so too. I'll give Rasi props. Good job on waiting until the Purify ran out to Tsunami Slam Nako. That's why the Claude even died. Nako pressed it a bit too early, but still, Bigatron loses the fight because most of their damage relies on late scaling or Annabelle having a strong lead early, and we know he does not have that. So Vamos can continue to apply pressure. 3k goal lead in 5 minutes. It's not looking good.
Oh man, how to come back from this? Because now Annabelle has to take a side lane, which means someone will have to take a bow.
Error is level 10, man. He is farming so fast. And the next one is Zeno.
Can they punish Nako? Oh, BMI. Oh! Better airstrike doesn't have enough damage. Man, nothing is falling into place and Annabelle is dead.
Oh my goodness.
This game is over.
They're falling apart. And this time I can't even blame them. Purify from Clawkund just to make sure he's alive there, and Bigatron can't get anything.
Man, I still don't understand this Valentina pick. I felt like that was one of the biggest crux that is now starting to show the weakness of his weakness.
Vamos definitely has a clearer game plan going into this. They were saving this Nolan for the right situation. This is it. They put Rasi on the Kalea as well. It was banned in both previous games, finally left open, and the Purifies show why this hero isn't as popular anymore. Team Vamos clearly in the driver's seat, and Zeno on this Uranus is such a nuisance every single time. Yep. It was banned in both previous games as well. Bigatron just forgot, I guess.
Man, part of me felt like the Marcel maybe would have made a difference here, but man, Arrow is level 12. Okay.
5 level difference.
Traceless. Alright, he gets out. Arrow just gonna tower dive him and easy gets out. At least Annabelle gets his purple buff.
Yeah, and they did actually get a pick off on Zkif. I think he may have dived the tower a bit too deep. Even if it's just the roamer, anything Bigatron can get right now is going to be valuable. But it means that any other farm they can grab is wholly reliant on Vamos making a mistake.
Need to start getting some Sky Piercer stack value on this Granger, because Jigu guys is going to be the biggest difference maker to tear through Zeno's health bar. And Zkif, of course. And that's just half of it. You still have Nako, who scales so much better.
My
better
goodness.
F, right? The buff? Let's go over to Annabelle. Secured it with the bow and arrow. And that's about it. And arrow 4-4 found one. Chico guys barely makes it out. And
here comes ZQ.
Here comes. He's dead.
Yep, guaranteed. Even if ZQ dies here, which he won't, it still will be more than worth it.
Yep.
That's gonna be a free tier 1 mid. Vamos is now officially in Vamos mode. This game is in their hands. They've shown how good they are at pushing the advantage. And BTR are not very good at coming back from these situations.
Damn, this game is certified unvamosable. They have to try very hard to lose this game. And what?
What? Smooth? Are you okay?
I think the answer is not really. Malefic Roy is out for Chico guys. There is some penetration, which they desperately need, that can help if they get the tsunami slam onto someone. If they don't have Purify, that's already 5 ifs in a single sentence. And it still doesn't help Vamos solve any issue, and Annabelle is dead again.
Oh, he does no damage. He is tickling error 404. That is the saddest thing I have ever seen.
That is a humiliation ritual if I've ever seen one. Error is level 15 compared to Annabelle, who is level 9.
Level 15 before the 9-minute mark. Very fast.
Is that a new record?
No, I think it's been faster, but it's close. Team Vamos, 8k goal lead in 9 minutes. Next Lord is coming up. And their scaling is good too. Error is 4-0. Natko has been farming pretty safely outside of that one catch earlier on in the game. Chiku's farm is not terrible, all things considered, but he's the only one that's somewhat keeping up, and he clearly doesn't have Sky Piercer stacks. So unless Vamos just makes a massive mistake pushing into the base, this game is over.
I think this game is already done. I don't know how to come back from this. This is where you press surrender.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will be disappointed to hear that, but sometimes the surrender button exists for a reason.
Yep, I heard. I'm not sure if this is true, but I saw like a post that said that in the future, when you press surrender, and then whether you accept or reject, it'll show the hero portrait. I think it's a fantastic idea because I'm always the one that presses yes. You gotta make it clear. All right, that's a very early Blazing Duet.
Why did he? Okay, that feels like a bit of a misplay. He doesn't have it for the Lord push now, but even then, 9k goal lead.
Smooth? Hello? Is it what? What? Why? Just defend the base, man. Just defend the base. So there's no Smooth now, and there's a Lord coming in. DK is a point blank. Oh, yep.
That's not even necessary.
That's GG. Vamos. It's a slightly shaky start, but an incredibly strong finish. A true one over BTRM and a reverse sweep for the Vipers.
It ended up being a little more difficult than I think a lot of us anticipated, but Vamos will maintain their win streak going forward. We gotta give some props to BTR Malaysia. This was not a bad performance, especially in the first couple games, but the draft in Game 3 raised more eyebrows than I have.
Yeah, Game 3 was very weird. It was very weird. Whatever we saw, you know, the praises from Game 1 and 2, it just went out the window. Did they overthink? Did they pivot too much? There's only something that we will find out if there's access to their team vlogs in the near future. But for now, the moment belongs to Vamos. The win streak continues for them. 4th consecutive series win.
But it shows that they're not invincible as well. This is a team that has been growing, has been learning. There was clear adaptation after that first loss. And there was a strong game plan going into the draft for Game 3 as well. Once again, props to the coaching staff. You cannot be giving Xeno heroes like Uranus. He's just too effective on them. And all the other heroes that were given away for free, putting yourself in a situation where your jungle gets invaded so easily is not something you should allow. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to the usual interview up on stage. So Rose, take it away.
Team Vamos berjaya kekalkan win streak mereka untuk musim ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Give it up for Error 4 for Natko and Team Vamos. Congratulations. Guys, I tanya Bocil tadi, kenapa nampak penat hari ni? Kenapa nampak barai? Dia cakap apa? Kenapa penat sangat hari ni? Kenapa penat sangat hari ni?
Tak ada apa.
Exam hari ni. So how? Okay tak?
Okay.
Okay. So, Rose nak tanya, kalau exam okay, apa jadi di game pertama?
Game pertama, kita belum panas.
Belum panas. Kalau belum panas macam tu
Betul.
Lepas tu di game kedua pula macam nampak 50-50 dah kan. Starting to pick up the pace. Game ketiga you guys actually dapat dominate kau-kau. So adakah you guys dah panas dan okay je?
Game 2 tu panas 50%.
Oh. So belum panas adalah faktor kekalahan di game pertama?
Yeah.
Okay, now Rose actually nak tanya Era 404 sebab Era 404 dapat pecahkan record fastest level 15 di season ini. You dapat kalahkan Gary punya record of 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Bocil dapat, kalau tak silap Rose tadi, dalam 8 minit 45 saat macam tu. And you dah reach level 15. So, di patch baru ni, Emblem Marksman dapat buff dari segi adaptive penetration. Adakah itu salah satu reason kenapa Bocil guna emblem tu hari ni?
Betul.
Okay, tell us more about it.
Sebab farming lagi laju je.
Oh, okay. This is something yang kita boleh try di rank malam ni. And adakah emblem buff ni akan membantu dari segi assassin heroes?
Ada slide ada hero yang boleh pakai Emblem Marksman.
Okay. And of course, Natko.
Yeah.
Tadi sebelum game Rose kan interview Coach Valdo sedikit dengan Clockun, and Coach Valdo cakap perubahan besar untuk patch ni dari dekat Gold Lane. Do you agree?
Apa?
The perubahan di patch ini lebih kepada Gold Lane.
Yeah.
So apa sebenarnya perubahan di Gold Lane? Sebagai Gold Laner user lah.
Gold Lane ya? Sebetulnya hero-nya aja sih. Hero-nya tengah banyak patch kan. Tapi secara gameplay overall masih sama.
I see. Adakah patch ini and of course the changes di dalam Gold Lane akan membantu Vamos untuk bangkit untuk match yang seterusnya?
Boleh jadilah.
Boleh jadi. Okay. Guys, kita tadi nampak game yang I would say 50-50 untuk game pertama. Starting to get cleaner. Game kedua, game ketiga. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Agak-agaknya siapa MVP dia? Okay, sama-sama kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada
Pak Bet.
Jatuh kepada
Clockun.
Mid laner terpaling nonchalant di MPL MY. Betul kan? Nonchalant kan aku?
Tak betul.
Tapi kenapa tadi masa Rose interview dia 5 minit tak gerak macam ni je?
Dia malu-malu. Malu-malu boy.
Malu-malu boy. Bila nak mask off? Clockun, congratulations.
Thank you, Kak.
Malu lagi
Nggak malu, Cok.
Nggak malu ya. Okay, Clockun. Minggu lepas, Rose actually ada buat satu V-Mix call dengan Moon. You kenal Moon kan?
Yeah.
Dia terkenal sebagai the King of Mage di Malaysia, and dia cakap, in his opinion, Clockun actually bawa Stormy. You're the second mid laner bagi dia untuk musim ini. So, that's a feat, okay? Tapi untuk Clockun, apa sebenarnya beza daripada playstyle Clockun musim lepas dan musim ni? Kenapa you dapat improve sebanyak gitu?
Sebenarnya playstyle nggak ada beda sih, cuman yang sekarang trio-midnya lebih connect aja. Jadi mainnya juga enak, kalau mau bikin decision mau kemana-mana gitu lebih enak aja sih sebenarnya. Kalau playstyle nggak ada yang berubah sih, masih sama aja.
Lebih kepada chemistry.
Ya, chemistry-nya lebih ada aja
the
sih.
Trust di trio mid lah.
Yeah.
Okay, I rasa Bocil dengan I rasa si Era 404 dan juga Zikif boleh complement Clockun di mid lane. And of course, 4 kemenangan berturut-turut. Maksud tu Vamos tengah win streak untuk musim ni, tapi perjalanan masih lagi panjang dan juga jauh. Adakah kekalkan win streak tersebut ini sangat-sangat penting untuk Vamos ataupun tak kisah sangat pun pasal win streak ni?
Nggak terlalu penting sih mau win streak mau enggak, yang penting aku maunya tim kita tuh buat game yang bagus aja, game yang solid lah. Mau menang kalah itu belakangan lah. Ya, yang penting konsisten.
And of course, Klokun, sejak korang start to menang and of course tunjukkan prestasi yang sangat-sangat menarik kepada audience kita, ramai orang dah start cakap Vamos ni sebenarnya boleh menjadi top contender untuk musim ni, especially kalau nak lawan SRG. Adakah ini bagi pressure ataupun tekanan kepada adik-adik di dalam Vamos, ataupun you tell them to santai aja, chill aja?
Enggak sih, santai aja sih. Aku masih nganggapnya semua tim di MPL ini masih sama semua lah. Gak ada yang kayak terlalu kuat sangat. Emang sama rata aja semuanya.
Okay, that's a winning mentality right there. Bocil, esok akan jumpa Team Ray, your ex-team.
Okay, I have message.
Wait, terus message. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Memang nak ganti Rose ni. Okay.
Okay, untuk Siska ready masuk pocket Zeno.
Kenapa you yang turn untuk Zeno?
Tadi disuruh sampaikan.
Okay. Suruh sampaikan Okay. Klokun, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada Team Ray untuk perlawanan esok?
Untuk Team Ray, paling untuk teman-teman gue yang di Indo, Panstrong, Caleb, ini aja kasih game yang terbaik buat besok.
Dia memang nonchalant, guys. Okay. Mungkin Natko lah kot yang boleh cakap last words to the fan.
Gue aja.
Oh, dia ambil mic pula.
Pertama buat ini dulu, buat warga Velda, terus buat T-Mobile, buat Product Culture, abis itu buat Chips, buat Stand Mall. Makasih banyak udah support kita terus. Terus buat para fans juga Forza Vamos, makasih banyak udah support kita datang ke sini. Terus untuk bos-bos Vamos juga yang support kita dari belakang, selalu datang buat semangatin kita, makasih banyak.
Alright, terima kasih once again. Congratulations, boys. Thank you very much. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to give us an analysis on apa terjadi di dalam perlawanan pertama kita untuk minggu keempat. With that, throwing it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Rose, and congratulations to Team Vamos and of course Claw Kun for once again securing MVP in this series. While his KDA doesn't look quite as impressive as before, just the fact that he's able to aggressively feather their strikes so often speaks to how far ahead this team was.
Yep, no, not all heroes wear capes, and I'm just a bit sad that the series ended the way it did. Like it felt like I got left hanging.
Yeah.
You know. But hey, Vamos. It's not how you finish. It's not how you start. It's how you finish, and they finish strong. But this game is a gross example of just questionable drafting.
It worries me. Makes me wonder, is BTR just losing steam? What was the mindset there? Did they just forget a bunch of crucial things that they had tried to adapt to previously? This Uranus being, I think, foremost among them. It was banned consistently. Almost everyone against Vamos bans it because we know what Xeno can do with it. BTR lets it through. They open with Valentina, which is a hero that gets countered by Uranus as well, so it's even safer to pick him. It's not like they wanted Sora up until this point. It's so confusing.
Yeah, and it came after them losing game 2, so there has to be something more to it, which we won't ever find out for now. But you heard it from Era 404. The marksman emblem for the jungler is for them to clear the camps faster. Well, at least for some of the heroes.
It's always nice to be able to get insights from the pro players themselves, because we're here thinking like, oh, they're playing it because of the penetration buff, but it doesn't feel as good as Assassin. Turns out it's because of the combination of that with the attack speed to help you clear jungle more easily and scale up quicker in the game. Unfortunately, it's not going to help Annabelle much here because they just don't have any sort of lane priority. It's so easy for Vamos to invade.
Yep, and Arrow 404 shatters the record for the fastest. Level 15 as a jungler. And when he hit level 15, he was 6 levels ahead of Annabelle. This game was unplayable for the Yi Sun-shin.
I would not want to be in Annabelle's shoes. That is basically the worst feeling ever when you're playing MLBB. The concept that there's really nothing you can do anymore. It was a very quick game as well, 10.5 minutes, so the damage values in total were a lot lower. Error did the highest with 37k, specifically saving this Nolan for the end of the series. Z is trying his best. Honestly, I have to give props to this new player on BTR. He's doing his job as a mid laner, but his teammates are not helping a lot.
Yeah, and since he's only a Valentina, there's only so much he can do.
Yeah.
It's pretty unfortunate.
You can't even steal Feathered Airstrike because the Khalid and the Nolan will just jump you.
Yeah, and Vamos has 3 Purifies, so
Rasi can't do anything either.
Yep. I would say that Smooth definitely, in Game 3, definitely had a couple of, mistakes that I really felt like if they didn't happen, would have given BTRM slightly better chance. Missing a couple of abilities and just autopiloting into team fights. That's kind of weird as well.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Smooth this season, honestly. He has consistently been one of the best EXP laners in Malaysia, and it's just like he has no impact at all. Is it like he's not being given the right heroes? But even on signatures like Benedetta, it feels like something's very off. Maybe the communication or the synergy is lacking. But all of those combined to form a perfect storm for Vamos. Error is the rich guy. He hit level 15 so fast. 888 GPM. Having the highest damage. Zeno Sandbag. ZQ best wingman. Khalid is a highly prioritized hero between these two teams. So I'm surprised that BTR is letting Vamos steal it so often too.
Yep. I think it has to be Tilt. I'm willing to believe it has to be Tilt. Well, all 3 games have been won by a team that possesses the Khalid roam.
True.
Yeah. Maybe Khalid roam is the new tech.
Could be, especially since they're banning Hilda too.
And then there's no glue.
Maybe. We can look a little closer at the numbers for Error 404. We already talked about his GPM, but the rate at which he is farming the jungle, 4k from there, 1k from kills and assists alone. Man's having a field day.
He is. This is one of the easiest game of his life, and the worst loop you could fall into as a jungler who is behind is have all your timings being tracked. And it's enabled when the opponent has someone that clears incredibly fast like a Nolan, and then you have people like Uranus and Khalid that can just sit in your jungle and you have no way to kick them out.
Uranus and Khalid together is so overkill because you cannot kill either of them, especially with the draft that BTR had. They needed mid-game scaling and they couldn't achieve it. They need to play off of Kalea's catches, but 3 Purifies means that you can't. Vamos planned all of this and they played it to perfection. I can't blame BTR too much for the execution, but the draft really screwed them over.
Yeah, the Valentina first pick, just not it, man. I felt like maybe they would have had a better chance if they just go Gatot or Rasi instead of the Kalea. But
yeah,
who am I to say? Last time I gave suggestions on draft and some MAL coach says that I don't know enough, so hey. I can only say good things. I think the team's pretty good. Except for a few moments. Like this one.
Yeah.
And maybe this one.
This one, Natko definitely pop Purify too soon. And that's why he could get picked off. But even then, Vamos was winning the fight otherwise. And when you are this far ahead this early on, every single fight is a highlight reel for you.
Yeah, like what, by 5 minutes they were diving tier 3s to kill the ME jungler. And then there's moments like these as well. It's just a series of unfortunate events.
Honestly, I can't even question Annabelle. He has to find farm somewhere.
Yep.
And his team can't back him up no matter what. Smooth here is trying to clear the wave, but probably dived a bit too far forward.
Yeah, it wasn't needed. Like, if you said he wanted to cancel the Feather Airstrike, you can just let it go because everyone else is deep in the base anyways. There's just a lot of very weird moments that... Good news, Chico guys did get his Sky Piercer stack. So
it's a sad finish for BTR after a strong game 1.
That's pretty depressing. That is, I'm left hanging.
It's okay. We'll have another match after this, which has the potential to be good.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, it is MPL MY after all. But Vamos with their 4th win.
Pretty good, pretty strong.
Pretty good.
And tomorrow they're facing TR.
Yes.
That's also that one is genuinely quite exciting. Because,
That's actually my match of the week.
Yeah, me too. Because both these teams have suddenly reversed momentum after the first couple of weeks.
And it could be Team Ray's 4th win as well.
Ooh.
But it will be at the cost of Vamos' win streak. That's a story for tomorrow, but I'm excited.
Well, you're right. It's a story for tomorrow. So let's focus on the story for today, right? Second and last match of today.
Woo!
SRG versus AC Esports, who has picked up another new player. In case anyone is not aware, stay excited for that.
Yeah, it will be one of his most stressful debuts because you go straight up against SRG, but he's no strangers to facing up against SRG. He's done it last season.
Plenty of times before that even. So I think he'll be okay there. It's the question of whether the rest of AC will be okay. I'm hoping that BTRM will be okay after this one because they've still got more matches coming up, which means more matches that you guys can grab tickets for. Their second leg match against SRG is already sold out. If you want to catch any of their other matches, scan the QR code and grab them straight away.
And this, I'm telling you, the next 2 weeks will be one of the hardest and most depressing runs possible for BTRM if they don't get it together. Because they're facing RQ Tora tomorrow. And then the week after that, they're facing Vamos again. And then the week after that, they're facing RQ again. So it's going to be a tough one. But for Vamos, they're playing Team Ray tomorrow. And afterwards, they go back to facing up against IG to kick up their second leg. But guess what? Their match against RQ Tora and SRG has already been sold out. So if you want to get Vamos tickets, there's still the remaining ones up there. In fact, 6 more series available in the second leg. The dates are on the screen. Some are selling fast, some are not. Scan the QR code, 15 ringgit per ticket. Just get your money's worth.
Yeah, I think a lot of Vamos fans are going to be feeling quite happy now that the team is looking good. Hopefully they can keep this streak going. So if you guys want to be here to show them support, to give them energy live in person, make sure you guys grab tickets for that as well. We're also still offering the cards, the trading cards,
Yes.
which are only available here on site. So a little bit of a bonus if you guys drop by and join us.
Yep. And on top of that, we also have a fun activity here live at the MPL Arena. It's a TNT Code daily prediction activity where fans guess which team will win. There's a slip that you can redeem at the booth at the counter when you get a ticketing booth before the match. And all you gotta do is to vote who you think will win. Write down the relevant details like your name, your in-game ID, and then you pass it to the TNT Code booth. 10 winners per day will be randomly selected for correct answers, and you get 200 diamonds per winner.
Ooh, 10 people every day. 200 diamonds if you guys get your prediction right and you happen to be selected from the winners.
Yep.
So another reason for you guys to join us here at the MPL Arena. And for those of you who are here or not, remember, Naruto is still around. The skins for Minato and Itachi are still available for both Gusion and Julian. So if you guys haven't grabbed those yet, or you guys missed out on Phase 1 skins, those are also available. Make sure you guys check them out in-game right now.
Yeah. And remember, there's one free skin that they're also giving out with the event. It's the Gara skin. So do make sure to clock in your dailies to redeem that skin at the end of this.
They're very good skins. There's a lot of them. So anyone who is a fan of Naruto, classic anime from our childhood, you guys can jump in on that. I imagine most of you guys already have them anyway. But for now, we're gonna jump into a short break. When we come back, it's SRG versus AC Esports. See you guys there.
Aku siap.
Boleh nih.
See you have first skill. Mana dapat dua.
Depan.
Gua siap.
Nice boy.
Mid kan? Boleh kasih.
Gas aja men. Nih, gua dah.
Tower mid boy. Boleh tower.
Nice boy.
Gua ambil jungle. Aku paksa lihat. Main. Teris cik. Sabar. Aku tengah ni. Kita orang jangan.
Doi.
Teri tak ada flicker kan?
Bodoh. Ada wave bawah ya.
Boleh paksa guys. Tak. Aku pasang.
Tengok Moskov guys. Aku jaga Moskov.
Uti.
Depan boy.
Belakang dia boy. Mana.
Aku ada emo.
Aku mati.
Cek tengok.
Tower boleh. Careful guys.
Sudah.
Aku tahu kan.
Tor.
Aku tahu.
Agak bahaya tu.
Sabar guys. First game baru guys. Okay. Tak dabrak guys.
Boleh.
Tarik. Ni tak fikir ni.
Dapat sini gua.
Mati. Sini. Dapat. Nice one.
Atas je. Tak dari belakang kau. Petek. Orang. Tengok bawah agak Kita tak bawah man. Dia depan weh.
Mama. Dapat sikit ni.
Go. Aku dah.
Ni benda aku je. Relatif dia tak mati doh.
Aku rasa kita baik. Apa push pun boleh doh.
Aku rasa kita push atas bawah je lalik kan.
Boleh.
Aman. Rasa dah.
Jadi. Dah push kan. Santai.
Let's try.
Santai. Kalau aku tahu aku cakap kau push tower elok tadi. Go tahu.
Bagi kita boleh tak? Tengok.
Lobat.
Let go.
Ya, aman ni.
Kereta.
Aku mati ni. Ni depan lu ni. Let go.
Boleh. Gak angkat.
Kalau.
Angkat. Pukul dia. Kompong aku je. Boleh. Tengok. Nasib. Boleh now. Boleh.
Ni dia double dash dia.
Boleh kan? Angel lah.
Double dash dia.
Angel. Select. Ada weh. Nice.
sini. Di Todak Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Todak Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Todak Academy.
Cultured by Toda. Amaterasu.
MPL Top MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供魂か。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu. Roti dah nak siap!
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas. RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供魂か。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。
愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. Hai keng keng chow em flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Kita Wiza Arena.
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Weh, sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang ah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau! Gatal! Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari, boleh menari macam mana? Ui dah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now. Hai keng keng chow em flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu saja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Tawira Arena.
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda. Amaterasu.
MPL Top MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しか
アマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
アマテラス
愚かなる弟よ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa. Saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba ada lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang lah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau. Batal. Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakaplah, cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari, boleh menari macam mana? Oi. Oi dah. Oi. Wah. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MNC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak, ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Mesti telan air mata Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it saying no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused.
Cultured by Todak. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success. Powering the future with industry-driven STEM and TVET.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
The evening dusk heralds the twilight hours here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur. But although the sun may set, the action continues with more MLBB coming your way. The second match of Week 4, Day 1 of MPL Malaysia Season 17 is right upon your doorstep, where we will witness the Selangor Red Giants take on AC Esports. Once again, you are watching the English cast. My name is Stafa, and I will be joined by Husky once again to bring you guys all of the MLBB action.
This is going to be a very exciting series. Of course, the Giants are the favorites, but we did talk about changes due to the transfer window, and AC has made another addition. You might have caught a glimpse of that in the opening montage. And yes, by now you probably should have seen it. It's Valence is now joining AC Esports. That means that Witty fans will have to watch him on the bench and set up for this one.
But it is a curious choice to bring in Valence and immediately field him in the main roster against SRG of all teams. Is it going to be the correct choice? I wonder, because Valence is a player that has competed against SRG on multiple occasions and even played against them in the grand finals last season. So could work, we'll see. But what does work is this code at the bottom of the screen. Make sure you guys scan that.
Yep, and do remember that we are always giving back to you people. So every now and then we're gonna have a code. This one gives you the Ice Talent Carry skin. If you don't have it yet, do redeem it. And it's pretty easy. Go into the profile settings, press redemption code, and then key in the numbers.
It's H1KSWGYAL. So read that out for you guys just in case you're a little lazy to look at the screen. You can just replay what I said. But besides that as well, I want to remind you guys of the wonderful sponsors that we have here at MPL Malaysia, such as the Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90 watts wired plus 30 watts wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro, available now at the Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia.
It also comes in a couple different colors. In my hands, I have two of them.
Ooh.
This one's sleek metallic, and this one is a bit of an aquamarine blue. They have pretty sleek finish, curved round edges, so it's nice to touch, nice to hold, and gives you optimal gaming experience. I personally like it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a very cool design. We can even have little lights on the back here. They're off right now, but we can show you guys another time, because we also need to tell you guys that the exclusive dynamic portrait and radiant kits for Leslie's angelic Agent skin are now available in the shop. You guys can enjoy 20% off during the first month from the 22nd of April to the 23rd of May. And the dynamic portrait is only 640 diamonds, with the Radiant kits being only 200 diamonds. So, if you guys are fans of Leslie, make sure to log into the game and check them out right now.
And Leslie player is getting another W today from good old Pautan. I love him so much. But unfortunately, man, why is it Leslie, man? This
is a good number of
Leslie
Leslie
fans. It is a good number
fans.
of Leslie player. You know what I want? I hope that one day, maybe 5 years down the road, we get a dynamic portrait for Novara's Dragon Tamer skin.
Wait, does she have one?
Okay, maybe not Dragon Tamer. I forgot the name for it, but you get what I mean. Like,
I don't remember. I don't play Novara.
It's Dragon something.
Okay,
It's
I'll
not
take
part
your
of
word for
the
it.
series with Kimmy and all that.
Okay,
But yeah, it's not the same series, but it's Dragon something.
Yeah, that's what I was confused about, because I feel like I would remember that.
Yeah, it's not part of the series, but something dragon.
Okay,
That's the word dragon.
that makes more sense. Well, let's divert our attention to the main matter at hand, which is going to be our second match today. SRG versus AC Esports. SRG, of course, still our undefeated giants. They have dropped the game, but otherwise have been very stable, very solid, even with 2 rotating junglers. Whereas on the other hand, AC Esports finds themselves in not too different a situation than BTRM.
Yep, SRG, they had a couple of close shaves, but most of it were just overcame by better decision making and execution in the late game. I don't know what else to say about AC Esports, right? Because I think they are put in a position where nothing is working. BTRM, there were some glimpses, but AC, it felt like there's nothing.
Well, I hope that Valence will be able to add something new to the squad, right? Let's just interview him. Let's just ask him what he has to say about coming in now.
Guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan AC menentang dengan Selangor Red Giants, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan player baru AC Esports, iaitu Valence. Valence, welcome back.
Hello, thank you, Rose.
Long time no see, ya?
Long time? I think just
M7.
M7.
Tapi lama lah tak nampak because I don't see you on stage these past few weeks. Tapi Rose perasan kan, walaupun Valence tak main di atas pentas beberapa minggu lepas ni, Valence actually pernah datang venue kan? Pernah tengok. Kenapa nak sangat datang MPL?
Tak adalah, cuma datang support Gary. Sama aja je.
Oh.
Kalau datang pun time game RQ je.
Did you expect untuk masuk AC musim ni? Sebab I dengar cerita awal musim you memang cakap nak rest.
Actually tak ada pun. Cuma macam AC management team contacted me and willing to give me a special offer, then yeah. Why not?
Special offer. Kaya dok Valence. Now, Valence, kita semua tahu ataupun kepada orang yang tak tahu, Valence actually tengah belajar lagi kan? So, macam mana Valence dapat juggle ataupun balance studying dan juga playing?
Yeah, that's true. I'm still studying, but my name is Valence and it's quite balanced. Maybe. That's why I can juggle my study and play game, I think.
That is so cliche. Cliche gila. And of course, Rose pun nak tanya, you baru je masuk AC beberapa hari lepas ni. Macam mana progress so far? Sebab kita tahu AC sepanjang musim ni agak shaky. So, proses dia good, not that good. How is it like?
Actually, aku baru datang training dekat Game House AC and sorry. And I think it's good, and what's the feedback from the coaches is getting better. So hopefully our game will go smoothly lah.
Okay, your debut and your comeback match adalah lawan dengan SRG. Kita kira dorang the final boss of MPL MY. So are you ready for that match? How prepared are you?
Actually, it doesn't matter SRG or any other team. We just do our best and play our own game.
Do you have a message to SRG sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan ini?
Untuk SRG, good luck and fun. And untuk Stormy, jom kita lawan.
Thank you very much, Valence. Hope to see AC buat yang terbaik hari ini. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
Well, Valence certainly has the presence of mind to not be nervous, even up against the final boss of MPL MY, and they're certainly not opponents that he hasn't faced before, but it's been a while since he's been pulled in halfway through the season to act as pinch hitter.
Yeah, and I think, when they played the regular season in season 16, they actually had a pretty good run up till facing up against SRG, but even at that point of time, it looked like they actually put up a pretty good fight. Contrary to the grand finals results, which some might deem to be a bit of a landslide, but overall, I think Valence, he does have the presence of mind. He does have the eye for opportunity to make something happen.
Hopefully he is what AC Esports needs, because they're going to be up against the dynamic duo of Coach Arcadia and Azora Vecchi, who already know how to draft, right? They have sharp execution. They're very adaptive with their playstyle, with their drafting situation. They know how to deal with multiple strategies. And after so many years of working together with the same player lineup, they obviously have very strong communication and drafting. They're not, of course, averse to a little bit of limit testing, and that's where we've seen SRG kind of 50-50 sometimes.
Yeah, they're the only, I think, solid world-class coaching duo that we have. And I know some people might argue we have a couple of very qualified coaches, and I do agree, but no duo has come as close as what Azora Vecchi and Coach Arcadia has brought to the table for the local scene on the international stage. I think the record speaks for itself. Just look at that trophy cabinet, and I think it'll explain everything, and which is a good thing, because the way that Coach Arcadia ended up on the team was also quite a story as well. The sacrifices that were made for this moment, for the SRG that we have now, and they continue to evolve. And I think that is the most amazing part about this roster.
And it's led to such a road, such a journey for this team that I imagine is going to continue unimpeded here. We started the season off thinking that AC Esports were going to be strong contenders. They have players with a lot of potential that on paper should be able to perform well. And I think a lot of us were thinking that maybe they're a team that could put up a challenge against SRG, but up until now, their performance has still left us quite lacking. So I think it's time to look at the opposite side, at Coach Adi and Long.
This is one that I am pretty critical about, but I think it is in plain sight that the draft feels pretty disconnected, especially Red 3 to 5. I think that is one of the... They had the worst drafting sequence that we have seen in the league so far. I think by far the bottom ranked, and the game plan, it does lack clarity, right? There's some messy communications in game. Sometimes it feels like there's no initiative when they are forced onto the back foot. It feels like there's no resistance, right? They struggle to fix the roster, to optimize the roster, but they've also constantly had reoccurring issues with the macro play, and the lack of decision, well, the lack of resistance is one of it.
Yeah, it's really weird because every player on AC Esports has a good bit of experience, has actually played on the international stage before in the past, and regardless of issues, should logically be able to perform.
Yeah.
And yet somehow, when they're all smushed together, they're not.
Yeah, it's again, like I personally have an exclusive club, right? I have an exclusive Mile High club that only 3 people have made it in. All right, even I myself isn't in the club, but I know the members, right? Because I run the club. I call it the TAB, right? The Tazi Adi Barbosa, and so it's exclusive to the worst drafters out there. And recently I had to add Adi to the list because I think after 3 weeks of just watching and casting AC games, it's pretty evident that no matter who you pin the blame on, whether it's Ama or Witty, which has been a big discussion in the community, I think Adi's drafting, man. I can't.
Well, he certainly faced some controversy in the community, I think, is the least I can say here. When we compare the head coaches directly, it's a little bit of a one-sided stomp from Coach Arcadia, having 100% first pick win rate, 80% second pick. They only dropped that one a game. I believe it was the Team Ray earlier in the season, with a 91% overall win rate this season, compared to Coach Adi, who's still sitting at a 31.
Yeah, I've seen people saying that, obviously Coach Adi and Arcadia, they have worked together before. They had an MSC run. They've been on an international stage as a duo, but now looking back at the reunion, I think it's not even close, right? And this is not the first time that they reunite on the stage as enemies. They've done it, I think, in the M series as well, in different tournaments in recent years, where SRG has to face off against Onyx ID, for example. And we've come out on top. Well, SRG has come out on top every single time. And I don't see it being any different unless we can go back to the basics and have that draft come out cohesive.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a surprise at the start of today when BTRM took the first game off of Team Vamos, but they were still able to turn it around in the end. And then it is an indication that this season, teams are at least not just allowing themselves to be swept so easily. We are seeing closer games in general, even from unexpected competitors. But this is going to be a real uphill one. I will say that I'd be quite surprised if AC Esports suddenly puts up a strong performance against SRG of all teams. The only portion of the game I think they could is early, because SRG unfortunately still has some bad habits there.
Yeah, I personally think, you know, I am going to lower my bar, right? The threshold. I'm not looking for them to take a game off of SRG.
Okay.
I just want them to make it close. Like in the games they lose, I want them to show some fight. I don't want them to give us what we saw, like, you know, Team Flash against Vamos, or like BTRM against Vamos early on, where you sort of just lie there and take it, you know? Like, it's like you're an abuse victim and you just take the beating. Just fight back, you know? I do something.
That's an analogy of all time right there. But yeah, I get where you're coming from here. Hopefully AC Esports is finally able to give some of these players the performance that they are known for. Because SRG is going to be bringing their A game. We got Innocent, Yoom, Stormy, Skies, and Cram. As always, they are continuing to alternate their junglers.
Yep, and AC Esports will have to face off against the roster that won MSC, the roster that podium at the M series. And talk about timing. But this roster, at this point, we've introduced them enough for you to know that they are as perfect as it can get in MPL MY. They are the standards, and if you can even leave a mark on them, you are considered worthy of being a contender.
This is one of the teams where we don't even need to ask the question of, hey, have they adapted to the new patch yet? Because they've probably already figured out how they need to draft, and maybe even come up with some slightly more unusual ways of abusing the changes. On the opposite end, AC Esports are now filled out with a new face, Valens, joining Aaron Shiki, Izanami, Amal, and Momo.
Yeah, and this is, I think, partially quite a desperate attempt as well to really, you know, rectify whatever innate problems that AC management thinks it exists, right? Because they started with bringing in Aaron Shiki to replace Kusei, and then a week after that, now we get Valens to replace Widdy. So we didn't really get to see the Aaron-Widdy connection too much, just for one short series, and even that series felt like a wash. So right now, it's another new synergy that the rest of the players have to work with, and it's I think incredibly tough, especially on Izanami, Aima, and Momo, because you're playing with different teammates across 2 different weeks.
These are all pretty storied players in MPL's halls of history, but I don't really think they've played with each other yet in the past, or at least I can't really remember it off the top of my head, so I wonder if just slotting Valens in is really going to work, not to mention disrupting the Widdy Aaron Shiki combo, which a lot of people were thinking would be what this team needed to bring them back from the brink.
Yeah, even when we saw that dynamic duo debut last week, and it is pretty clear that the problem doesn't lie there, right? Again, a big part of it lies with the draft and how the team comes together, but if we look at them piece by piece, certain parts still work decently fine. They can put up a pretty good game. It's all about connecting the dots. And now you sort of scramble the codes a little bit. We need to see how AC works with this new Roma.
These are very, very beloved players in the halls of MPL MY. And we know what they're capable of. So it's really, really disappointing to see the performance they've had this season. And I'm really hoping that they finally get the tools that they need. The tools they desperately need to make something happen. Because while their position isn't quite as bad as like Bigatron, for example, we still don't want them to be this far at the bottom of the table. But, well, it's time for those questions to be answered. As per usual, let's welcome our players up on stage. Still undefeated, still unshaken. The March of Giants echoes louder every game. They step heavy, relentless, crushing anything that dares stand in their path. With Skies back at the core, the Sky Prince is here to dominate. Make some noise for the Selangor Red Giants!
And despite the rotation between two junglers, Skies has still maintained individual stats. Second in average goal per minute up to today, just behind Innocent. Arguably the best mid trio in the MPL MY. Well, undeniably, AC will have a lot of work to do, and they need to show resistance. From the away side, they come looking to close the gaps and flip the odds. With Valence joining the team as the new roamer, the comeback is real. The players are ready. One clean combo can change everything. This is AC Esports.
The return of Balance will provide a massive impact to this team. A critical and fierce shot caller with experience facing the Giants. Can they upset the Balance with the raw power of Aaron Shiki? Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For the side of SRG, we got head coach Arcadia and assistant coach Ozora Becky. And for AC Esports, welcome head coach Adi and assistant coach Long.
And now we proceed with the fist bumps between the two teams. A ceremonial initiation before they head into the land of dawn, and a true sign of professionalism, because this is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL MY. It's my time, my era. SRG against AC.
Once again, as a reminder to everyone watching, this is week 4 of the regular season, which means it is the final week of the first leg. The final first meetups between some of these teams before they repeat the journey all over again. SRG is still holding on to a 100% win rate and starting game 1 as the first pick. AC Esports, I wonder what kind of strategies they're going to be bringing in here.
Yeah, AC Esports starting on the red side for game 1 is going to be a good indicator of whether they have made adjustments to that drafting sequence. And I think my attention is going to be on how Coach Adi does this, right? Because I think a lot of fumbles really came from red 3 to 5, which should be the most powerful tools that you're given as a coach on red side, but they keep dropping the ball. So I want to see something different.
It feels like the players on AC Esports are just not being handed the correct tools. We know they have the skills, but it's hard to do so without the right weapons. Let's talk to Izanami right here about losing momentum too early. He said, maybe switching goal laners doesn't impact our games that much. I think the real issue is our lack of teamwork, especially in the early game. We often lose early game momentum, which makes it difficult for us to close out games.
Yeah, and I think that's true, because a lot of people have said that, oh, Kusei is the weakling. I personally don't think so. I think Kusei, with the circumstances that he was in, did the best he could, right? I mean, you're giving him subpar tools and he's able to put out some pretty good result. Not saying that Aaron Shiki isn't needed. I think Aaron is fantastic. We've seen his track record. He has a good repertoire, and even his debut looked pretty great, you know, despite everything that has happened. Again, they're not given the right tools, and they need to really brush up on how they handle the first 4 minutes. This gives me a bit of flashback to a couple of seasons ago, where, what was that team again? Was it like Team Secret, where the first 4 minutes really determines whether they have a chance or not? This sort of feels like that.
I feel like there's a lot of teams that have been able to count under that specific description throughout MPLMY, because early game has never really been the strong suit of a lot of the squads here, including SRG. That's why I said that maybe that's the place other teams can try to take advantage of, but since AC also acknowledges their early game is not as strong, it makes me a little worried about whether they can even topple SRG.
Yeah, I mean, the one player right now in this main fight that has faced up against SRG when they're weak in the early game phase was Aaron Shiki.
But also, I think we could say Valens has been able to do some things there. We have to talk about how he is a bit of a fixer for MPL MY teams, because outside of his first debut season, all the way back in Season 7, Valens has never actually finished below 3rd place.
Yeah, and it's pretty remarkable as well to stay consistent, right? We talk about MPL all-timer like Zorn, but sometimes you also have player like Valens, like Yums. Whenever they play in a team, that team is guaranteed to have a podium finish. And this is something that is constantly overlooked, but also because Valens did take quite a long break between Season 11 and Season 16. And even when he came back last season, he was one of the top roamers for quite a long time before the code was figured out.
It truly speaks to his consistency that he's able to take such long breaks and still perform. So I think AC Esports are hoping that he can do the same for them this time around. He's a player who's characterized by very aggressive playmaking moves, so he could be the missing ingredient that AC Esports has been looking for. We'll find out. It's time to jump into the draft.
Starting with the random map draw, we've only been able to we've experienced 3 out of the 4 maps, no broken walls just yet, and we won't get it for game 1. It's Flying Cloud, and right off the bat, dude, Coach Ark knows what's up. Harith Ban, I like this already. Wait a minute, who's that?
Oi! Hey!
Is that the Bigatron simp?
That's the guy. That's the biggest Bigatron fan in the crowd.
Yeah, I think I've seen him from Indonesia. What is he doing here?
His team just lost, unfortunately.
That's kind of on the team, you know. We tried, Mirko. We tried. We really thought they had a chance.
I wonder what he's doing here. What a surprise to see him in the venue. But for now, not too big of a surprise from the draft, though. Perhaps the Harley ban is interesting. I don't think any jungler has been very successful with it.
All right, Zusin.
It's gotta be Zusin. Who else is there? Marcel? No, it's gotta be Zusin.
It would be so funny if they just go Sora here.
They would have a while ago.
Whoa,
wow, that's
cool. You're a wizard, Stormy.
School of mid lane and wizardry.
These people have better monikers and punchlines than we do. We gotta learn from them.
Yeah, we need to take a page out of their book.
Yeah, I remember one I saw last week was the innocent in name but maniac in nature. That one was pretty sick.
That's good.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could have been savage in nature as well. Half man, half beast.
Yeah.
I feel like they missed an opportunity there. But it is going to be Zusin first pick. Still 100% pick ban rate up until now. And of course, it's in the hands of Stormy, which is terrifying.
If this was CG Esports, it would be 100% Cho pick on the Ritz first phase. I mean, Kali is still pretty good. He's had a 100% win rate so far today. All the teams that have gotten their hands on Kali have won their games. Give is still up in the air. The Uranus as well. We've seen that variation coming up from Vamos.
Ooh, Guinevere also.
The Guinevere is also that true.
Not yet banned.
You are correct. It's also what SRG used to punish Zusin as well in their previous series. But it would be a Suyo Uranus. Wow, okay.
It feels like a very similar opening to what we saw from Vamos earlier, though the Suyo showing up a little earlier than usual. So far, a lot of teams have difficulty dealing with the Uranus in the side lane. It allows you to secure early game quite safely because there just aren't a lot of heroes that offer kill pressure on this in the first couple of levels, and it allows you to take control of the side of the map where the turtle will spawn first.
Do you take Guinevere here? So I think... And also just now, Sunfrost, our good old friend Sunfrost, gave us a good clarification on the Marksman emblem. On junglers that don't really care too much about that extra movement speed, the Marksman helps them clear faster in the early stages, which now makes a lot more sense, right? Heroes like Suyo, they are naturally mobile, like Nolan. They could just go for the Marksman. Maybe not Nolan. Nolan still needs the Assassin emblem, but Suyo, yeah. Guinevere Phoveus, pretty straightforward.
And we know this is a flexible pick as well for SRG. Could be Skies or Yums' hero. Offers them some options. Eve. Is Eve the play? Eve is not bad.
Yeah, Forza, I mean, Valentina is like, yeah, it's probably the worst option right now.
But Eve is countered by Guinevere. Okay, so they go Zetian instead, which I think is okay, but not the most ideal.
Does give you priority over Zusin in the early game, which is nice. You do have slightly longer reach. A good way to set up as well. Alright, I mean, so far they haven't botched Rit 3, which I'm okay with. That's an improvement. No more bad.
They're gonna be targeting junglers now, looks like. Liam Ward gets taken out. Suyo was already secured by them earlier, and they also banned the Harley, so a lot of focus towards Skies as hero. We know that he can play tank if necessary, but hasn't really done so thus far. We also got a fun fact about SRG. Highest First Lord rate, 91% across 11 games. So they've only lost the First Lord fight once this season.
Once. That is crazy. 11 games. Wow. Wow. Tell me they're not the greatest team we have.
I mean, I won't, because that is true. That is a correct fact of the matter. Claude ban. So SRG focusing more onto the gold lane, trying to attack Aaron Shiki a little bit and try to prevent him from having safer gold lane scalers. We don't know yet what Innocent intends on playing. There's still a good number of options. The Granger, the Carry, the Moskov.
YSS is still up on the table. But I feel like SRG might ban the Moskov just because it's one of Aaron's comforts.
That is a possibility. As for AC, do they want to continue targeting the jungle? They've already taken out 3 jungle heroes.
There's the... Even if some guys have to fall back to tank, there's always the Baxia left available.
No, it is banned by SRG.
Oh, wait a minute. You're right, you're right. What else? I mean, Nolan. There is Nolan.
True. The Joy.
Yep.
There is still a good possibility for Skies to play the Guinevere jungle.
Yeah, that is true.
And AC seems to be pushing them in that direction right now, so I'm hoping that they have something prepared if that does happen.
If that's the case, Yum still has a couple of options, like the Khalid, the Cho is up there, the Marcel, which we haven't seen just yet. If there's one classic I want to see, it would be the Grok.
Ooh. Been a while since we've seen the Grok. Unfortunately, not as good these days, because I think he's just a bit too slow. And there's a lot of magic damage flying around. Oh, wow.
They banned the Grok.
They banned Grok.
Wow, okay.
Now that's interesting. Why would they ban Grok? The only reason why you would do that is if you intend to farm the jungle.
But also because it's one of Valence's comfort too. They really dig that deep, huh? Because last season, Valence has had one of the best records with Grok, aside from Yums.
But Cho is still around too. That's also a Valence classic.
Would they rather deal with Cho? I mean, I guess so. I guess they have better tools to deal with the Cho, to handle the Cho than the Grok. Phobia's Gwyn. They're gonna go for the Granger instead. Okay. I honestly thought they would opt for Moskov. But I guess Granger is okay as well.
AC is keeping it very, very standard right now. But having a Zetian and Granger means that they're playing mainly front-to-back artillery, which means that their last pick needs to be a tanky hero in the roam position.
Yep.
I thought that maybe SRG might go carry to deal with that, but looks like Moskov is still perfectly fine. Now we find out whether this is a Gwyn jungle or a Gwyn roam.
Yep, what does Yums get? I am liking the Cho a bit.
Yi Sun Shin for jungle is also not bad.
That is true. What if you take a torch here? I mean, not the best. Actually, they call it the Khalid still.
Khalid.
Yeah, you might as well go Khalid.
Solid comp from SRG. Very dive heavy, actually.
Yep, and it punishes a lot of the other roamers available.
Yep.
If we've seen what happened in the previous series, the worst case scenario is just have Yum sitting in your jungle.
So AC gonna need to make sure they have a strong enough roamer to avoid that early jungle invade with the Zusin Khalid. They've still got plenty of tanky options with no carry to worry as much about, so things like Gatot or Hylos are still fine. Oh, but they go for the Marcel.
It does feel like the best possible pick, but also has great synergy with the Granger. all you need to do is to hit your golden hour and tell King Aaron to unload his whole clip.
Yeah, not bad with the Zetian as well. If they time it correctly, they can just front load a bunch of DPS into the golden hour and burst people down.
It's like an unstoppable, uninterruptible setup as well, right?
But the scary thing about this is that SRG has a heavy dive comp, which also means it's quite effective at skirmishing. They don't need to be standing very close together to take team fights. So they can come in from different angles and attack your backline, which means that the golden hour can't be used too easily for setup.
Yep, Momo even going for the Purify because he knows that he is going to be the one taking a lot of punishment. But with the draft being concluded, we're going to head into game 1 between SRG and AC Esports with the Red Giants on the blue side and AC on red. One looking to extend that win streak and dominance, one looking to forever turn the tides and break that lose streak.
Will Valence be the secret ingredient that AC Esports has needed? Looks like Hume's already scouted out the jungle. They can see that AC is starting on the orange side, so that's going to be very important information. Curious how well Valence will perform on the Marcel.
And Izanami is not really worried too much about Stormy. Clear is pretty decent. The downside of having a Marcel is that he doesn't help you clear waves. But he is pretty good at doing reconnaissance. He gets some early damage into Stormy. Now looking for potential first blood. Stormy will be destroyed by Izanami, and that is the best possible start for AC. Yumes also needs to get out of there, and that's two additional flickers used.
A very nice first interaction from AC, but surprisingly not uncommon for SRG. Stormy just went a bit too far forward there, and then got pincered against the wall. So a nice bit of gold injection. We can see just how much damage level 3 Zetian is able to output. So it's very hard for anyone to lane against her.
Also have to... If Valence is able to time his stun properly as well, you can catch the Khalid as he tries to retreat. And AC Esports now is going to try and give Aimao a better head start. Flying Clouds does allow SRG to reposition. Slightly more effective. But Aimao did steal away that camp. Now gains a minor XP lead over Sakai's.
When the emblems came up, I actually noticed both marksmen are playing on the marksman emblem. So we are starting to see a bit more of a shift towards the changes on this one, especially since now we found out it's not just the penetration, it's also the attack speed that you can take advantage of. First turtle's gonna be up though.
Yep, Momo really wants his level 4, and Sakai's Cram will make it hard to come in with the full combo with the Violet Requiem, and that is gonna be Momo dead at the best possible timing for SRG.
Great combo right there. You usually don't expect to be hit by the Violet Requiem like that. You usually look...
Cram, okay. Going on is Izanami, and it's all about forcing AC Esports back. The kills are secondary. The objective is what they're after. Aimao will get his orange buff, but the turtle will go over to Sakai. Valence flickers in, gets a 2-man stun. Fury the finish. Dodge. Raging Sandstorm from you to try and separate the front and back line as Momo uses the Purify. And SRG able to disengage.
Very systematic rotation of aggro from SRG. They have always been the masters of knowing how to move people in and out of team fights and throwing bodies forward just to make sure that the enemy team isn't able to walk up and contest space. They're able to separate AC Esports quite easily, secure the turtle, and then even use abilities to make sure that no one gets caught out on the retreat.
And Aaron needing a bit of an extra income in the mid lane as he did get outlaned by Innocent, and Innocent not only forced him to take a recall but basically crashed the entire wave underneath the turret. So Aaron Shiki unfortunately will be behind in go and experience, and that will continue to be the case as Innocent has such a firm control over the lane.
But in terms of the teams, the net worth difference is still very, very even. It's only about 50 gold. Again, pretty common for SRG. They're not the type that snowballs particularly hard net worth-wise, especially at first.
Sakai comes in to back up his homie Momo. And Momo will not be able to get anything onto Cram. Safe passage out for the Phoveus. But I do agree, you know, SRG, they don't really get too big of a gold lead. But they're also the team that can turn everything around with one single team fight. And Momo not gonna get punished this time, but to lift back into the Violet Requiem. That looked good, but Momo enough HP to survive.
The timing was just a little bit off. The Violet Requiem was popped too early. I think they thought that the Lantern would get the pickup half a second sooner, and that would have been a guaranteed kill. Because of that, Momo is able to survive. And that is a very important hero for AC to maintain since the turtle is coming up in 10 seconds.
Yep, Momo has the Purify to work with, so controlling him isn't the easiest thing to do, and Yums is already under a lot of pressure as well. Balance and Aaron Shiki in the vicinity. We might get a glimpse of what AC Esports teamfight capabilities is truly at with all these big combos available. And the artillery as well.
SRG have control of the turtle. Stormy and Yum is doing a great job of providing vision. It's dropping low.
Aaron Shiki just got his Sky Piercer. This is the best chance for him to follow up with some of that damage. And Aimao will find a kill onto Yums. The turtle still goes over to SRG as Innocent already initiating a lane swap to the top lane. AC Esports take the kill.
They didn't have to give up Yums for that, but somehow SRG was still able to secure the turtle. Even when Skies got hit with the golden hour, he was in the Marcel ult for the full duration and was still able to land the retry. So that is props to the rest of SRG, delaying it long enough to ensure that the retry range would not fall too far. AC though, doing a good job of fighting at least. They can play heavily around Izanami's damage since this Zetian is gonna hurt.
And they found another pickup. This time it's Valence that goes down. Momo, unfortunately, is gonna get toyed around by Stormy. This purple buff stolen away by Sakai's. Aimao not really home to deal with that. And now we see a bit of that breakdown, what SRG is trying to do. They've successfully pulled apart AC Esports formation, and now there's some room for them to start really attacking the individuals of AC.
I feel like we need to pay a bit of attention to Yums' positioning. There's not a lot of other roamers that move around the map like this, hiding in bushes, not necessarily to set up kills, but to provide that vision. Hold on, in the top lane, nope, they're not fighting here.
And Aaron Shiki starting to come under significant pressure as well in the bottom lane with Yums and Innocent consistently applying pressure. Now Aaron Shiki will have to retreat with Sakai showing up. Thankfully, he did clear out the wave, so SRG are not going to be able to take any structures, and Momo just sandbags the mid wave the best he can and frees out room for Izanami to help assist the side lane, but it doesn't solve that problem permanently as the side lane matchup still favor SRG.
So far, net worth difference is still very, very small, only about 300 in favor of SRG. But you can see just from the way they rotate on the map, they have a lot of confidence in where they want to be and what they want to achieve with it, while AC Esports is still generally playing a safer game thus far. Next turtle is up, but SRG doesn't want to commit yet.
Yeah, I think Cram is going for the War Axe. Got a couple of components, and the War Axe feels like will be the next item. Innocent, again, because he's the Moskov, he can just go back into lane and wait for the opportunity to strike. Golden Hour, let's get pulled. The setup is dead. We want to see something like this. The flicker all come up for SRG as they run away with sliver of health. Aaron Shiki though, getting held back as Aimao takes the turtle away and finds a kill on the Sakai's. Aaron Shiki needs a bit of help as Innocent finally tries to fight with the SOD. And Innocent, with the help of his teammates, now will work on the rest of AC. And just perfect execution from the Giants.
And there's the half-man, half-beast for you, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful golden hour from AC Esports into a good disengage from SRG, but AC were actually the ones in control there. They were able to steal the turtle away despite Skies attempting to stay in the pit with the Violet Requiem. Unfortunately, the burst damage was not quite high enough to actually finish anyone off here. Otherwise, it would have gone so much better in their direction.
Yeah. I mean, this SOD too. Perfect connection as well. Honestly, I am very surprised that Aaron Shiki didn't find anyone. Because that felt like a couple of Sky Piercer stacks coming his way.
Seemed like it just wasn't enough. You would think that it was. He can literally front load all of his damage into the golden hour, and
I am shocked.
It just wasn't enough for some reason.
Oh, that gives Innocent a head start. They do find it though. He has no flicker this time. The ambush paid off for AC.
Beautifully done. They need to find things like that. Innocent dying there is not actually too terrible. He only has 2 kills, so he doesn't have a shutdown bounty yet. So if he's gonna die anyway, may as well do so now.
Oh, Stormy does reposition with the Crimson Beacon, but not able to get any sort of counter-engage onto Aimao. AC breaks the bottom tier 1. SRG already working with a very minor gold lead earlier on with just 1,000, and now that has been again reeled back by AC as they do recover from that unfortunate event at the turtle fight.
I really do wonder why it is that SRG isn't able to build up gold as fast as other teams, considering their success rate in team fights is usually on the higher side. It's a curious conundrum.
All things considered, this is the best of AC that we have seen, I think, in this league. The most cohesive one, at least.
I will have to agree with you there, especially that last call to catch Innocent was very well executed. If they can continue doing things like that, then AC definitely has a chance, especially since the weakest sections of both these teams' gameplay, which is that early game, has already passed by.
We're getting into the part of the game where now these objective fights are going to get even more important. We have gotten a taste test of what the full combo of AC Esports might be as damage starts ramping up more in the arsenal of Aaron Shiki. Those golden hour into a full clip unload might end up being the demise of SRG. Innocent continues to work on the bottom tier turret, so AC needs to make a call. Golden hour gets used only on the Sakai. They need to finish him off. They're gonna land Sakai into the Winter Crown as Innocent joins the fight. Sakai now unleashes the Valiant Requiem and actually was able to trade his life for Amao. This Lord could be anyone's! And Stormy, of all people, get the Lord. Balance, forced to run. Hiroshiki, he's doing his best, but he just needs a couple more, which he does not have.
There really is no team in this league that fights like SRG. What other squad can achieve what we just witnessed? Not just Innocent landing the Spear of Destruction perfectly onto Aaron in the backline, but Sky's buying enough time, even after the golden hour, to trade himself for the jungler and allow the Lord to be a 50-50, and then Stormy securing it and taking back over the fight. Oh, here they come again!
The SOD, chip damage, zooms. It's taken now, and that goes over to Amao. But there is a Lord crashing, coming in from the bottom lane, so there's still some problems that AC Esports needs to attend to. But then early, the second item, Winter Crown for Sakai, changed the trajectory of their Lord fight, because it really felt like that was AC's Lord to take. And this is the second time this game where AC had the start, but they just couldn't close it out.
It's a really interesting idea, because Winter Crown naturally is an item that Guinevere can benefit from, but you would usually build it later in your item build to make sure that you at least have the damage or sustain needed to make the full use of it. But knowing that there is a Marcel on the opposite side this time around, delaying fights can mess with momentum and teamfight tempo. That's what Marcel specializes in. What if you decide to freeze yourself even longer to mess up your opponent's momentum in return?
It's like a sick joke when you play music, but the drums are one eighth of a beat too late.
Basically, yes. Or I guess in this case, you have stopped someone from hitting their beat at the right time, and they purposefully wait even longer just to mess with you.
Yep. Oh, all things considered, it's just a 3.4k goalie for SRG. Balance. Seems to be an angle, and that's going to be Cram using his flicker to get out, but AC, they're not going to fully commit onto this.
Selangor Red Giants finally with a 4k gold lead. Still not that much considering how much control they've had over the game thus far. But this is very much their style. AC Esports playing a front-to-back artillery comp means that they largely need to stay together, and their heroes are not very good at handling 1v1 situations. This means that Innocent has free reign to continue pushing the side lanes and taking advantage of it to farm as fast as possible while still participating in team fights. A large bit of the advantage that SRG has gained thus far is probably on this Moskov.
If they can catch Innocent again, like the previous fight, if they can just wipe out Innocent from the fight, I think AC has a pretty good chance of winning this, because a lot of the damage is front-loaded on Innocent. And Aaron Shiki just got his Sea Halberd too. That should definitely help in his endeavors. And finally getting a couple of takedowns when the Marcel setup is there. Second Lord now on the board, and again, SRG very well spread out in terms of the map control. But AC, we've seen him make decisive calls in the first Lord fight. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, you can see they actually tried to cut off Innocent on the retreat in the tri-brush, but he walked forward. So they're now shifting over to the Lord fight instead. But SRG is just slowing it down. They want to allow Innocent to do as much wave damage as possible before they start things.
Yeah, and Momo still holding on to the Purify, and Balance actually found Stormy. For AC Esports, they excel at fighting together, and Venus is shoving the top wave in. And the bottom wave stacked up as well. AC will unfortunately have to give up possession of the Lord. And it's Amao that deals with the wave, so they're not going to have the jungler with them. Good as Phoenix gets used. SOD does connect. Use flickers. But the range sandstorm is dodged. Balance getting lifted back. Innocent on the Izanami and takes them out. Aim out and Eroshiki both out of range. Innocent now has free range. Gonna flicker forward with the nature. Double kill for Innocent. And Momo just couldn't get in or out of the fight. And now Innocent will come in and claim it. Jules will collect that kill. It's 4 deaths on AC.
Innocent is smurfing in the MLBB Professional League right now. This guy is on a different level entirely. Timing the Wind of Nature perfectly, chasing down 3 people by himself. He's now whittling down the inhibitor. There's still 4 people dead. Is this where it ends?
It could be, unless Amao can clear that way.
Oh my goodness.
He is gonna try. Valence is back. The Calipo needs to die now, and he will die on time. Innocent takes a crystal shot and gets shut down. AC Esports finds some signs of life.
A bit unlucky for Innocent there. It's because the crystal was targeting him that he died. Otherwise, he would have been able to get out a small bit of HP. And it's most likely because his passive was skewering people through the structure as well. Oh!
Stormy trying to run away. Eroshiki, oh man, really felt like another Sky Piercer stack was about to happen. The Golden Hour unfortunately completely whips. AC Esports, because of the Flying Clouds, were able to reposition fairly quickly as Eroshiki now completes his War Axe. The ramp up damage now. A bit apparent. Cram needs to be careful. Eroshiki not able to claim that. Raging Sandstorm easily sidestep. The Lord knocks out Yumes and Sakai's, and now they both have to retreat.
And yet, somehow SRG is still rotating HP. They're still all alive. And they've held long enough.
And they'll go for Stormy this time. Amao collects that kill. Can they find where Yumes is? Izanami is gonna find out the hard way. Yumes not able to go for the finisher. SOD connects. Here comes Innocent again. Izanami will be able to escape, but Eroshiki not so lucky. Sakai connects the energy blast and takes him out. SRG, no matter how many times AC puts them behind, they always find a way back. And the Sky Prince is a maniac this game.
The orchestra of the Red Giants plays at its full crescendo. Somehow, this team finds a way. They lost their marksman. They were 4v5 on the Lord. They perfectly balanced the HP of their members in and out to delay it. And then Innocent didn't even rejoin the Lord fight right after respawn. He flew up to the top lane to see if he could get a split push in, and then rejoined the fight with the SOD at the perfect time. This is why they are the final boss.
The amount of times where it felt like Eroshiki could cash in on a Sky Piercer, could start ramping up, it just was never given to him. You could call it misfortune, you could call it an untimely event, but what you cannot deny is SRG being a cut above. Although I will say, despite AC losing this game 1, I'm satisfied with what I'm seeing so far. This AC looks a lot more polished than what we have witnessed in the first 3 weeks.
It at least looks cleaner, but unfortunately, I think we need to see a little more from this team. Clean gameplay would have been good to start with, but we are halfway through the season, and if they're not able to add a couple more levels to that, they're gonna have trouble keeping up.
Yeah, I think some of the ideas were good, right? And to be very fair, if the team that they were facing wasn't SRG just now at that lore pit, I'm pretty sure AC would have a very good chance of making a comeback happen. And even then, you know, the draft was sound and it made sense. The calls were good. And the cohesiveness that has been missing is there, right? They didn't drop the early game. They were playing together as a team. So I'm pretty happy so far.
It is better than what we've seen before, so I suppose that is a step in the right direction, but this guy, the half-man, half-beast, throws a spear in your general direction and your entire game plan falls apart. The micro play, the macro play, there is not much AC can do to match it.
That's why I sincerely thought that Eroshiki would get the Moskov. I honestly thought that they would pick the Moskov for him instead of the Granger. And sure, you can say that, you know, Granger Marcel combo is pretty normal, but think about it, right? If the Moskov can free hit you, the spears would connect regardless. Bit of a nitpicking there. I think, all things considered, AC put up quite a fight until we look at the macro, and that's where SRG were a bit more superior.
They didn't really have the right team composition to handle macro. I already highlighted this during the game, but AC's composition is not good at split pushing. There's no hero that's able to do so. They have to fight together. They have to win fights in order to take control of the game, and SRG didn't allow it. They are so good at rotating people in and out of the front line.
Yeah.
They use their HP bars in a way that no other team comes close to.
It's genuinely impressive. And not to mention, look at the item. There's 2 Guardian helmets on the front line. And I'm pretty sure they didn't just buy it last minute. They thought ahead of it. And that was what's allowing them to fight these extended fights. Because I think in a normal situation, they would have been poked out ages ago. But not SRG. They kept themselves in the fight just by giving each other enough time to regenerate.
Actually, does Guardian Helmet passive work when you're frozen in Golden Hour? Do you think you heal in Golden Hour?
Alright, this is...
Suddenly we need to check that.
That's a good question.
Because if that is the strat, that is a big brain.
Wait, does Guardian... Wait, no, does item passive still active in Marcel Golden Hour? Alright.
Is that something you can Google?
I'm trying to...
I don't know if that's something you can just Google. We're gonna need to ask someone, because all of a sudden, that is a burning question in my mind. And if it is, it makes so much sense why Yums and Cram would go for the Guardian Helmet first and for Skies to go for the Winter Crown second, specifically to stop Valens.
Yep.
He had good golden hours in the beginning, but at a certain point, SRG just stopped fighting together and they no longer worked.
So you frozen moment, immune to all effects except for Marcel. Oh, but they didn't mention anything about items. Guess I'm hopping into practice too tonight.
Yep. Looking at the damage as well. Highest damage is of course Innocent. I don't think anyone can deny that. Izanami was actually second highest. Once again, these artillery mages, Tia and Eve, are so good at dishing out the DPS. But SRG was sustaining through most of it.
It's pretty insane, generally. I think that, like, even in the last Lord fight, I really thought that AC has got the priority. And then I noticed that Yums and Cram's health are regenerating a bit too abnormally. But they did start building the components for the Guardian Helm before Innocent's untimely death in front of the enemy base. So again, SRG with a lot of forward thinking put themselves in a position where they were already prepared to deal with AC's team comp before AC achieved the maximum potential.
Honestly, even if Guardian Helmet passive doesn't work inside Golden Hour, I can see how this would be a really good item here. You're dealing with a front-to-back artillery comp. They want to poke you down slowly from afar.
Yep.
So if you keep switching people in front to tank damage and allowing others to heal back up in the backline, that's how they were able to keep the Lord fight going for so long in the late game.
Yeah, and obviously we didn't really see a massive, goal advantage until the first Lord fight. This was where things really started to change. And again, the Winter Crown really messed up AC because not only did they send 3 people on top of Sakai, the Lord decided that he's an SRG fan.
And who isn't an SRG fan after seeing things like this? This team makes wonders happen. There's a reason why they've represented us so often on the international stage. Being willing to throw bodies for objectives as well. They know what everything is worth, what kind of economic damage they can apply in exchange for a bit of investment.
Yep, and of course, Innocent being able to constantly get to the backline as well is genuinely impressive. The fact that this fight was single-handedly won because of Innocent.
A lot of the late game fights were won single-handedly because of Innocent, actually. And I think SRG was betting on that. They were playing specifically to delay the fight long enough so that the Moskov could come in and do his thing. He only got picked off once, and that took the entirety of AC Esports ambushing him.
And like they won this fight without Stormy as well. Stormy got picked off, and then Innocent, he comes in, he finishes them off, and then because the guy has a concentrated energy, he was able to sustain the fight and deal with the finishing blow and get the Maniac. It's that simple.
Ooh, what a performance once again from the Red Giants. Their early game may be a little slower than some other teams, but they make up for it with explosive finales. And now AC Esports really needs to go back to the drawing board. I like that we are seeing better discipline early, but is it because they've improved or is it because SRG wasn't intending to play too aggro in the first minutes anyway.
I think SRG's draft, they didn't. It's not imperative to play super aggressive, right? I mean, you have the Khalid, sure, that gives you good info, but you also have a Moskov that will eventually carry the game. I feel like it was on AC to really find those moments. It's just and I think they did it pretty well. It's just lore fights, SRG better.
I guess so. Well, let's shift to another topic while we wait for these teams to prepare for Game 2, because MSL Thailand is ongoing with Thailand MLBB entering a brand new era. The MSL League has already been ongoing for 1 week. Week 1 started last weekend. It's going to be continuing with Week 2 this weekend. There are 4 matches every single day. So if you guys are interested in seeing what kind of metas or strategies we can witness from another developing region, make sure you guys go tune in.
Yep, and it's not just local Thai players. They also have a couple of imports as well from other regions. Familiar faces that you would definitely recognize playing in MSL Thailand. And guess what? By the end of everything, they will also have a slot to the upcoming MSC and EWC, which is pretty fire, you know. First season and you get a slot to the international stage, and they have some pretty unique meta. Some of the teams love Kadita over there. Some of the teams love Valir. Maybe they could be the new trendsetter.
That does make it a little more interesting, but I hear we've got an interview with a special guest happening, so let's throw it over to Rose and take it away.
Hello everybody! Selamat datang ke Game Break interview bersama dengan the richest caster in MPL history.
I'm only the richest caster because Wolf and Lafel aren't here, alright?
Marco, welcome to MPL MY, brother.
Hey, it's amazing. By the way, tamu biasa aja, not tamu istimewa lah.
Now, Marco.
Yeah.
I know that right now it's AC versus SRG, but before we even touch that, we know that you're like the biggest BTR fan. What's happening to BTR Malaysia?
Listen. In BTR ID, they're known as chokers. So, they don't want to be known as chokers in Malaysia, so they'll just be bad.
Full stop.
No, seriously though, I don't know what happened. But they are the only BTR that I don't call my goats. I don't know, still my goat though. I still think they can do it. Good luck, boys.
Second leg, yeah?
Third leg. Next season. They'll have to revamp the lineup.
Revamp the lineup next season. Now, Marco, let's talk about the game now. We know that AC has been having a very shaky start this season, right?
Yeah.
Going up against SRG this game, what are we thinking about game 1?
I don't know, man. I mean, going up against SRG, I think every single team knows they're going to lose anyways in the regular season. So I think it's all about experimenting, trying to find a way for them to exploit later on in the playoffs. I think for AC, I'm actually quite disappointed because I actually thought they were going to come in to season 17 as second place. I thought they were going to be real good contenders, but I think they had too many roster shuffles. There's another one later on next week, I think. I don't know. Someone I know very well in the jungle. But if they stick to one lineup, if they build that synergy, the chemistry, I think they can be really, really strong.
Yeah, I agree. I really feel like AC is definitely still missing that touch.
Yeah.
The synchronization is what they're lacking. But without the roster changes, and like you mentioned, another one?
Another one. Should I just say his name?
Let's not.
Okay.
We know Merkel loves to leak, but let's not. And of course, I want to ask you, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the vibe and the atmosphere here in MPL MY?
Dude, it is amazing. Firstly, I think best MPL venue around the world, even MPL ID, seriously. This venue is amazing, and the crowd's really good. I expected this crowd though. The SRG fans are always wild. Yeah, I was very, very surprised when I got here. The vibe's great.
Yes, we love that. I really do feel like our production is quite good.
Okay, I think production is still Indo, but stage. You got the best stage, all right?
Hey. You're still here.
M6, you got the best world championship too. All right, both M6, M1.
Okay, Marco, tomorrow it's gonna be RRQ going up against BTR.
Okay.
It's your brotherman team, you know? Your fellow countrymen.
Yeah.
How do we feel about the Serumpun growth here in Malaysia? A lot of the Indonesians are coming here this season, you know?
Yeah. I think it's good, you know? This is the most international MPL, I think, right? You got Singapore, actually maybe the most Southeast Asian, because you don't have a Turkish player. That'll be next, you know?
Maybe next season.
Get an import from Aurora, Turkey or something. But hey, I think the teams are great. That's why I expected a lot coming into the season. Hopefully we get to see some real contenders because right now it's still looking like MPL SRG. They're still looking like the best team. They're still looking like they're taking a chill pill here in MPL and they'll pop off later in internationals.
I agree. I do hope we get to see more competition and competitiveness in the upcoming season. You know what, Mirko? Is there anything you want to say to the MPL MY fans, the MPL ID fans, or to all the fans in general?
Nothing much, man. Just MSC is going to be very, very exciting. Thailand's looking great too. I casted MSL Thailand, and there's going to be some real contenders coming out from MSL Thailand. So again, MLBB this year, I think it'll be big. 2026 a big year.
I'm so excited, and we're all definitely excited to go to MSC. But you know what's more exciting?
What?
You being here. I don't think you deserve to be here. I think you deserve to be there.
Oh, should I just join them? Yeah,
You wanna cast? I think you can
I'll go and cast. You want to grab the mic?
Yeah, go. Bye, Mirko. Have fun.
Husky, is he coming closer?
Yeah, I think he is.
Is he coming over here?
No, no, you don't have to jump over. No, sir. Here. Here you go.
Wow, it's so convenient that we have one seat over there for him.
Yeah.
Am I getting paid? What is this? This wasn't part of the plan. I don't know. I guess so. I don't know. Maybe they'll. I'll send an invoice.
We needed like a third insight.
Definitely. Third insight, man.
Well, I think you need no introduction, but in case anyone out there has been living under a rock, you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, boys. I'm Arashi. I'm an MPL ID analyst. I am an RRQ fan.
That's definitely correct.
That's actually...
Hello, Arashi. Nice to have you here. It's been a while.
It's great being in Malaysia for the second time this... Actually, no, yeah, I whiffed it. It was M6. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been here, but it's great. The venue is amazing, bro.
Yeah, this we actually had. You remember WEC? We actually did WEC here too.
Right.
Same venue. Yep. Yes, sir.
Right. You fixed the lighting though.
We did.
It's been long enough.
Yeah, we're not orange anymore. But I mean, how do you feel so far? I guess Aaron's here since last week.
I don't know, AC, they just look very weird, man. I don't think Aaron's style fits with the rest of the team. It's almost like the rest of the team wants to play that systematic style. They're very slow. I saw earlier as well. And I don't know, those individual lanes, maybe it's just because they're up against SRG, but they just lose out on every single lane, even though they have really good matchups. I was really surprised by the gank from Skies. Ganked early, Momo just completely disrespected SRG, played so aggressive as a Uranus. I think he lost Turtle 1 for AC there.
Ooh.
We actually were discussing, we say that in 4 weeks, this is the best version of AC so far.
I agree with that.
Which is surprising.
I agree.
Unfortunately, not a tall wall to overcome.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. I think they have a... Hey, with Fabian coming in, right? Is that already announced?
No.
Yes. Oh, well, hey, when Fabian comes in, maybe they'll have enough to, like, get the...
Hypothetically,
if they get this jungler who hasn't been playing MPL for a while, I think they'll do better.
TL Malaysia, let's go!
TL Malaysia.
Yeah, Mr. Worldwide.
One day. Well, next week, depending on what happens. Let's talk real quick about the average GPM. Because nowadays, the GPM across the board has reduced. Back in the day, we would get like over 1K if the game was going really well. But it's a little more tricky these days. Yeah. Innocent still standing at the top with Lalil right behind. Hazel in third. Skies in fourth. And Ruff in fifth.
Dude, Innocent was crazy earlier.
Dude.
By the way, on top of the, speaking of the average GPM, Yazuke got a 995 GPM just last week.
Really?
I
saw, yeah.
So
wow.
It's not that the meta doesn't allow you to get 1K or close to 1K. It's that you just aren't brawly enough.
True. We're not throwing gold all over the place, right? We are throwing WhatsApp chats, though. Ooh. We asked Stormy, what did you think of your matchup against AC? And Stormy himself said, many people thought AC could be SRG 2.0, but we're going to prove that we're different. Not easy to replicate what we have.
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be an SRG 2.0, you know? It doesn't really look like it. And it's when the SRG 2.0 comes up, when they come into MPL, I think it'll be because the current SRG disbands.
Yeah, because I felt like all of us, when we saw the roster, everyone predicted AC to be like top 3.
Yep, including myself.
Like what's the one thing they need to do, before you go into the draft? Like, what's the one thing that AC needs to fix?
I think that they gotta work on the drafts, right? Before we get into the drafts, they gotta work on the drafts. Game 1 was surprisingly good, though. I did not expect that level of draft, but they've been experimenting, or maybe they've been just doing some weird stuff. They gotta fix the draft first, and then everything will follow.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think they're not the only team that's having that sort of issue as well. BTR.
We don't talk about that. And that's the only BTR I don't call my goats, you know?
I see.
For a reason. But
they've been
Annabelle's still my
disowned.
goat. They have been disowned. At least they're not chokers. At least they're just bad. Right?
You're not wrong, you know. You
the
have a
ID
good
ones
point.
are chokers.
I mean, which one's really better?
Hey, pick your poison. I'd rather be a choker. At least I do well in the regular season, right? At least I make it to playoffs.
All right.
I guess so.
I guess.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I think draft is probably what they need to fix. It does look a little better with Valence, and maybe they're figuring things out. What do you think, Husky?
I mean, I did say that we have the exclusive TAB club, you know, the Tanzia di Barbosa, but I do agree. I think game 1 was the best we've seen, so hopefully they keep on doing that, right? Draft is the most important thing.
True, true. Well, speaking of, I think it's time for us to jump into the draft. It is going to be game number 2. If AC Esports wants to leave a mark on the board at the end of leg 1 this season, it's now or never. Can they topple the Giants?
They are going to be on red side again, so I think this should be... Yeah, they're on red side again.
Looks like Mirko is done for now. Hey, Mirko, any last thing you want to say to the crowd?
They gotta take Juicin away from SR. Oh, never mind.
Good talk, thank you.
Wow, proven wrong straight off the bat, and there he goes. Thank you very much, Mirko, for joining us.
But SRG did ban the Marcel, right? Which again speaks volume of Marcel actually being decent. You know, in game 1, I think, you know, that Marcel last pick for AC. I can't believe that the bar was so low that we were like, man, AC is drafting normally and it's actually a good thing, but they do get access to 2 power picks.
Well, going back to basics is the most foundational method if things are not going well for you. That's why we're seeing teams like BTR even go back to your standard front to back, because it's easy to execute, it's harder to make mistakes. Now though, they still open the Zeusin, Phobius, Quinn. Wow, SRG just showing both their cores at once.
Oh, baby. This is how, you know, things get real. Take the gloves off, right? It's always like this. I think, you know, SRG, they have this MO. Game 1, they are going to go a bit more softer, you know, a bit more vanilla. And then once they figure out your kink, they're gonna attack it straight. They're gonna go hard on you.
That's not the way I would have described it, but you are correct. SRG is a team that likes to extend their feelers in game 1, right?
They get a feel, you know, what
they're
makes
trying
you
to figure out what do you do? What are your biological life signs?
Yeah, gonna find that funny bow, you know, like what tickles you, the most. But we get the Moskov out for Aaron, and this is one of his signature pick back in M6, and it's caused quite a lot of problem for the same roster, for this exact roster of SRG, Aaron's Moskov.
True. Where's historical data of SRG losing to Aaron's Moskov, so it could be the weapon that they need right now, but they do have the Claude already, so even if Aaron Shiki tries to go for the split push plays we saw from Innocent, Innocent has a way to match him. Now the Uranus will be the first ban from AC in the second phase.
Okay, during the span, that means that we are going to start attacking Cram's lane. There is obviously your CC, which Cram is one of the few players that has picked the CC actively. If not, then there is the... man, what's the hero again?
Which one?
Alice. Okay. Slipped my mind for a while.
I mean, Alice does work against Phobius, but I wonder if there's anything else that Cram might pull out. I'm digging in my brain. CC obviously makes sense. There's also the Lapu Lapu if you just want to play it safe, or the Yuzong if you feel particularly confident, but that's not very Cram of him.
Yep.
They ban the Nolan.
They do ban the Nolan. And then this should be another XP lane ban, I think, because you want to narrow down like Cram's hero pool, and then you want to give Momo the best possible matchup, or what is left? Probably that, right? The Cho. Okay. Wow. Okay. What if SRG bans out the Joy here? Do you there a need to ban the Joy? Or the Suyo?
I think the Joy is a little more annoying to deal with, especially since Phoveus is already on the AC side. What I'm thinking right now is, recently, whenever it comes to Guinevere or Kalea, teams have been going Mass Purify to deal with it. So if AC wants to make sure that doesn't happen, they need a hero that forces flickers on SRG.
Yep, someone that can... And that comes from the mid lane. So Izanami, I think... Farsa, I guess?
The Immortal One chose me to
Zetian. I mean, Zetian is also another one. They ban out the Suyo. So that does leave the Joy if this Gwyn is going into Valent's hands. But I feel like you could let Amal play the Gwyn and then give a setup hero to Valence, the Lunox.
They're hovering.
It does force us Flicker. Yeah, we get the first. Is this the first Lunox of our of the league?
No, I think we've had like 1 or 2 max. I don't think it's the first, but it's definitely not common. Not too bad in terms of burst damage. Allows it to avoid dangerous situations with the Brilliance too. So I don't think it's too bad. Not to mention it is one of the Izanami classics. He's played this multiple seasons now. So AC just wants to go back to basics.
Ooh, that Tamus.
Is Tamus good? I wouldn't think Tamus is
Terizla
good.
probably is the way.
Terizla's not bad.
Not too bad, yeah.
He did get buffed. His mana got removed. So as long as he builds enough sustain, he can stay on the map forever
Like,
now.
why are we randomly removing mana? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, why are we doing that? Why are we just randomly removing mana requirements for certain heroes? It doesn't make sense.
Well, mana in Malay is where, so we're wondering where it's gone.
Like, have you ever worked a day in your life where you don't feel tired? Exactly! This hero should feel tired. They should feel the need to go back home, take a nap, get a drink, and then come back out in full shape.
The Badang is a bit of a surprise though.
It is.
Has not been common for a while now.
Stolen from Valence, I guess.
True. But surely
Valence
Valence still has plenty.
Still has plenty up his sleeves, yeah. Oh, what does Valence have?
He could still go Gwyn as well.
He could still go Gwyn. Did we get the Joy for Aima?
Oh, that sounds like Grok.
That sounds like a Grok, yep. Oh, the El Clasico. This felt like a... You put the Leomore aside, this is exactly what I would imagine CG against SRG last season.
Yeah, honestly, this looks like a game from last season.
Yeah.
The Badang, the Grok, the Lunox, the Terizla. It's like we've gone back in a time machine here. We have SRG now facing off against AC. Many of the players on the opposite side are worthy rivals from the past couple seasons, right? Amal, Izanami from Homeboys, Valence from CG, now eager to dethrone the Giants for another time.
Well, AC Esports did show some promises in Game 1, but like our good friend Arashi said, when you're up against Red Giants, you are almost destined to lose. But still, it's good to see that AC are putting up some sort of a fight, let's say in the Game 2, and see what else they've left up their sleeves. Same thing, SRG blue side, AC on red. And now we get the El Clasico of the Grok Badang. First time ever in MPIMY this season.
We can see that Valence already did the minion wall off, so AC has a bit more control over their minion waves. That should help them a bit early on to avoid poke, especially from the Zusin. But all that matters is what happens afterwards. Both teams have already shown that they're not typically that active in the first couple minutes of the game, unless SRG has decided now is the time.
And it's another SRG comp that doesn't really care about going too aggressive. You have good late game insurance. But if Sakai can get ahead, that would be a bonus. I think the BMI did cancel out the regenerate a little bit from Aaron Shiki, which is slightly unfortunate.
I'm a little concerned that AC doesn't have very good ways of locking down this Claude, actually. It's mainly the Violet Requiem, but he has Purify.
The Innocent just won the lane. Aaron Shiki wanted to take the crab, but first what happens? But Sakai goes down.
A failed gank from the Leomord at level 2.
What happened? Did he just get blocked off as he tries to go for the XP crab? That has to be it, right?
I have no idea. Logically, level 2 Phobia shouldn't deal enough damage to kill a Leomord.
Well, now they're gonna find another gank. That forces out the Purify from Stormy, but he's caught. He's so trapped. He's a Nami. Now finds this one.
Okay, there we go. That ups the ante. That's what we need from AC. Make SRG uncomfortable early, then you at least have a chance of fighting out that mid game. And kind of wish they would push their lead a little further, you know, after getting those pickoffs, just push into the jungle and steal camps. But I guess they want to keep it safe.
And I think it's the correct thing to do as well, because Cram already showed up, one of the highest base damage heroes as well. You don't want to lose that lead, but Sukai is going to call him Barbell and just finds the kill on the Amao. And that means there's going to be no more turtle. Balance failed to reset it. The Retribution comes through a bit too early, but still Sukai is good for it. At the cost of his own life, Balance flickers to safety, gets brought back by Stormy, and he goes down. Momo jumps onto Yuz, now looking to reset the Infernal Pursuit. Yuz barely gets out. And Stormy will lift Momo back. His passive is almost back up. He gets the pull into the shield. Momo needed that. But he doesn't finally join the fight. Momo's still alive. But in the end, it is still SRG that survives.
How do they survive that? Humes on 1 HP. The fight lasted so long, Innocent literally could walk over from the opposite side of the map. Insane, this team. This is what we talked about, rotating bodies. They're so good at using HP as a resource.
The saddest thing is Amao, who died, respawned, and died again.
Look at this. Honestly, Momo did such a good job. He survived for so long with the Infernal Pursuit healing. But it wasn't enough. His team's damage was missing. And as you mentioned, Amal with the dieback. Worst feeling ever.
I can't believe Yoon saved his fist crack until the very last moment. Guys, he's mad. There should have at least been a trade for AC, but there was none. So SRG has amassed a 1.1k goal lead just like that.
Honestly, the Red Giants play this game differently from us, Husky. It feels like we're scrubs.
Yeah, if you have the SRG clan tag, you get a hybrid defense by default. Plus 15. That counteracts assassin emblems in the early game.
You get aura.
You get aura.
You can just aura farm on the map.
Izanami is 2-0 with a glowing 1 now purchased, which is pretty good, all things considered. The guys also went down twice.
Yeah, I think AC should consider playing around this Lunox now. Izanami can be a core, and he's done it multiple times in the past on this hero specifically. When he feels like he needs to take matters into his own hands. He's already got that lead.
Yep. Cram is going to start hurting because the War Axe is now in his possession.
Next turtle is up.
Good tech charge is all Balance need, honestly. Easier said than done, because his wall can also be used against him by Yums.
Yums can completely block things off if he times it correctly with the wall. Oh, Cramp.
Ooh, good dodge. Didn't have to use that flicker to get away, but now Yums actually misses the engage anyways. They still pin AC to the wall. Izanami tries to burst him down. Now the penalty zone as a follow-up. Momo holding on very well. SOD shows up and it's Aaron Shiki's moment as AC finds 2.
Quite uncharacteristic there, but SRG actually made a couple of micro misplays. Yums flickering in and missing the fist break, and then the rest of them trying to follow up when their damage was not quite sufficient, allowed Aaron to pick up his first kill, and Izanami to increase his kill count to 3. That means he has a bounty now. So AC needs to officially play around this Lunox and ensure that it doesn't fall into the hands of SRG. But that exchange has evened up the net worth, and AC needed that.
Yep. And Momo just basically frontline for days on end as well. It should allow AC to, again, contest a little bit. Barbell gets called in. Momo taking a heap of damage. Now the penalty zone comes in. The AoE, bit too much for AC to handle. They lose Yunes, but in the process, AC will end up losing 3. Izanami having the flicker, the safety. SRG will turn it around.
The flicker is the right call. Izanami knows how much he's worth. He's basically the final lifeline for AC. But SRG found the angle, man. They targeted Momo first. They start out the fist crack, lower the Phobius' HP, and then wail on him. And the rest of AC unfortunately walked into the line of fire themselves. They stacked up to allow the damage to go through.
And thankfully, AC were able to get the turtle for themselves, so, you know, they're not that far behind. But this Padang value is starting to show. And unfortunately for Valence, does need a bit of that setup to really have an impact. If SRG are just basically throwing raw damage at him, he is going to eventually crack as well. And that's what the Leormont is good at. Not to mention, you have 2 War Axe carriers on the side of SRG, so it doesn't make it any easier. They do get the Tech Charge and the Purify out of Stormy, but Stormy should be able to get out of that. Now Balance needs to disengage. Uses his Flicker, but the penalties are right on the edge. Balance is dead. They come in with the counter engage, but the fist crack from there. Aima won't be able to follow up. Barbiao gets summoned, and that's going to be brilliance from Izanami.
At least AC only lose Balance. He's not worth too much right now, but they'll probably lose their mid-tier 1 for this as well. Aaron is split pushing. He might be able to trade the top tier 1 for it. And that at least makes it so... Oh, he is stopped from recall, but he will still get the tower.
Oh yeah, Innocent, great BMI. Aaron reposition. Attempted outplay, but Yums doesn't make it fair.
It was close, actually.
Yeah.
If Aaron committed to the fight earlier before the backup came, he had a chance to win.
Oh, maybe. You know, Innocent is there. Okay, that is foil. Maybe Izanami can get the assassination. And to go into the Darkness form, finds an unstoppable streak. Izanami needs to get out. The Brilliance on time. Needs to see to bail him out. Izanami gets swung by the hammer, and he goes down. But Yums flickers to safety. Momo trying his best to hold on, but fight has ended because AC ran out of steam. And unfortunately, it was just not worth it. Cram over the wall, finds a mega kill.
Even slotted in a recall spam right before the final hit. SRG turns it around, and they found the shutdown goal on Izanami. It went into the hands of Cram, so at least it's not as bad as Innocent picking it up. But AC Esports lost a lot of their lead with that one. The ambush on Stormy was great, but they committed a bit too far for this one. And I think Izanami needed to just try and leave as fast as possible. But Cram...
Yep. So guys will get the first lore of the game. Balance, unfortunately, will be sacrificed once more. And start turning into Momo. That true damage from the War Axe. Not to be trifled with. Aimao attempted counter engage. Momo couldn't get back in because of the Padang wall, so Aimao gets sacked.
I think we have to talk about how this Badang is picked up as a Guinevere counter here. Even if he gets hit with the Violet Requiem, he can pop the fist crack mid-air to get himself out of it. And that means that one of SRG's main frontliners is immune to Amal. Izanami losing out on a lot of momentum in that one as well, with Innocent starting to come online on this. Claude Lord is pushing down mid lane. AC already 6k behind.
Yep, and not only that, Yums will only get stronger because he has the Thunder Belt. And now this Lord might cost AC that mid inhibitor, which, all things considered, probably the best case scenario of all the inhibitors that you can possibly lose 9.5 minutes in. Izanami couldn't find any angle from behind, even with the flying clouds, as Yums has got that angle covered.
The Giants have officially initiated the rumbling at this point. They are walking through the lands of AC. One play after another. And that small 2-3k goal lead that has instantly turned into 7 at the 10-minute mark. Itemization-wise, Aaron Shiki is still actually keeping up with Innocent. Unfortunately, everyone else is very far behind, especially Momo. He's lost a lot of his staying power.
Yep. Even for Stormy, he went straight into a Radiant Armor as well. So there's no one-shot from Aimao. Momo, 2-man pool. They gotta make a decision.
Oh my
God! You could not have asked for a better engage than that. And this is literally a final blow. SRG just doing it better than everyone we have seen in the league.
That was a work of art. That was a masterpiece of a play from SRG, and even AC Esports knows it. You can't even be mad about that one. Why would you group up? You get caught like that. 1v4, it's over.
SRG will continue to stake that name at the top of the leaderboard. And what a KO punch that was from Yum. Straight to the gut with Innocent's ballet performance on top of it. The cherry on top, the icing on the cake, and another 2-0 for the Red Giants as the rumbling continues.
That is play of the day right there.
That was 100% play of the day.
Undeniably. That is picture perfect. Anytime you want someone to show you, hey, what does a combo play look like in MLBB? That's it right there. That's the dictionary definition.
That has to be nominated for the candidate for Player of the Season. It has to be one of the Player of the Season, alongside that minion backdoor.
SRG, man. They continue to impress. the ceiling continues to grow higher because how else will the Giants fit into the room? Man,
they keep on evolving even though it felt like everything else around them had stagnated, and that is, I think, truly the most impressive part about this team. The sky's the limit, and I feel like they can even soar above the skies and into the unknown beyond.
AC Esports, they started off pretty okay, but once that ball was rolling, it never stopped. Let's keep it rolling. They're on the stage right now. We'll throw it to Rose for the interview.
Satu lagi kemenangan bersih untuk Selangor Red Giants. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, berikan tepukan kepada SRG. And of course, di atas pentas bersama Rose, kita ada the classic duo Tom and Jerry of SRG, iaitu Innocent and Sekais. Hi boys.
Hello.
You guys look very chill. Lapar. Hungry. You didn't eat today?
Yes.
Not yet.
How about you?
Huh?
How about you?
I already ate.
Huh?
No, not.
Huh?
Why are you so chill? Did you eat
I thought
already?
Okay. Because we fight AC, so it's chill.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fight AC is chill?
Huh?
Fight AC, lawan AC ni chill je ke?
Because they are SRG 2.0, right? So, yeah, it's a chill day.
Chill je. Okay, bukan Rose yang kata. Kita belum tanya lagi soalan. Okay, you know what? Boys, after that win, you guys are officially the king of the first leg. So how do you feel about this achievement, Innocent?
Biasa je.
Dah biasa menang kan?
Because we won the round 2.
Okay. I thought you're so used to winning already.
No.
Because you guys win so much, I don't even have questions to ask anymore, you know?
Ada?
Tak ada dah.
Tu.
Makin lama makin pandai budak ni. And of course, did you guys actually expect to dominate this hard coming into the season, knowing that you guys have two junglers? Like, you guys are swapping junglers. Did you guys expect to still be so consistent? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Why?
Because our two junglers are the, top 1 and 2 in MPL Malaysia. That's why.
SRG pegang the best two junglers in MPL MY. So I think quite expected, right? Since you said that you expected it, did you expect? Do you expect to carry this momentum all the way to the second leg and into the playoffs and potentially MSC? The answer is not on Sakai's face. Sen, confident ka ba?
Until MSC.
Oh.
Momentum. Yeah.
You don't sound confident. Then why are you thinking so hard?
I'm just confirming it to Ade.
You're just confirming it to Adik. Okay, Rose actually nak borak sikit dengan Adik. So, Adik sini. Okay. Adik, Rose selalu scroll social media because Rose is chronically online lah kan. And Rose ada nampak beberapa discussion yang berlaku di mana ramai orang tengah argue tentang jungler utama SRG. Apa pendapat adik tentang ni?
Pendapat saya kepada fans yang nak saya main dan nak uni main, for me especially yang nak saya main lah. So I just want to say, as long I'm in SRG, you guys don't need to worry lah. As long I will be playing, it just depends on the time lah. So yeah, I still be in SRG, so no worries, okay? Yeah.
Bagi peluang masing-masing lah kan.
Yeah, betul.
So do you have anything to say to those fans yang non-stop macam compare, bandingkan you dengan Uni dalam SRG, lepas tu dia cakap, oh dia lagi layak. Do you think it's healthy?
No, I think it's no. It's bad for us lah actually. To hadap benda tu. So I hope our community can be more respectful and healthier lah tentang bagi komen. So I hope there's no more comparison lah. Yeah.
Tu dia guys. You guys dah dengar daripada Sekais kan? You guys dah dengar daripada Adik. As much as possible, kita kena kurangkan comparing the players. Sebab nanti dorang pun terasa, dorang pun daripada tak ada pressure, tiba-tiba ada pressure kan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's stop the hate, betul?
Betul.
Healthier community for everybody. Thank you very much, adik. Alright guys, kita dah nampak clean sweep tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. And korang rasa siapa MVP dia?
Yumski.
Alright, mari kita cari MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada, janganlah.
Yum dah boleh naik terus kot.
Alah! Aduh. Tak habis-habis interview Yums. Well, okay, let's discuss. Kita nak tanya Yums apa hari ni? What do we ask Yums? Every week MVP. Yeah, every week MVP.
What is your secret? Why are you motivated?
Oh, I agree. Good question. You ask him.
Yeah,
Okay. Yums,
Come here, Yums.
come, Yums. Guys, tepukan. Very good. Hi, Yums. So, hari ni, Innocent and Sekais will be interviewing Yum sebagai MVP.
Okay.
Dipersilakan.
We want to ask you, why are you so motivated this season?
Because
What is your secret?
I want to show there's only one SRG.
Is that the only reason?
Yes.
I think got more.
I think what more? Okay, also, Rose nak tanya juga. Esok you guys akan esok you guys akan lawan IG, di mana dekat IG ada Gorgeous. Is there anything at all yang Yums nak cakap dekat Gorgeous ataupun IG as a whole?
Good luck, have fun.
Okay, kita cuba target lain. Adik, dalam satu interview dengan Lafel, adik pernah cakap akhirnya dapat rasa jadi camat. Sama macam Gorgeous kan?
Alright.
So esok nak jumpa Gorgeous, nak cakap apa dekat Gorgeous? Jangan cakap benda sama macam Yums.
Saya akan make sure poket dia tak terbuka azib tu. Terlalu tertutup.
Selalu tertutup untuk musim ni?
Ya.
Okay.
Make sure that.
Okay. Yums, final words for the fans? Yums?
I think Sen have something to say.
No, you DMV.
Start dah. Guys? Adik lah. Adik je lah cakap dekat fans.
For the fans, thank you so much untuk datang ke support SRG hari ni. And esok ada game lagi kan? Esok jumpa korang esok, okay?
Kenapa tanya I kalau esok ada game?
I lupa jadual.
Game dorang, tanya Ros. Thank you very much boys. Congratulations atas kemenangan yang bersih. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyse apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
The hero picks in the draft gave us a glimpse of history, but witnessing those boys up on stage shows you just how far this team has come and how far these players have grown over the years. Yums as our MVP on a hero that literally no one else is playing.
Yep. Decides to go for Thunderbelt and figures that might as well go for Hepster
He has
afterwards.
Hepster.
The only person that can get away with this, and good luck for your rank games tonight, but the playmaker continues to make plays, as the moniker suggests. Usually when teams make history, we see it for like maybe a season, maybe a year. SRG, they're in the third year, and they are still surprising everyone every now and then. They're still reminding everyone every now and then that this team is just far beyond what everyone else can reach for now.
They're monsters, honestly. The best and scariest thing we have ever produced here in MPL Malaysia, and they continue to prove it. A nearly perfect game. Early game was a little slow, as is expected, but once they found that first really game-turning fight, they just stepped on the gas, and it ended with that beautiful synchrony of abilities with the penalty zone and the face crack into the blazing duet. AC tried. Izanami had a strong lead. He could have played for that, but SRG targeted him. They made sure that that bounty could not grow any bigger, and then ended the game before Aaron Shiki could scale up too.
Yep, and AC had a few moments where you can see that they started to get slightly more desperate, right? To really find pickoffs. I think the angles were unique, but they definitely underestimated the SRG damage output when you have two War X carriers who are snowballing out of control. there is going to be a time where you have to call it quits, but AC doubled down on it, and unfortunately they lost that bet, and they had no way back into the game.
Sadly, I think Grok is a bit too slow for the meta these days. There's so much damage flying around and so many high mobility heroes that are making things happen that this hero can't really set the tempo as well as he used to. And the Badang pick as well, used as a counter to the Guinevere, shows just how deep SRG's pockets are. On top of that, Innocent still using the fighter emblem actually, so the mana return on Claude doesn't seem to have bothered him too much.
Yep, I mean, we saw the fighter emblem earlier on as well. I think in the first series on a Claude, so I guess it's not too big of a deal. It's still a lot better than the common emblem, which for the value that it provides, man, fighter emblem makes Claude so much stronger.
Let's look at the damage dealt. Highest damage dealt is actually Cram. On the Terizla, I literally just said Grok was slow. Terizla is also slow, but Cram just shows the pilot makes a difference here.
Yep.
And he wasn't really doing that well in lane either. He was actually having some difficulty laning against Bobo, who was creating a lot of pressure in the first couple of minutes since he was sustaining through most fights, but couldn't quite translate that. Slowed down his farm as well since he had to join AC in order to take these team fights, and Cram took over.
Yep. And not only that, once he got the War Axe and started getting a couple of kills through those skirmishes, he literally became unstoppable. And you might think that Terizla is slow, but if he hits his execution strike on you, he speeds up 3 times, and it's pretty scary if you have someone that is literally swinging a 300-pound mid-cannonizer at you at supersonic speed.
The body of the Smith keeps him alive, and you do not want it running down your doorway in the middle of the night. Cram is the rich guy too. Wow. This guy.
He's got some Resident Evil stuff.
Terizla's not even supposed to farm fast. I don't know how he's doing it. Rich guy and the carry as an off-meta EXP laner. Valence as the sandbag, and Yums as the best wingman.
Yeah. The Hall of Fame is literally filled with off-meta picks. Picks that theoretically shouldn't be seen here, but here we are. It's a good trip down memory lane. But SRG once again show us that you can rewind the patch, but it really doesn't matter. They have adapted. They have transcended time with the amount of depth that they have in the draft.
And this is why we want to see more character from other teams as well. Don't just play it safe. Allow yourselves to approach the game in your own signature style, because people aren't prepared to deal with that sort of thing. Yes, SRG made mistakes here and there. They definitely threw away some kills that they didn't have to, but honestly, that's nothing new. It's been a classic of SRGs for a long time where they just somehow know how to turn things around.
And not only that, every single time a trade gets initiated, SRG always comes out on top, right? It's like playing 3-card Monty. You always lose even when you guess the right hand.
The fact they committed all their resources just to chase Valence here. And then here, this was quite sad. If Aaron had started the fight just a little earlier, he might have actually been able to trade for Innocent, but it wouldn't have mattered too much anyway. The ambush here on Stormy was good, but they stayed too long and too deep against a team that is good at diving and chasing, and all these compounded together to give SRG an unbeatable lead.
And Izanami's flicker, unfortunately, was, 2 seconds off. So it really could have been slightly different, but it reached a point where Valence just could not tank the damage, and unfortunately, between the battle of the wall builders, the Badang won, and this was, well, the moment after this.
Yep, right here. Let's watch. Oh, beautiful.
You just instantly hit the climax, and then the game ends, and then you go to sleep in the most sound sleep you've had in a long time.
And that is the type of play where, yes, you after it happens, you're just like, oh, so satisfied with yourself, so happy. And SRG should be happy. They remain on top of the standings at the end of day 1, still undefeated.
And Vamos, they are in the 2nd place after beating BTRM today, pushing RQ down to 3rd, just based off of aggregate points. IG remain 4th, Team Ray 5th, AC, BTRM, and Flash will be in 6th place and all tied with the same points and same aggregate at -7.
Right now, it seems like these three teams are fighting for that 6th slot to the playoffs, but it is still halfway through the season, so a lot can still happen in these rankings. It is technically not impossible for Flash to still overtake SRG, but a lot of work will need to be done for these bottom teams to refine that foundation, because a lot of them are still dealing with the same issues.
Yep, and I think by tomorrow, we'll probably have a good idea of who the top 3 teams are going to be. I think right now, after last week at least, we've discussed that there's going to be SRG, RQ, and most likely Vamos. And tomorrow, Vamos, they're going to have another match, ahead of them, and that's going to be fun as well. We get to see IG tomorrow too. So I think the solidification of that top 3, top 4 will be a lot more apparent.
Well, we will have a look at the matches for tomorrow and see exactly what we will figure out, because it's going to start off with a banger, IG versus SRG. Woo! First match of day 2, followed by Vamos versus Team Array. Very interesting battle between 2 teams who have reversed their early season fates. And finally, BTRM versus RRQ Tora.
We got the child that got disowned and the child that the kingdom desperately wants to own, or at least from the Indonesian division. So, pretty interesting situation that they found themselves in, but I personally look forward to Vamos against Team Ray. I want to see Just Goat against Aero 404. He has basically bested the import junglers, and now it's time to look local.
I mean, both these teams have surprised us last week.
Yeah.
So let's hope they surprise us again with some good gameplay. Right? A little less sus in general would make a lot of us very happy, and I think the matches tomorrow are going to be fire. So make sure you guys tune in for tomorrow as well. Or if you have tickets, I guess we'll see you guys here at the MPL Arena.
And remember, we have a lot of activities happening at the MPL Arena. We have the Kaio X MLBB trading cards. I actually bought a box, and man, I got the Fredrin Ultra Rare one, the Neo Beast Fredrin. There's plenty more where that came from. And we also have the TNT code prediction. If you are lucky, you get the prediction right, you might be one of the 10 daily participants to get selected to get some diamond rewards too.
And once again, tickets are available for never mind,
yeah,
not
yeah.
for SRG.
Remove it. We can move on. There's nothing left.
We knew they were going to sell fast, but man, seeing it once again, this is normally where we remind you guys to scan the QR code, but we're gonna have to wait for the next team.
Yeah, you can scan the QR code there and buy the tickets to support the other teams. But then again, you just missed out the SRG one, so
I wonder how long it'll take for a team to finally contest SRG's dominance.
In what, ticket sales?
Not just in game, but yeah, ticket sales, fan base, everything, right?
Kingdom.
This team.
Kingdom, I trust the Kingdom. Arashi, come here, we need you.
Maybe. Well, we also have tickets for AC Esports. Their match against SRG is sold out, of course, but all of their other matches in the second leg are still available. So if you guys want to keep an eye on this team, if some of the players are your favorites, show them some support. Come by the MPL Arena, scan the ticket. Scan the QR code right now to get the ticket.
It's 15 ringgit per ticket, and it guarantees you a best of 3. And AC Esports will be closing out their first leg of the regular season on this Sunday against Team Ray. So if you want to see the Just Goat, Amao, buy the ticket.
We still have plenty of tickets available, but it's not just MPL that you guys should keep an eye out for, because for all you MCGG lovers out there, here's a reminder, MCGG Rising Stars Season 5 is back. We've got top contenders from 8 divisions all fighting to claim the #1 spot. Don't miss it, because will your fan favorite decision take the crown? Or will we see another dark horse upset like the last time? The semifinals are going to be happening on the 25th of April at 4 p.m. GMT +7. That means 5 p.m. here. And the grand final on the next day. So make sure you guys tune in to find out.
Yeah, we have a very, very wide roster of players and representatives. So it's going to be quite a banger, and I'll be part of the grand final. So I'll see you guys there too.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. Of course, one more code for you guys. Thank you all for joining us for another exciting day of MPL. a reminder as well to continue watching the rest of the days of the season so that you can continue redeeming these codes. Scan the QR code right now to get some stuff in game.
Yeah, couldn't have done it without you guys. Because of all your support, we actually broke our PCO record last weekend, which we broke like 620 plus thousand, which is 20,000 plus more than what we got for our grand finals last season. And that honestly is very impressive. So keep on watching here. We're just gonna have a lot of fun at the carnival here.
What are they doing on the stage back there? I think we want to go over there. So we're gonna close this out right now. Thank you everyone for joining us. We will see you guys tomorrow for more MPL MY action.
Kita dah kuat ni guys.
Ada flicker yang masuk kau dia.
Okay. Tinggal aku keras tadi. Tengok guys.
Okay.
Tengok.
Gas guys. Nice. Dia multi set.
Set you multi kan kita. Oh tinggi coming. Can just tower.
Oh sampai. Dekat.
Aman.
Aman.
Aman guys. Nanti awak tak OTP dulu. I farm dulu. Okay, guys.
Pavilion no flicker.
Fight out guys. Fight out. Jangan aku. Juksin. Juksin. Aku stand.
Nice.
Fight lagi. Open atas.
Tinggal low.
Mana? Mati boleh tengok. Boleh rush Iki? Mati. Boleh.
You want to first skill set?
Aman. Tengok. Balance of flicker guys. Balance of penalty. GG. You all in me. Hey Savage, give me Savage boy. Give me minute. Dapat.
Beda set.
So on that. Santai je guys ah. Say, why you get SV? Bikin kau abang ah. Bikin participate.
Boleh. Dekat. 5.
Oh yo, what the?
Nice. Payung ni bos.
Simi guys.
Hati.
Mati bos.
Ayo. Go. Uno pas Rico nak. Dia macam bagi je.
Rico.
Okay, Rico. Aduh. Rico in real life.